When our hero woke up, he was standing on a snowy mountain, looking at a dragon that was right in front of him. The dragon, addressing the young man, asked him not to worry because he was on his side. But our hero didn't understand at all what the dragon was going to do to him, because in front of him was a dragon that could speak in human language, which surprised our hero very much. At this point, the dragon was saying that it didn't matter because these people were coming here to kill them. At this point, he looked in the other direction because from there, enemy ships were heading straight for them. He didn't understand why people were going to kill them, or how our hero was even related to this dragon. The dragon thought there were too many of them. "That's the only thing you care about, looking at the enemies on the other side," he said. Then the young man, looking at the dragon, asked if they and humanity really wanted to destroy each other, after which of course the dragon realized that the boy's guess was correct. Their relationship has always been hostile. It has been, and it will be, the dragon thought. So the humans were heading straight here, and they had little time, having said that he would resist in his own way, as he had been doing for 100 years. The next moment, the dragon snapped out of his seat, and our hero tried to cover his face from the force that came from the dragon. Looking at it, the young man tried to stop it, but he didn't understand how he could do that, as he had 1,000 people to kill, and situations where he had to kill someone or they would kill him. Shogi Club. Our hero was sitting and playing shogi, and the next moment he realized that this was the third time. Turning to his opponent, he was very happy, saying that he had come up with a very cool move. The young man watching this game said that of course the young man played well, but the young man would lose like that after move 13. Explained to him to have his friend watch. The guy realized that he could not win, and then offered our hero to play another game. But the young man realized that, looking at the clock, it was already time for him to leave, since it was already very late. So, having gathered himself, our hero asked his friend to turn to Reek, as he was sure that the girl would agree to play with him, pointing to the girl who was sitting next to him and reading a book. His friend informed him that the guy's tactics of playing were unbeatable, and he had such an unusual style of play that it even felt good to lose. But our hero did not listen to the chatter at all. He only said goodbye to them. And the girl, who had recently read a book, looked carefully at the young man and smiled after him. Our hero's name is Miyako Hoshi. His family is not particularly rich, so in order to pay for tuition at a private school, the hero had to work part-time, and only in this way can solve some problems. At this point, our hero just ran to one of these part-time jobs. If the student had good grades in subjects, he could be exempted from tuition. But since he wasn't serious about the humanities, that wasn't an option for him. So our hero could only run for a part-time job right after graduation, which he did. Standing at a stoplight, he realized that he had little time left and needed to run to work faster. But it was at such moments that our hero realized that everyone was not on his side, waiting for the traffic light to turn green, and became increasingly angry that everything was unfair to him that day. Our hero, starting from the traffic light, realized that as soon as the light turned green, he would be able to get to work on time and needed to hurry as fast as possible. The next moment, when he ran into the store, he saw that there was a criminal in the store, who pointed a gun at the girl. Our hero managed to hide, but when he was hiding, suddenly the robber heard a strange sound. The girl could not answer anything, there was only silence left. The guy prayed that the saleswoman Tsuji-senpai stalling time, the one who stood at the cash register, because it was necessary to call the police as soon as possible. At that moment, our hero took out his phone and thought of something he needed to call. Then he noticed another man hiding behind the shelves. It was the manager, who hid and did not try to help the girl. The robber's nerves were at the limit, pointing a gun at the girl. He said that he was going to kill her if she didn't stop bullying him. Our hero realized that she had to be saved, so running forward with his phone in his hands, the young man tried to protect the girl. When the robber saw the guy running at him, he pointed the gun directly at Hoshi, and the next moment shot our hero. The only thing our hero remembered was that it was very cold and painful, and he saw many faces around him. As he fell into oblivion, he asked that it not be done to him. And the next moment, as the darkness receded, our hero awoke in the midst of ice and snow. Looking up, he realized that he had been shot. Turning around, the young man wondered what the afterlife really looked like, asking questions about it. He saw icicles and endless icy landscapes everywhere, but he didn't feel cold at all. And there was also an incredibly huge dragon in front of him that the young man was looking at. At that moment, the dragon, seeing our hero, asked him not to worry because it was on his side. Hoshi thought that this was indeed the afterlife because he had met a talking dragon. Upon hearing the afterlife that the guy was talking about, the dragon didn't understand what the young man was talking about at all. After all, the boy suddenly appeared on his territory, as the dragon thought, and even talked nonsense about things that he himself could not understand. Hearing the dragon talk about some territory, the young man now realized that these were his lands. The dragon told him that this territory was indeed his, or rather that this was the singularity he was supposed to be protecting. A special energy called the dragon vein began to flow from here. He had to live here to control and coordinate it. After listening to the dragon's story, our hero thought that it was very different from the afterlife he had previously imagined. The dragon also told our hero that it protects the sacred mountain it is on, Singularity Mountain, and its mismanagement could lead to the end of the world. The dragon also explained that if used properly, it can even bless the land for a glorious harvest. Then suddenly, as if by the way, he asked our hero who he was and why the young man had come to his territory in the first place. Not expecting such questions, our hero thoughtfully replied that he was an ordinary high school student, thinking that at least he was like that before his death. Of course, the dragon didn't understand what the mysterious word, high school student, meant because it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The dragon asked the kid, if he said he was dead, then why was he still alive? Everyone was supposed to die in the afterlife, so our hero had no idea why the dragon was asking him such questions. The dragon said that since the young man claims this is the afterlife, where was our hero before he passed away? But after hearing these questions, the guy sort of explains that he was in Japan. He was shot in a store while he was on a part-time job. Dragon was very surprised that the young man still remembered who he was in that world. Our hero, of course, remembered everything: his name, his age, his family, and the fact that he was a human and not a dog or cat. At this point, the dragon cautiously decided to take a closer look at the young man, for it was quite possible that he had been reborn and also retained his memory. Hearing about the rebirth, our hero was very surprised. Now everything was clear to the dragon, namely that our hero had died and then was reborn right here. If that was the case, then he was a demon lord. When he heard about the demon lord, our hero didn't understand what the dragon was talking about at all. The same wondered if the young man was human, but to him, he didn't look like a human at all, now that the young man was a spirit king, able to control magical power and nature. In short, our hero appeared to be the demon lord of this world. Listening to the dragon, the young man thought that he didn't understand anything at all from what the dragon was telling him, trying to comprehend this nonsense. The dragon decided to explain to the young man that a demon lord is someone who can control the power of nature itself. His life thrives on the dragon vein and magical power, and this vein fills the world, and the demon lord is able to harness this magical power. To connect with this power, the demon lord creates a magical core. He creates a special labyrinth and hides it. After hearing about the dragon's story, our hero decided to ask how the lord hides it. Then the dragon explained that in order to prevent people from looting it, the core could also be improved with magical materials. Our hero, of course, didn't think he could be a demon lord, and immediately confessed this to the dragon in front of him. The young man wondered if demon lords could have allies at all. First of all, the dragon family, as well as the fairies who control nature. There are also evil spirits and demons, the dragon explained. However, the fairies have been almost completely enslaved by humans, the evil spirits have been sealed away, and the demons have been captured and conquered, he explained to our hero. But upon hearing this, our hero just couldn't believe it, realizing that it turns out he only had the dragon family on his side. The young man wondered how many dragons he had at his disposal, and the dragon replied that he was the only one at his disposal. And decades ago, there was a fire dragon king who lived in the eastern lands. But he was captured by the Eastern Empire, and since then, humans have continued to use him as a tool to utilize the dragon vein. Hearing this, our hero was madly shocked. But at that moment, the dragon didn't pay any attention to him at all because he saw the enemies that should have already approached them. It looked like the humans were really coming to destroy them. Our hero, upon hearing this sentence, was shocked by what the dragon said. Then, flying up, the dragon said that there were indeed too many humans, he couldn't handle all of them, and he needed help. The dragon thought to himself that he had outlived many humans by 100 years, and so he decided that he would have to use a deadly blizzard to defeat them. The girl who was sitting on the smaller dragon who asked everyone to get ready to activate 15% ice shields against this blizzard that attacked them, and everyone had to focus their magical power on maintaining the barrier. The dragon, without expecting it, saw that the humans had broken through his trap, and the guy who was at the head of them was watching the battle closely. He thought that now it was finally time to realize their grand plan. 3 months before the invasion of the Argyle Kingdom, a meeting was held, and the man sitting at the head announced that he was thankful that every head of the knightly order had also arrived. As everyone present knew, Argyle had become a great knightly power thanks to the magical power of dragon veins. However, he wanted to point out that it had been more than 10 years since the magical energy started to fade, and they needed to capture the dragon vein to save their kingdom. This time, Rial Jafford, the military chief of staff, wanted to be in charge of the attacks himself. He devised 27 strategies and thought of 150 possible scenarios. Hearing that the guy had come up with so many strategies that no one could believe it, Rial, not paying attention, began to continue to tell how, in the end, the 7th plan turned out to be perfect. Everyone asked the commander to reveal the details of this plan. The Argyle Kingdom's Knight Order consisted of 5 buildings. The leader of the first corps is Sigil Cador. The first corps is a unit of 50,000 knights who specialize in ethereal battles and ride dragoons, a type of dragon. The second corps is responsible for the internal security of the kingdom and often rides horses. Its leader was Aureus Zerk, and the third corps are sorcerers on dragoons, responsible for long-range attacks. The commander reported that every invasion was destroyed by the premature effects of the ice storm. Since a dragon can sense the approach of its army as well as the number of soldiers, everyone was naturally shocked by the information the dragon could determine, and even the quantity. After all, an ice dragon king could determine the distance and number of objects with incredible accuracy. The 5th corps was an elite squad of the kingdom's 10-man knights, led by Fred Kerbin. The 3rd corps was led by Ryan Ackergas, while the 4th corps used wyverns and attacked the enemy with fire magic from the air. Everyone wondered what they could do with this knowledge after recognizing it. The captain also thought that they could utilize his ability. The 1st corps would have 5,000 knights in the vanguard, and the knights of the 3rd corps would support them and provide an ice barrier to keep them out of the dragon's reach. They were able to determine the distance of his ice storm's strength by looking at old records. The ice dragon will wait before hitting as many opponents as possible with the ice storm. This dragon will use the storm once 90% of their forces have entered the affected area. The invasion is expected to happen in August, and 1 corps supports itself with magic tools while 3 and 5 use the strongest fire magic. Hence, they will be able to eliminate 85% of the ice storm with fire magic. To end the battle in 1 hit, the Ice King wastes all his energy. The reason for this is too much confidence. It will take some time to recover this level of energy. The 4th and 5th corps attack at the same time. If they can counteract the effects of the ice storm, they will almost win. According to the captain, they came up with this cunning plan because so many knights had died and now they knew everything the dangerous enemy was capable of. Hearing this, the dragon believed that they could defeat him if they used a lot of fire, so they had to move quickly to replenish their energy. The dragon told our hero that his attack had failed, calling him a demon lord. To activate the magic, he now needed to teach it self-defense. It had to be subdued by our hero. There are 16 characteristics. Fire, water, earth, and wind are their basics. Then come storm, forest, ice, and explosion. The dragon's attribute was ice, as the young man should have guessed by now. The dragon told our hero that the young man would be able to utilize the higher attributes by developing the basic attributes. The young man asked which attribute was his own. The dragon realized that our hero's quality was emptiness. One of the characteristics of a demon lord is the attribute of emptiness. This attribute is the ability to create magic cores of various monsters, among other things. But now the young man was limited to using the void barrier. The fire barrier in the fire attribute is unable to repel earth attacks. The attack of the same attribute is too strong for barriers of holy and cursed attributes. But any attribute can be repelled by the barrier of emptiness. This is a special quality that only a demon lord possesses. After all the explanations, the dragon turned to our hero and advised us to test the magic power as it is a life energy that obeys will. The young man could use it as he wished if he concentrated. Our hero then began to try to use his power by following the instructions the dragon had previously given him. Our hero then decided to use the barrier as the dragon had told him to, but despite his energy, the young man found that it didn't work, which made him very angry and frustrated. In an attempt to lift our hero's spirits, the dragon urged him to focus and think about magic as part of who he was. Our hero decided to use the barrier and focus once more after hearing his advice. In the next moment, some kind of energy surrounded him, and the dragon realized he had succeeded as he looked at the young man. He believed that now that he understood how it was done, he was beginning to understand the general idea of how the whole system functioned. The dragon shouted that he would have to face the enemy on his own because they had already attacked. The young man would have to deal with the others on his own. Then the tiny dragons approached the dragon and attacked him, and the dragon began to fight back. When the dragon realized that nothing was working, it had to attack its opponents with both its sharp claws and fire-breathing flames. Raising her sword high into the air, the girl sitting on one of the dragons decided to attack it with her bulky fangs, expecting to succeed in such a cunning way. Our hero decided to use a barrier, noticing that his defender was under attack. When the girl next tried to attack the dragon, she failed. Watching the battle, the captain realized that it was all in vain, and that everyone was just silently watching it, waiting for the development of this difficult situation. When the dragon saw the young man, he thought about the perfect barrier created by the demon lord. The captain was trying to understand what had happened when he noticed that the attack had been repelled and the girl who had previously sat on the dragon was in shock. The remaining soldiers then rushed to Master Liar and reported to him, stating that the void magic had been detected by the magic meters. The ice dragon had just been saved by the void barrier. Watching the events unfold, the commander tried to figure out what was even going on. According to one of the knights, there was a demon lord on top of the mountain in addition to the ice dragon. The knights explained that they had found a creature that they believed was a newborn demon lord. After all, it wasn't some imposter. The actual demon lord was present, the captain had been notified, and the captain was trying to determine the demon lord's purpose. And the commander realized that they needed to act more in accordance with Plan F due to unforeseen events. Every member of the staff had to start working on it immediately. According to this report, the demon lord, which was assumed to have been born solely because there was no dungeon, was to be the target of the 3 members of the 5th Order of Ground Troops. The troops were allowed to defeat the Ice Dragon King using special weapons. The captain leading his troops shouted, "They will definitely use this opportunity to defeat the newly born demon lord who was currently the weakest." Everyone had to continue after learning that the demon lord was their opponent. The dragons and the girl sitting on top of them regrouped the formation and told everyone to get closer to the young man. The troops were perfectly trained and clearly fulfilled each their role in this battle. Our hero realized that an attack was imminent and watched as the horde of dragons and humans began marching at them again. Our hero learned that the knights had made the decision to reorganize. Our hero made the decision to inquire about the demon lord's situation at this point, because they would surely feel bad next time. The dragon claimed to have realized that this was an obstacle for our hero, as the young man had literally saved his life, and he could only defend himself by storing energy. He then explained that they were accompanied by lower-ranked dragons. They attacked using the dragon curse energy. The young man wanted to know if the dragon could control 3 dragons and 20 airships at the same time. Naturally, the dragon didn't know about it. This time, these people were considerably stronger. If the demon lord could kill them himself, it would be much easier. When our hero heard this, he couldn't concentrate because he knew that they were still humans and that he had never killed anyone before. The dragon then realized that the young man wasn't ready for this yet. As a result, he stated that the young man would deal with the humans on the ground and he would deal with those in the sky. Hoshi was forced to agree with the dragon. However, our hero asked to wait for the dragon who was already flying away from him, realizing that he might not be able to deal with him. If our hero couldn't even defend himself, the same man couldn't understand. The dragon then hinted that the humans should attack since he would be dealing with them. After introducing himself as the Crystal King of the Ice Dragons, the dragon told them to memorize the name of the assassin. The girl who boarded the dragon and stepped forward told the humans that the dragon was very cocky. Only he would be killed here, she added. He was surrounded by Anjali Grayer, who was 7th in the 5th Order, Julia Alcoglius, who was 2nd, and the Knight Henry Moratorio, who was 5th. Therefore, before he died, they approached their opponent and introduced themselves. However, the dragon came to the conclusion that he could use the cluster of flames in his mouth to attack his opponents. He decided to attack them, realizing that he might have a chance. He then noticed that the girl was holding our dragon's sword as the dragons attacked. Angelica wondered if the Dragon King was afraid they would kill him at that very moment. Our dragon shouted that she didn't know that this sword had killed many dragons. Furthermore, according to the girl, it was a dragon-killing sword, also called the Sword of Chaos. She held it in her hand at that very moment, ready to strike the dragon and offer it death. They then formed a group and attacked the dragon right in front of them using Shinmei's triple storm magic. When the dragon saw this attack, it prepared to die. However, the next moment our hero was in front of him, using his barrier to keep the dragon safe. The girls realized that it wasn't over yet, when the others thought they had already won. Looking at the light that appeared right in front of them, they witnessed the demon lord completely blocking their attacks twice. Since it was a void barrier, it was only within its power because the demon lord was standing in front of them. Then, while talking to the girls on the dragons, our hero wanted to ask them some questions. They then cautiously decided to pay attention to him and inquired about our hero's desires. The young man was confused by their attack on the ice peak. No harm was done to them. At this point, the boys laughed, stating that the young man was saying something stupid. He wanted to hear Julia's answer when she asked if he was a demon lord. However, the young man asked the girl to answer the question with great seriousness. She reported that this dragon's life was better than the previous one. The Argyle Night Realm belonged to them. They were more skillful in using it than the irrational dragons. They could utilize the dragon vein more efficiently. In addition to what they stated, the young man who accompanied the girls, who were also knights, reported that demons were the source of all the evil in the world. They must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, our hero realized that the demon lord was a danger to them, and he was glad that they at least realized it. However, he wondered why the men thought they could take his place as a guardian of nature. Julia explained that the reason they were looking for the dragon vein was because of the men. It was originally known as hell on the surface. Since humans were the most perfect species on the planet, there was no reason why they couldn't catch the dragon vein. Since it was humanity before our hero, the dragon asked if the young man now understood what he was talking about. When our hero heard this, he thought he was a simpleton. The demon lord was neutral, but now that he knew everything, it became obvious to him. Julia offered our hero death at that very moment. The dragon was stunned to hear this because he could see the attack she was planning. The fact that the dragon vein energy could be used by humans stunned him. The girl attacked our heroes at that very moment, using the attribute of chaos, the dragon strike. Seeing this, the man used a barrier to protect his dragon from the attack. Sensing that it was a chaos attribute, the dragon advised our hero to be cautious. Even if it could be blocked, the miasma still exists. This attack is much more powerful than the previous one. Our hero felt it at that moment. Angelica shouted that they had used 3 poisonous dragon strikes and recommended that they kill the demon lord. According to the man who accompanied them, justice should be served and our hero should now become ashes. Our hero saw 2 more attacks from these heavens coming towards him in the next instant. The result was a completely unexpected attack on the young man by all 3. Our hero and the dragon were attacked in the next instant. The young man realized he was getting very sick after he missed the miasmas, but saw that the barrier had stopped the impact. He tried to determine what had happened to the Dragon King, who was bleeding as he witnessed him being attacked. When Julia saw this, she wondered what was left to do with this dragon and signaled to the knights. The knights then turned to face Master Liar and told their commander that the moment had come, stating that they had been dealt the final blow and were ready to strike. He turned to Lady Rihanna and asked if the Third Order had heard her. When our hero asked the dragon to stop, he proceeded to discuss the smoke of chaos miasma and warned the young man to be careful because their deadliest weapon was coming. The commander then gave the order for everyone to open fire. The attack was to be launched by the Red Lotus Fire Cannon, which combines fire and wind magic as well as the Red Lotus Fire Cannon. These 4 characteristics, Holy Attribute, Curse Attribute, Spiritual Attribute, and Void Attribute, were considered unique and based on natural talent. Healing and purification are controlled by the Holy Attribute. Poison and miasmas are controlled by the Curse Attribute. The Void Attribute is a unique quality of a Demon Lord, and the Spiritual Attribute affects combat strategies and emotional states. He can summon demons and dungeons. The attributes of life, chaos, time, and space are the most powerful, and the Law Attribute is the most powerful of all. Using their most powerful Chaos Attribute, 3 of the 5 orders launched an attack. But the Barrier of Emptiness repelled their attack. Since they needed to kill the Demon Lord here, the commander considered how annoying it was and decided it was too dangerous. The third order of his command was to prevent them from launching a counterattack. They had to use a series of Red Lotus Fire Cannon attacks to break the barrier. The commander asked him to continue using magic to attack his opponents. Our hero was currently trying to use his barrier to repel these very attacks. The young man was inspired by the dragon who had witnessed our hero's development before him, using what seemed to be a superior barrier. The young man was glad to have the dragon's support, but it wasn't that simple. The commander said that he thought the barrier was blocking the Red Lotus shot, so he ordered Rihanna to immediately attack and form a magic circle to increase the power. When 20 soldiers were in the circle at the same time, the power of the cannon increased. They attacked our heroes with all their power at that very moment, using the enhanced fire and wind magic and the fire and wind dragon cannon. When our hero saw this attack, he realized that there was no stopping it, and that even if he could, a new attack would immediately follow that he might not be able to stop. Since he was fully aware of this, the ice dragon informed the demon lord that the young man would not be able to resist this attack and would have to flee. However, our hero was attacked when it was too late. He tried to resist this attack, which came crashing down on him, screaming in pain. After the horrible explosion, there was silence for a moment while everyone tried to realize what was happening. After that, only fog was visible. Looking down from above, the commander also saw only fog and tried to determine what was there because he had to determine the extent of the enemy's damage. The commander was glad that they had killed the demon lord when they saw the shimmering black hole, but the demons were still there. As far as Lior could tell, the young man was still alive. After the recent gunshot, the commander recognized that the demon lord was inside the hole. Everyone realized upon hearing the commander's order that they needed to use their swords to kill him. The purpose of the order was to capture the Dragon King. If it proved difficult, he had to be eliminated. It was necessary to prepare for a counterattack because the Dragon King needed to recover his strength. The king cautiously watched the small dragons that were flying straight at him at this time, and told him that he would not die this way because he would take them with him. The commander didn't realize what had happened, and the knights informed him that the Dragon King's counterattack had begun. Everyone felt a tremendous energy. He took a defensive position and was able to take the hit. When the commander heard this, he knew it was not in their favor because the lizard was still trying to get up. Our hero will be defended by the Dragon King. The young man was trying to get out of the hole that was formed after the impact the next moment. His clothes were ripped off of him. He could barely stand it, the young man realized. He would have been dead by now and realized that he had very little strength left if he hadn't covered himself with another barrier after the barriers were broken. It then occurred to him that perhaps he could just hide in that hole and all would be well. Our hero had to attack because he realized that these were still dreams, and that the only thing left for him to do was kill people himself. He saw the Demon King being attacked through the hole and decided that since he had lost all his allies, he should help him. He was in a very difficult situation on his own, and the young man had no idea what to do. He was thinking when he noticed that his enemies were getting closer. Hoshi tried to determine their numbers by watching the knights who were attacking directly at him and counting the number of moves each of these men had planned. The young man realized that they were already dressed and ready to attack. At this moment, the knights sensed something. Watching the black bubbles of mist coming from the cave where the demon lord they had attacked earlier should have been, they noticed these things. Numerous knights pondered over the nature of the black bubbles, and one who wasn't sure suggested that they might be miasmas before realizing his mistake. Everyone had to be cautious because these were demons, not miasmas. They didn't know the exact number because they overlapped, but there had to be at least 100 of them. Did they really believe that the demon lord might have already learned a new spell in response to the unidentified attack? The first order informed the commander that he had an urgent message from the commander at this very moment. The commander told Corleora that the demon lord was not the only demon. Since the commander was completely unprepared for this, he asked that the equipment be ready and recognize him immediately. The commander realized his mistake. He needed to familiarize himself with the full list of demons. Speaking to Catalgil, he told him that they would need to exercise extreme caution, and that he would not test the demons until they knew what they were. Upon hearing the order, the knights reported that the commander-in-chief had given them the task of dealing with the demons. They had to deal with themselves. They needed to surround them, and since they had never encountered such demons before, it had to be something new. After cutting one of the demons apart, the captain realized it was so easy that he continued on. They were too weak to react. The demon disappeared in front of him and the knight was elated, believing that the commander had defeated the demon and that they would follow him. The knights, chanting the commander's name, declared that he was the hope of mankind and that they must demonstrate their strength. The commander ordered them to get everything in order before the attack could begin. He then gave them the order to act, but he sensed that something was wrong as he watched the demons they could easily cut down. At the time, our hero felt that this was his only option, so he used those orbs and needed to act very carefully and prudently. As he retreated further into the cave just before the order arrived, he thought that the current formation was a defensive position without pawns, which was only useful for defense. In other words, he needed to realize that the Dragon King was dying. How to strengthen the defense. He had never created dungeons or demons before unless they had more pawns, but he believed that they had made significant progress, and that the place he came from was perfect. The Dragon King assured him that the Demon Lord's powers would materialize if he concentrated. Our hero felt that his only option was to sit down and try. Suddenly, a core materialized in front of him. This, he assumed, was most likely the magic core he had been told about. The next moment he decided to attach it to the dragon vein, and the young man felt his energy surging. Then he noticed the user interface. The magic core should give a faint result. Our hero would see a map of the dungeon, the barrier level, and the recovered magic power. After studying the data, he decided not to use it. First, he decided to create monsters, because he needed to produce minions in large quantities, and only in this way will be able to contain numerous opponents. Our hero's initial combat experience, intelligence, physical characteristics, and appearance all sounded exactly like these settings. He assumed there were many of them based on his observations. He saw the special ability settings and thought, maybe there's something worthwhile here. Our hero wanted minions with a lot of combat experience, but with unlimited numbers and growth rate. Too strong minions are useless if they are produced in small quantities. They will share and accumulate a lot of experience if they are all gifted with the unique ability of compatible thinking. New minions will immediately absorb the experience of their predecessors and become stronger, even if they are only recently born. This collective intelligence is more advanced than human thinking. Knights tried to deal with his creatures at the time, claiming that these opponents moved slowly and died from a single blow. This is exactly what our hero created. The knights believed that victory would be theirs if they followed the commander's lead. Since these opponents were so weak that even their most inexperienced soldiers could handle them, someone shouted to leave them to the newcomers. The commander yelled at everyone, warning them that the maze would eventually fail to produce them if they didn't advance. Suddenly, as he was dealing with the new ones, something materialized in front of the knight who had attacked him. While the commander was trying to determine what it was, all these tiny demons started attacking the knights from all different directions. The knights were trying to figure out what was happening to these seemingly small orbs after they started to change. The knights directly in front of them were quickly dispersed by these orbs in the next instant. The knights were amazed that these orbs had gotten stronger in such a short time. They had dispersed almost all of them in the next instant. Reborn, the deputy head of the First Order, didn't know what was happening because his brave warriors had suffered a terrible defeat and cries for help could be heard. He then ordered everyone to go out and remove the people who were seriously injured. It was necessary to contact the commander-in-chief and find out the new plan of action. The commander was attacking his opponents again when she yelled at him to stop. They had to carry their dead bodies with them. As the deputy commander watched, he thought how great the commander was since he was able to destroy everyone. However, the commander realized that it wasn't that easy because these demons were undoubtedly getting stronger with each kill. They knew that they couldn't support Lord Julius yet after looking at the Ice Dragon King. They would then need to give the order to retreat. The captain then ordered everyone to prepare for the retreat. They were to take the lead and retreat as soon as the Lord gave the order. The captain asked the commander to project an image, realizing that the enemy was only getting stronger, and that he no longer understood anything. The next moment he saw an image of black orbs that were killing all that the soldiers had recently seen. Lord realized that this was a whole new species that was growing stronger with each passing death. The commander shouted to him that it was vital to allow their treatment because Lord realized that if this continued, they would be exterminated from the face of the planet. Lord realized how many lives had been lost as a result of his mistake. He then shouted that the First Order was to retreat and return to the airship. The Fifth Order would be to deal with the Demon King. According to the deputy, the order to retreat was given. It was time to return to the airship. The commander agreed and told them to leave as their lives were more important than anything else. Hilaire is in charge of the retreat. The commander at this time was fighting and trying to let his soldiers escape. Aller wished his commander luck and told him that the seriously wounded were given priority. Their airship was almost there, so they shouldn't go crazy. He heard a strange sound at that very moment. The demons were attacking as the soldiers were retreating. Hilaire believed that these demons had a firm grip on them. While the commander was busy fighting, he had to restrain the demons. The knights ordered them to retreat to the airship. He was trying to fight those demons the next moment when he heard a terrible noise. He turned around and saw our hero with a sword in his hand. The airship that had just been behind the deputy's back was destroyed as he climbed out of the cave and flew high. He then glanced down at his opponents. Everyone knew that the airship had been blown up after witnessing the massive explosion. But our hero noticed that another airship was approaching them right at that very moment. The knight was also looking in the same direction. The airship that was flying towards the wounded knights at that time was struck by our hero's abyss sword that he was holding. Our hero stopped when Aller shouted for him to stop. However, ignoring the shouts, the young man continued to smash the airship, leaving behind only splinters. Aller realized that the young man could have done this in one blow. Hilaire was furious that the wounded soldiers were not allowed to leave. While in the air, our hero believed that there wasn't much left. At that moment, he had his sword in his hand, and when he noticed the airships rushing straight at him, he reasoned that they wouldn't just fly away from here. The airships were ready to take off. Our hero applied the barrier at that very moment. Alair saw that the snow had stopped and something seemed to cover the sky. It was probably the Demon Lord's magic. Then the knights approached him and said that the Demon Lord had blocked the entire sky, making it impossible for them to continue flying the airship. Naturally, Alair was determined to defeat the Demon Lord, so he ordered the knights to land. Alair asked his team if they were willing to accompany him, but he warned that it could only be a one-way ticket. Everyone was ready to attack the Demon Lord and agreed with their commander. The others had to fight his predecessors and deal with the main enemy, because Alair was sure that the 5 of them would not destroy him. The young man thought that Hoshi's invention and the creation of the Abyss Demons was a masterpiece in the blink of an eye. Watching the white slopes of the sacred mountain turn blood red, parameters were distributed based on growth rate and the experience and knowledge everyone had accumulated through groupthink. The material known as dark matter could be used to make anything. The young man thought he was ecstatic at his brilliant retaliation after the hero was cornered. He had wanted to avoid the carnage, but now he was determined to live. As a result, the young man screamed and raised his sword above his head, thinking that these soldiers would not abandon him. A moment later, there was an explosion. The knight behind him reported to Lord Lyre that one order would die if they did not take this action. Their airship was watching the First Order battle, where our hero was engaged at that very moment. Naturally, Lior was aware of all of this. No doubt the dragon flamethrower cannon could destroy the barrier, but if they weren't careful, the knights of the First Order inside would be exterminated. Lior pondered, why couldn't the ice dragon just give up once and for all? While looking at the huge dragon, one demon lord that appeared in 200 years, the Dragon King would deliberately turn life energy into magic power and repeatedly release snowstorms. Lior didn't believe that the First Order could lose so badly. He believed that the real battle would begin when the strongest royal guards, the pride of their people, were sent out to win. The 3 knights of the royal guard would cooperate if the Dragon King was magically restricted to the 3 orders, making it easier to defeat the Demon King alone. Thinking back to everything that had happened recently, Lior thought that the Demon Lord's sudden appearance had put them on edge. However, he was sure that this was not the end, and that they would kill him before he could realize his full potential. Addressing Julia-sama directly, Lior announced that all members of the 5th Order should move into the Demon Lord's hollow dome. The young demons in their cave had produced a new kind of demon, and dozens of them were roaming the area. Julia replied that they would resolve the matter later. The dragon seemed to anticipate a fierce battle as he watched the ships sail away from him, assuming they were headed for the Lord. The 3rd Order, fulfilling Lord Riene's orders, was to continue to repel the Dragon King's attacks. Everyone knew that the Dragon King would continue to attack until his life force was depleted. One of the orders, Lord Sigil, was also to attack the Demon Lord inside the barrier. Lior came to the conclusion that the Demon Lord had nothing left but a pitiful barrier and a few minions, so he had no way out. Inside the barrier were the 2 elite orders, while 3 knights and the 5th Order's royal guards were visible outside. The elites were being torn apart by a new type of demon. Now that the 3rd Order had stopped the Dragon King, the Demon Lord must be dealt with as it was his turn. Everyone attacked the demons that our hero had summoned at this very moment. They engaged the knights, and when the lair got close, believing the Demon Lord was in the upper airspace of the ship, they used magic to shoot him down. Our hero heard an explosion as Julia, riding a dragon, used chaos magic and a poisonous dragon strike to attack the enemies directly in front of him. He turned around, assuming they were the opponents he had expected. The barrier our hero had erected was aimed to explode, but when Julia looked at it later, she saw that it hadn't been destroyed. Instead, another one had appeared behind it. They had to attack it until they broke it, even though it appeared to be double. Julia began to attack the barrier our hero had built, once more, using chaos strikes intending to break through that defense. When it split the next time, they saw that this barrier was more difficult than they originally thought because another barrier had appeared behind it. However, they later discovered that this wasn't entirely true, as it seemed that the burning end of the old barrier was being used to create a new one. Looking at our hero, Julia hoped that the hideous demon lord would destroy the barrier. As if reading her mind, the young man looked at her and believed that the other barrier was to hold them because it would not allow them to interfere with his fight. Our hero then suggested that they stay behind the barrier and see the performance he had planned for his hated opponents. Julia thought the demon lord was a horrible person, and our hero immediately attacked her, screaming loudly and putting all his strength into his hands. Our hero was breaking down the airships inside that barrier when the commander asked to shoot at the demon lord from their current location. He was working on the outer barrier, and since the demon lord was weak in close combat, they had a chance if they could take him down. When our hero noticed the army approaching from below, he wondered what should be done. At that moment, the demon he had just created materialized in front of him and spoke to him, ordering them to attack the man who looked like the captain from all sides at once and try to take him alive. As the knight commanded his squad the next moment, the demon lord attacked him using the same demonic orbs that had previously attacked every other knight. After the young man was wounded, his knights saved him just as he was about to flee, covering the commanders from all sides. This made the young man very happy, and he naturally considered himself indebted to them. The knights rushed to protect their deputy and tried to repel the onslaught of demons that were attacking him. They offered him medicine and urged the deputy to attend to his wounds as soon as possible. Our hero noticed that the young man seemed to cheer up after taking the medicine. Hoshi noticed that the wound his demons had inflicted on his leg had healed. The young man was stunned by this and couldn't understand how he suddenly became attentive and collected. He saw the commander approaching at that very moment and urged his valiant knights to follow him. He said that the demon lord was not to go any further. Naturally, our hero thought that they would have potions and such, but after all, this was a completely different world. However, he shouldn't have been shocked by this because he was a demon lord. The demon lord was suddenly attacked by a knight, and the young man realized that neither he nor his demon would be able to hold him back. He was too strong even for the fourth spawn of the abyss. Our hero wanted all his demons to destroy all the knights, and suggested that they also absorb more of their experience after the guy started shouting that everyone should destroy the demon lord. When the knights started using their weapons, one with flash, one with lightning, and one with stone bullets and ice rain, our hero began to believe that his knights possessed powerful magic. At that moment, his demons attacked again, but the lunge of the knights was too strong to stop them. The demon lord was then shouted to prepare, and the knight used a lightning charge trying to deal critical damage to the enemy. It was a complex magic that combined the powers of explosion and flame, and he could use it as a trump card to attack his opponent. When our hero noticed that the young man's attack was heading in his direction, he prepared himself for what lay ahead. The knight then ordered the demon lord to die, but the young man thought it was pointless. The abyss spawn had already been completed, and the magic had been prepared. Looking at our hero, the young man thought that it was simply impossible. It was time to put an end to it because the demon lord had enough magical energy. He then used the demons he had created to attack his opponents again. The knight saw this and realized that there were a lot of demons, and our hero thought that these people just underestimated the demon lord. Looking at our hero, the lair recognized the lord who was missing with his sword, the lord who can't be touched by magic, and the demon lord who has the ability to kill them all. The knights rushed to protect their deputy when our hero shouted at them to focus on the enemy commander. They refused to stop him, realizing there were too many demons before they saw them. The demons then tore apart his comrades as well, and the commander was horrified by this and wanted to attack, crying. But it was too late because the young man's vital organs were pierced by the demons, making it impossible for him to survive. Next time, he decided to use a lightning charge. The young man's ability to cast spells even as he was dying shocked our hero, who felt his attack and thought about how unstoppable this man was. He witnessed an avalanche sweeping down the mountain at that very moment, and an attack that went straight up the mountain. Our hero, however, made an attempt to thwart it. He pondered whether the sudden explosion of the snowy mountain was a Friedic blast or the result of his magic directed at it. It was unlikely, however, because his magic had most likely instantly vaporized the mountain's groundwater, causing a pressure that tore the mountain apart. The young man realized that while the continuous barrier was vulnerable to physical attacks from the inside, it could also be destroyed from the outside, which the laird did when he launched his final attack. Looking at our hero through the shattered barrier, Julia felt like she finally had a chance. Although the battle had been brutal, all the knights had seen how many losses the First Order had suffered at that moment, and they all wanted to prevent that from happening. They had to use their own hands to defeat this man. They were telling the demon lord that they had finally reached that point. Looking at our hero with tears in his eyes, one of the Order members said that he had killed his men like pigs, and that he didn't understand how he could do that, and for that he would surely pay for it. Everyone was ready to confront our hero, especially because of the death of their comrades. At this moment, they all looked at the knight sitting next to his dead comrades. The knight reflected that his time was running out and turned to the demon lord with his words. As he was surrounded on all sides, our hero realized that this was not a good thing. The Dragon King was no longer a threat, and he couldn't fight these men. He realized as he looked at his partner. They were far stronger than he was up close. Even the creatures of the abyss couldn't match them. Then all he had to do was keep running. And our hero used teleportation at that very moment. Everyone was stunned when he used instant teleportation, and the young man believed that if he fought skillfully, he would surely win. He needed more time to refine it, so he used the barrier again at this very moment. He realized that he still wasn't finished, and the next thing he thought about was how he needed to leave. That was all he could think about. He then realized that he was being attacked from below, and while the barriers were collapsing, someone jumped right on top of our hero and declared that he wouldn't survive. The fact that his opponent could bring down the barrier with a single blow surprised our hero. However, our hero wanted to use teleportation at that very moment, noticing his opponent from behind. He then realized that something was wrong, and wondered how his opponent could have such confidence. Sigil was shocked that the Demon Lord didn't want to teleport, noticing that our hero stayed where he was. However, he stated that it was the right decision because he would fail. Since his sword was endowed with the attribute of space and time, he would cut it during the transference, he informed, and then start attacking our hero. After thinking a bit and avoiding his strikes with extreme caution, our hero decided that the space and time attribute was right in front of him. After examining the sword and trying to determine its type, our hero found that his teleportation was completely unrelated to the attribute. In the next instant, the young man struck again, warning him of the Demon Lord's impending demise. At this point, our hero used transference to enter the labyrinth. Sigil was shocked to discover that our hero's displacement was not spatio-temporal as he had assumed, and it was at that moment that the demons attacked him. As the young man continued to run away from him, Sigil naturally thought he was weak. Although our hero knew it was unfair, he was powerless to stop it. He wondered if he had the time to watch this opponent at that very moment. The dragon's triple strike occurred when our hero diverted his attention. When the man shouted that the Demon Lord would not run away, his friends told the young man to die and wished him well. Our hero was able to rally and use the barrier at that very moment, realizing what was attacking him. However, subsequent attacks were aimed at him as a dragon blazed at him. The storm wind was next, and Julia ordered them to keep going and use all the resources at their disposal to attack the Demon Lord. Everyone needed to focus and pay attention to the signs. It was time to eliminate their opponents. The dragon was now watching our hero closely. When he examined the Lord, he realized that he was weak and that his time had finally come. Julia then believed that even the Dragon King was exhausted when he noticed that the dragon had fallen. However, our hero believed that the guys were too reckless at that moment when she was busy, and he wanted to make them regret it. He then raised his sword and attacked his opponents with the Sword of the Abyss, making it clear that it was now his turn to show his strength and fury. Our hero's attack was so powerful that he was able to use his sword to bomb nearby ships. He destroyed all the airships, causing them to explode. The boys couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was the 19th ship. They were now witnessing the deaths of their comrades. When Julia noticed that the knights were still falling off the ship, she asked Henry and Julius to help her rescue the men. She was able to grab one of the boys as she flew up to him. Naturally, she grabbed the knight, but he was having trouble with his arm, but either way the guy was grateful for the help in this situation. The girl sent the dragons there when she realized she couldn't catch them all in time because all the other knights were still falling. In an attempt to catch the knights that were falling from the sky, the dragons and other men went to help the others. Ratsuri landed on the dragons, clinging to their bodies and tails to keep them from falling to the ground and ice. Using the wind veil, one of the girls tried to grab every other knight the dragons couldn't grab. Her partners helped her. The knights caught using the wind veil were in the air, trying to realize their situation because they were too scared. They were all terrified as they were suspended, and then they were carefully lowered to the ground in one piece because otherwise they would have just crashed. They were extremely grateful to Mr. Julius, as they realized that he was the one who had saved them. However, our hero swept past the knights just as they were beginning to believe they were saved, and it was all over. When Julia saw this, she realized that the attack was so fast that she was unable to detect the Demon King. However, our hero reported that it was very late, so he launched an attack using the Crystal Palace, the Demon Lord's castle. The main instruments of the ship suddenly went crazy, and everyone was trying to understand, because such a situation could indicate some kind of incredible overload. Taylor was told that the ambient temperature was dropping rapidly, thanks to the magical observation device that only registered abnormal fluctuations in magical power. According to the knights, it looked like extensive magic was being used near the top of the mountain. Lior wondered what exactly was going on. Then it came to his attention that even the 19th ship had taken damage. Everyone had to be ordered to retreat because the damage was too great, and those who could had to act quickly to help the Third Order. Lord Sigil couldn't fly away, so it was also important to bring him back because they needed as many survivors as possible. The Fifth Order furthermore had received orders and needed to be recalled as quickly as possible. Lior ordered the survivors of the First Order to leave as quickly as possible. All units were ordered to remain vigilant, watch the Demon Lord's movements, and retreat as fast as they could. The temperature continued to drop after the knights realized it was too cold. They had to use more heat magic to keep warm because they couldn't run. Since warmth was now the top priority, it was also important to turn off the lights and increase heat production. The knights tried to hold back the commander, who couldn't accept it, saying that they had been ordered to retreat. However, there was no way the commander could regain consciousness. His only goal was to track down the Demon Lord. He was about to rush into battle with tears in his eyes, but the knights tried to stop him, saying that they had orders. He was unable to show his full strength or use his dragon, and even his deputy was defeated in battle. According to the knight holding him, the commander must have been so upset that he was thinking of suicide. The commander realized at that moment that it was all for nothing. Julia, who had ridden the dragon, was thinking about the cold air, as the girl would die if she didn't have heat and magic. At that moment, her friend turned to the deputy and told them that they needed to hurry. Knowing this, the girl turned to Ange and asked if she could go, telling Henry. Although the knights they had rescued might not be able to make it, the girl assured them that she would be fine. As one of the airships flew by, Lior shouted that they didn't have to use the magic core to its full potential and continue retreating. The knights told Master Lior that not everyone had arrived yet. According to him, it was an unforeseen situation. At the very least, they had to bring information. He turned to one of the knights who was carrying a magic tool and asked if they had confirmed the Demon Lord's appearance. The counter confirmed what he had reported. Our hero at this very moment was staring intently at his opponents. Lior was furious with the young man who was in the air right in front of him when he looked at him. The young man thought that they were finally retreating as he took care of the departing airships. At this time, he was standing next to his dragon. Behind him lay the same one, wounded. When the young man asked about his well-being, the dragon said that it wasn't quite the same. Realizing that he had no magic, the young man asked if the dragon had spent its life energy, stating that if it had, it might die. The young man then asked if the dragon could handle it with a dragon vein after the dragon told our hero that he wouldn't die instantly. According to the dragon, he was mortally wounded and therefore could not complete the task. When our hero expressed his regret, the dragon, trying to look at the young man, said that it was his weakness and carelessness, not his fault. The dragon then said that he would be resurrected and our hero would have to take his remains and use them for good. That was all our hero had to do, so he agreed. Then the dragon began to fall into the abyss. Our hero thought that there shouldn't have been any problems. As he fell into the abyss, dragging the knights and the wounded behind him, the dragon thought, "This time the stars have come together for the Demon Lord, and the spirits of the dragons can return to the star state, and our hero had to stay in power." The young man then descended behind him and began to remove the Dragon King's body with his magic. He claimed that he would fulfill his wishes. It can be created and destroyed from the dark matter that makes up the abyss. Thus, using the Demon King's body, our hero analyzed and evaluated his chances of success. However, the young man quickly discovered that this was not the case, so he used a dungeon transfer. Our hero was in his palace in the next instant, and everything was almost exactly as he had dreamed. It looked like everything would function underground. He sat down in his chair and placed the magic core in front of him at this very moment. The young man wondered what happened to the rest of the Crystal Palace while the magic core was deeper underground. The Demon Lord's Crystal Palace rises above the top of the mountain, and the underground dungeon covers the entire mountain. At the base are the entrance and the dungeon. The recovery of the invading hordes is undoubtedly with this method. After calculating that this palace was already quite good, our hero concluded that he would only improve. Our hero believed that his enemies had finally fled as he looked out of the window of his castle. Of course, it was difficult, the infantry had no problems, but their commanders were terrible splinters. Our hero had recently reflected on the faces of those he had fought. Either way, the young man hoped they wouldn't be back anytime soon. After the ships retreated, everyone at the gathering told Lior that retribution was needed. Only 20 ships and the flagship had managed to escape. Lior argued that acting on sentience was impossible. The Demon Lord's secret skill was to alter the landscape and create mazes. However, Lior had never heard of it. Whether he was thinking to himself or he was just incredibly lucky, he considered all the possibilities from the beginning. Our hero's use of mysterious demons with unidentified abilities was the reason for the defeat of the knights and the army, as the Lord himself didn't have great combat skills. Lior believed that they would be able to determine what to do about it later if they had at least one sample. Lior then instructed the heads of the orders to contact the knights so he could hear their thoughts. Strategic conference space. The commanders of the Fifth Order approached him. Everyone was asking what was going on with the 20th ship at this moment, and Commanders Sigil and Ryana also appeared. According to Lord Sigil, they heard that it was urgent, so they apologized for their appearance. Lior apologized for gathering them so quickly and said that it was fine. When Ryana saw Sigil sitting in his armor, not even having had time to clean it, she realized that all that blood belonged to First Order soldiers. Naturally, Lior stated that they couldn't have foreseen this. When I approached Ryana, he asked me to first describe the Demon Lord from a magical and technical point of view because they needed information about everyone who fought him. The young man fought mediocrely at first, but his abilities improved greatly in the middle of the battle. He had great magical power, and the magic was blocked by special barriers. In addition, according to the lair, the Demon Lord was immune to magical harm. Perhaps the Demon Lord can dispel magic, Lior thought. He then asked about the demons, telling Sigil's son that as far as he knew, he was the only one who had engaged in direct combat with them. Sigil had originally claimed that the demons were extremely weak and could be killed one at a time. However, these demons began to change after killing a dozen of them. They began to grow spikes that were as sharp as spears and as hardened as steel. Did he then consider the possibility that the young man could create terrifying monsters and even stop Lady Ryana's magic? He has the appearance of a legendary demon lord from long ago. Everyone asked him not to joke like that when referring to Mr. Lior because they assumed that Lior was referring to the late lord from the fairy tales. But suddenly someone mentioned something else. Right before the fight, the man said he wanted to ask them a question. No one knew if he was a genius demon lord or not, so it might have been part of his cunning information gathering. However, the young man unmistakably stated that there was no need to attack him and that he would not harm them. This was the only thing our hero reported. It was hard to accept that this was a demon lord who had been freed from the bonds of the seal, and everyone who heard Julius' words said that he was right. Lior reasoned that if that was the case, the Demon Lord would have struck without warning because he harbored a grudge, saying that everything was going to go according to plan. He told them that they would need to rethink their plans and prepare to defeat the Demon Lord. If the enemy turned out to be the Demon Lord, they would need to develop countermeasures against his demons. Every commander of the order was ready to listen to Lior carefully. Lior intended to avenge the Demon Lord for the defeat that killed over 4,000 soldiers and make the next encounter with the enemy the last in the life of the Demon Lord. 3 months later, the Demon Lord was to meet for the last time. Everyone thought that they didn't like those pesky crystals as they looked at the brilliance, and everything in the ice palace was shining. This palace was crossed by these people. This type will suffer and make a map, said one, turning to face the other. After all, the royal family is offering a staggering amount of money in this case that none of them could earn in their entire lives. The army is on the run from the Demon Lord, which is why this is all being done. According to one of the people, they have a chance to make a lot of money because of this Demon Lord and because they have measured the cave. Currently, they were exploring his attentive palace. One of them asked if it was unusual for them to be in the fog since the demons never appeared. Since they had less of a problem with it, they also thought it was a good thing in the long run. They had heard that demons could easily defeat knights, so they didn't want to fight them, especially in an area with such poor lighting. They believed that the passage would branch off again when they passed through the castle at this very moment. Also, you could easily get lost if you weren't careful. They believed that the Demon Lord who did this was extremely clever based on his observations of the castle. Astral, also known as the Starry Sky, is a Demon Lord. One of the people then stated that he thought it was an exaggeration. He felt that he should have been extremely cautious and that it was not a serious problem. Our hero was currently keeping a close eye on the arrivals at his palace. The fact that our hero's name given by someone in this world had the same meaning as the name his mother had given him was overwhelming to him after hearing the claim that Demon Lord of the Astral meant Starry Sky. The main industry in the fortress city of Lindel is the extraction of medicinal herbs. When our hero was named after the Astral Demon Lord, he decided to give up the name Miyako Hoshi and take the name Hoshi Astral. He never thought he would be given such a name. He had to give it right. Then, when he looked at it carefully, he suddenly noticed that there was a magic core here. They use the magic core to create a zone where attributes are ineffective to protect the city. Looking at this, our hero believed that he could easily destroy this core with his control ability. He could clearly hear the conversations in the maze because of the magical connection he had with his magic core. At this point, people expressed their doubts about the existence of such a demon lord since it was documented in a document 2 centuries ago. Hearing this, our hero decided to check out the bookstore he had just passed by because he finally found it. The girl who was putting away the books greeted him when he peeked into the store. She was a bit stunned by our hero's appearance and silently stared after him as the young man passed by. Although she didn't believe it was a thief, she thought it was strange that our hero looked so suspicious. The young man picked up the book and read it, discussing the binding technique. He thought the ink was of the finest quality, and the book was so flawless that it looked as if it had come out of a print shop. He thought the book was simply amazing when he looked at it. He had a hard time figuring out how he knew the local language when he first started reading the book. Anyway, all he needed was a world map, a history book, a logic technology book, and books about the state of affairs in this and neighboring countries. Our hero left the store after buying the books. He was asked to go back to them after they said goodbye to him. Our hero thought he had bought too many books and tried to carry a parcel containing them all. On his first visit to Lindell, he spent a great deal of money in addition to gathering information. The main industry in Lindell, an affluent and peaceful neighborhood, is the cultivation of medicinal herbs. There is a very simple explanation as to why there is such a peaceful place where demons roam the land. It's because there are areas where the attributes of the magic core are ineffective. When our hero was walking through the city, he thought he was in the right place. Several crows approached him and perched on his arm at that very moment, while the crows were staring intently at him. Our hero, thinking he had matured considerably, saw one of them and asked if there was any chance of attacking the city. He continued by saying that the crows would need to fly around for a while to gather information. He said, "This bird is an unusual color, so please try not to stand out," addressing the abyss. He gave the order and the birds took off. Seeing this, our hero believed that all was well. According to him, it was now necessary to spring into action. He watched the city and its unrest at this very moment. Markreef is the capital. One of the men sitting at the table announced that he was going into battle. The king said that the demon lord would be chopped to pieces with his sword. They had lost about 5,000 knights in the battle against him, so everyone was trying to stop him. Then they told the king that the demon king's castle was also very cold, and that even warming charms couldn't make it warmer. The only way to get there is through a huge labyrinth that leads from the lower peak. In order to map the huge maze, they sent surveyors. The angry king then declared that he would go there and take it all himself. The people said that was impossible. The only person they could not replace was the king. The king thought that his counselor didn't think he was capable of handling the situation. However, he stated that he did not have the courage to do so. He simply could not allow his monarch to enter such a dangerous area. He was no equal to a demon lord even if he was a king. When the king heard this, he turned to Michael Brandon, the Minister of the Interior, and asked him if he had any doubts about his skills. The counselor stated that he had no doubts about it after seeing the king's face and looking at him. He then asked the king to wait until the map of the labyrinth was finished. The man thought it was okay too, and put the book back down. It was late at night, so he reached up and took off his glasses, thinking about how fast time was flying. The maid approached the young man and asked if he was ready for bed. He said he would do so a little later when he put his glasses back on. Since then, the maid has also been worrying about him. He has only been living like this. The man stated that he has been under house arrest for 6 months now after losing his position as chief of staff, and he doesn't need the routine. The maid also asked me to stop blaming myself. In court, Mrs. St. Julius would declare him innocent. After all, the demon lord's barriers were flawless. The girl had also screamed when they were in court, and it wasn't Lior's fault. However, the young man said that he would probably be held accountable by the public, especially the families of the victims. This was an opportunity that would be seized by the poor nobles who were not so powerful now. The maid insisted not to worry about the nobles, stating that no one could have predicted the appearance of the demon lord. After talking to Mr. Passarlier, the girl felt that he needed to take care of himself. The man also stated that the demon astral lord was quite unusual. The dungeon he inadvertently created was not mentioned in any of the books. First of all, the girl said that it was strange that there were 2 demon lords at the same time. The guy confirmed that one demon lord wouldn't destroy the world, but he had a negative impression of this young man. The maid turned to Mr. Liar and assured the master that everything would be fine. According to Mr. Lior, she was right, considering the power of their nation. He saw no reason for them to fear this demon lord. Suddenly, after a short period of silence, he thought about the fact that the castle's dining room was not open at this time. After listening to his request, the maid assured him that she could cook him a meal. The man then said it wasn't worth it because he would probably have to go to bed. He had terrible nightmares and went to his bed. He saw in them a bloody sword and a cold, snow-covered mountain and our hero, who grinned and laughed horribly. It made the lad happy. Killing corpses dotted the area, and the faces of those who looked at the man from his dream were horrifying and reminders of the terrible defeat. The next instant, the area where the bodies had been until recently was engulfed in flames. In his dream, the victims of this terrible conflict joined him, and as he looked at them, he recognized the same Aller whom our hero had killed. Aller turned to face the commander-in-chief and declared that Lior was the one who had destroyed him, and his voice was monotonous and terrifying. When he awoke from this horrible nightmare, the man was wet with sweat and screaming. Hearing this scream, a maid rushed into the room, trying to ascertain Lior's condition. The young man was sweating profusely, sitting up in his bed, trying to figure out what had happened to him. Our hero was sitting on a bench at this time, thinking that reading in the dim light was tiring his eyes. In his opinion, it would be better to destroy this nation. As our hero exhaled deeply after finishing reading Argyle's story, he thought about how exhausted he was. He was fine physically, but he was exhausted mentally from reading books on philosophy, history, mythology, and everything else he had struggled with in his previous life. Another depressing thing is that this country is full of disgusting things. Our hero thought the world deserved to be destroyed because it was full of disgusting things. He sat there at this time, watching the children playing. Then, believing it to be the land of dragons, knights, and doctors, he decided to pick up one of the books. The dragon is responsible for the constant military might of the Argyle Knight Kingdom, and it has long served as a symbol. Because their sacred mountain is so close, many valuable wild plants grow near the rivers that flow through the mountain. Advances in pharmacology allowed surgical procedures and led to the discovery of anesthetic drugs. Microbes cannot grow in cold climates. Because city planning emphasized cleanliness, the population also had an exceptionally high life expectancy. 800 years after the founding of the country, the knights defeated the dragon, which was an external enemy. This strong country is already ruled by the 28th generation of the royal family. At first, the battles were fierce and only soldiers were involved. However, 200 years after the founding of the kingdom, a turning point occurred. A demon lord appeared in the area and created monsters known as dragoons. Due to their incredible strength, the dragoons caused massive damage to the entire country. Dragoons are a type of demon that are initially strengthened but are unable to grow. Naturally, the surrounding countries were constantly trying to capture them. They would attack in groups and no one could stop them. Using a weapon made for humans to cut through the dragon's scales was a difficult task. The kingdom slowly dwindled, losing battle after battle, until a hero emerged. Despite his lack of decent military service, this man, later called the hero, was a very kind soldier. He used herbs to heal a wounded dragoon who was fighting with his comrades. This dragoon later gave the man access to his heart. Together they proved their bravery, pioneered and learned new fighting techniques. The man made the defeated dragoon his companion without killing him. So, the hero who decided to befriend the dragoon called himself Aknafe. The demon lord who created the dragoons was defeated by him and his allies. After reading all this, our hero found it completely absurd. Demons will never follow a human because the magic of the trappings of illusion is brainwashing. They fear that they have defied the demon lord, their creator's supreme essence. Fortunately, our protagonist has a mental link to his abyss. It shouldn't have worked even if one of his minions was under mind control, because he was just one of many. The hero applied the brainwashing. He was among those who used brainwashing to disrupt the life energy system. Therefore, they obtained the wyverns in the same way our hero believed. He knew very little about them because they are hard to study because they fly in the sky. The kingdom of Argyle Knights possessed the 5 dragon killing swords, the most powerful weapon they used to kill most kinds of dragons. Our hero was even shocked to learn that humans had brainwashed real dragons. The Dragon Slayer Kingdom of Argyle was a heretical state that opposed nature itself. Among the dragons were not only low-level dragons, but even dragon kings. This enraged our hero. A strange sound caught his attention at that very moment, and he noticed a boy running right behind the bird. The child turned to Ark and begged the bird not to fly there. The bird hit our hero at that very moment. Ark didn't want to hurt our hero, so the young man apologized fervently. He mentioned his bird that our hero was holding at the time. When our hero heard the name, he inquired if the young man intended for the ruler to keep the bird. According to the boy, he had. He apologized because the bird was a familiar and close friend. When our hero heard of the familiar, he recognized it as a pet demon. After giving it to the infant, our hero stated that it was fine and that it was not so weak that it could not take a hit from the bird. This is not a method of brainwashing demons. Rather, it is a method of manipulating their magical core to create your own personal demon. A demon gets along with humans, our hero thought at the time, but in his previous world, some people kept carnivorous crocodiles. He looked at the young man and thought that the boy had stated that demons were friends, not pets. Our hero thought that perhaps he should change his attitude after seeing this adorable child. The next time he asked the young man what his name was, the boy introduced himself as Luke and pointed to a bird, stating that it was Ark, the ice bird. Our hero made the decision to find out Luke's last name. He was from a wealthy family, judging by his clothing. The kid was a little embarrassed to hear this, and our hero realized he had gone too far. He was just curious, so he stated that he couldn't tell the young man if he didn't want to answer. The young man bowed to our hero after Luke apologized and asked if he could call him by his first name or if the boy preferred to be called Luke-sama. The boy was extremely embarrassed to hear this address and would prefer to be addressed by first name only. Our hero asked if the child had any friends and if he often played in this park. The boy said that Ark was his best friend at this point, once again pointing to his bird. Our hero then asked about how long they had known the bird. Our hero thought it had been a long time since the young man informed him that they had been friends for 4 years. The boy did not introduce himself to our hero, so the next time he asked, "What's his name?" When our hero heard this, he said his name was simply Hoshi. The child then began to show interest in his work. Not knowing how to answer, our hero said that the young man was just reading before he put the books in his bag and stated that he made a lot of money because he could buy books. When our hero looked at this child, he thought that was great for a 9-year-old boy. Then our hero asked them to find out how to make money in this world using their mental connection to the abyss. Then our hero pulled something out of his pocket. The marbles in his hand were visible to Luke. According to our hero, he was selling the orbs to earn money because he didn't have a steady job. The young man who was observing the orbs in our hero's hand said that they were really cool because the young man was holding magical pearls, but he had never seen pearls that size before. Our hero was stunned. According to what the young man reported, you can live for 10 years if you sell the pearls. The young man added that these pearls are used on the tip of a witch's staff or wand and are created by crushing a magic stone. At that moment, our hero believed that it was a mysterious substance created by the magic of the void and not a magical pearl. According to our hero, it eliminated the need to worry about money. Our hero told the young man that it was a secret because it was his personal growth, but he still wondered where he learned how to make such huge magical pearls. He then wondered what Luke was more interested in, magic or magical pearls. The young man informed him that he couldn't use magic, which made him a little upset. Observing him, our hero informed him that he certainly lacked a lot of magic. Luke was shocked to learn that the young man could estimate the level of magic. According to our hero, in order to create magic pearls, he had to be able to calculate the amount of magic power. Then, pointing to the pearls, our hero stated that the man would not tell anyone about it and that he would give him what he had as collateral. Embarrassed, the young man informed him that he could not accept such expensive items, stating that it was impossible. The young man said he could no longer refuse after our hero showed him a magic stone that was cheaper than a magic pearl. Our hero then offered to make a deal to silence the boy. Luke agreed with our hero, said goodbye to him and ran towards home. The young man who ran to his mansion lay on his bed and looked at the stones our hero had given him. His favorite bird was by his side at this very moment. As they did not appreciate the situation, a woman entered and turned to Mr. Lucius to tell him it was time for food. The boy got out of bed and told Ark that he would be right there. He looked at his birds and assured Ark that it was just a normal dinner. Luke assured Ark that everything would be fine and that he would be back as soon as he could. The child then left his bird alone and walked away. The girl turned to Mr. Lucius and told him that his father and sister were present today, escorting the boy down the hall to the dining room. They had to hurry and ask him to follow her because they were already in the dining room. As he followed the woman who claimed to have brought Mr. Lucius, the boy passed his sister's portrait in the hallway without comment. The young man turned to Luke as the door opened in front of him. The young man apologized for being late when he saw his powerful father. He shouldn't have kept them waiting, his sister said as she turned to face him. At this point they were already seated at their table. Throwing a brief glance at them, the boy stopped and apologized. According to her father, the lobster had been cooked especially for Julius, and they could begin the meal. Her father assured Shelley that, for the moment, she was capable. Her mother argued that since Julius didn't come home very often, it was her responsibility to prepare the most delicious meals for her. They raised their glasses to their daughter and asked if she had attended today's service. According to the girl, the guards do not start work until tomorrow evening. Besides, she hadn't slept well after her conflict with the demon lord. When it was over, she planned to return home. When her father heard this, he said it was the right choice and asked if they had fought the demon lord directly, and what kind of person he was. According to the girl, he was a dark-eyed, black-haired boy of about 16 years old. His face resembled the faces of people of Eastern races. At this moment, the boy was sitting and silently staring into the void, listening to the story of his relatives. If they missed the Demon Lord, it was a pity that they couldn't get materials from the Ice Dragon King. The mother asked if it was because she thought he had huge horns. The daughter laughed at this and said that her mother had read too many fairy tales. The mother was upset because she was hoping to make some accessories out of dragon scales. The daughter sincerely apologized to her mother. Her mother tried to assure her that the best gift she could have gotten was her return at this very moment. All Lucius could think about at the time was how much he wanted to go back to his room. He wanted to see if the man would be okay tomorrow. Then Luke realized that the man's description matched the description of the Demon Lord his sister had just mentioned. The Demon Lord is astral plane, so he can't be in the capital, he reasoned, shaking his head, but it just couldn't be. Our hero had sent the crow to monitor the situation in the city, and the young man had no idea that they were being watched at this very moment. She was currently gathering information as she sat by the window and watched the feast that Lucius' family had prepared. Ravenclaw was closely watching everything that was going on in the house. Our hero saw through everything. He did not even suppose that everything would turn out this way. The fact that Luke was the brother of the girl our hero met on the battlefield was unexpected. And just in case, I decided to keep a couple of ravens on guard. Rumors, especially among the nobility, were bound to be detected by the other ravens. It was time for our hero to learn more about Luke. A few months later, walking beside the child, our hero noticed Luke's happiness. As the young man visits the same park every day, Hoshi gradually learned more about Luke and his family by watching him. Lucius Alcoglius is Luke's real name. He is the second son of a baronet of the 5th rank. In a park like this, an ordinary member of the nobility has an escort. However, Luke used up most of his magical abilities when he created Ark, the ice bird. And as a result, his family and servants rejected him. The young man was probably lonely at home because he had no one to talk to. Hoshi wished to devastate this country. He didn't want to destroy humanity, he just wanted to find salvation. However, Hoshi needed to find a balance. All he wanted to do was deal with the state of affairs where humanity ruled the world and did as it pleased. Helping the spirits and protecting the dragons was the Lord's special mission. In order to restore the life force of the dragons, dungeons must be built all over the world. The only way to accomplish this was to destroy the kingdom of the Argyle Knights. At this stage, this was going to be the main objective. Our hero believed that everything would change once the kingdom was destroyed, and that enough people would be saved to help this country function properly. Looking at the happy boy, our hero thought that Luke could be made king for this. The young boy then looked fearfully at Hoshi-san. Taking out something from behind his sinus, our hero told the young man to keep it to himself. A moment later, a sword materialized in his hand. When the child saw this knife, he was stunned. According to our hero, it was for his protection. Naturally, Luke had no idea how to use it. For Ark's sake, our hero asked the boy to keep the dagger with him. Our hero patted the young man on the head, scrutinizing Luke. Luke wondered if it was really necessary for Ark's sake. And according to our hero, it was exactly that. Luke had to hold Ark close to him as he went to bed tonight. Our hero had sat down for a short nap the night before as he was about to head down under the bridge. Once settled, he summoned the abyss. At Hoshi's words, they began the transformation exercises. Since only the knives and hilt worked at this stage, the abyss had to first transform into a sword, then turn into a rat or a crow, and then a bear was to appear. Our hero was delighted at how well the abyss obeyed his orders, and said that the next transformation would be the most difficult. Our hero created a dragon out of the abyss after thinking for a bit, gathering all his power in his fist and becoming bigger and more complex. It was even scary because of how realistic it looked, and parts of the Dragon King were responsible for creating all of this. He then noticed that Luke's house seemed to be moving as he watched the raven that was following him. The deputy commander of the 5th Order had been away from home for some time, and these minions assumed they were up to something, so he called for Abyss to come closer. Abyss transformed into a mouse and the next instant burst into the house. The daughter turned to her father and promised that he would finally do it. The father believed the time was right, but he refused to spend more money on meaningless things because the chance to ruin the Burdain family had presented itself. According to the daughter, the Burdains were two high barons. They had recently worked with a trading company, which would indirectly affect the knight training school. The strongest was actually the 5th Order. According to the father who was watching his daughter, the knights were quick to get information. By forcing their peasants to become knights to raise the status of their families, the Burdens had gone too far in the knight training school. House Bourdain seemed to underestimate the upper nobility. Father pointed out that they had to disappear because that was the case. He added that he had already given the royal family and the other lords everything. At this point, the father announced that their second son Lucius would be brutally murdered by the abominable Burdons. The daughter said that was all, that she could not yet match him in this art. He condemns and destroys the House of Bourdain in his capacity as father and nobleman. Luke's familiar is passed on to his sister. She was a prodigy with the storm attribute, and her sister agreed that it was an ice familiar. She will become the strongest because she has the ice familiar attribute. The girl would be able to lead the knights because she had the attributes of storm and ice. However, they couldn't give the bird the freedom it is currently enjoying. This slave collar that the father had put on right in front of his daughter would be used to shackle Ark. As the mercenaries intended to enter Luke's room, the father asked his daughter. According to the girl, it would be tomorrow. While he was sleeping, she gave the order to break in and kill him. What the father and daughter didn't know was that the mouse who was nearby at the time listening to all this was the same demon lord. Our hero came up with his own plan after realizing that these people were going to kill Luke. At this point, Luke announced that he would be sleeping with Ark tonight. Now our hero asked him to gather everything he needed to escape at any moment. Realizing that he had scared Luke, Hoshi quickly reassured the boy that it was just his intuition. Our hero's point of view was already clear to Luke, who had a hard time accepting that his own father could have killed his own son. Then our hero, who seemed to read his mind, asked the young man if he should choose Ark or his family. With whom would she prefer to live? The young man said, "Of course I would choose Ark," holding his bird tightly. Luke said this with such pride that our hero realized it was a stupid question and apologized to him. He continued by saying that the man would carry that sword with him and that it would be useful to him in the future. Luke found himself failing the next time he tried to pull the sword from its sheath. Since it was designed that way from the beginning, our hero claimed it to be true. Luke couldn't understand why he had to keep it around. Our hero claimed that Luke was incapable of using the weapon, but since it was a magic sword, it wasn't necessary. After listening to our hero, Luke thought about what he should have told him right away. When Hoshi noticed that the boy was a little confused, he apologized and asked to hear him out. Hoshi told the boy that he should keep his sword at all times because it would save his life. However, the boy would not be able to leave this country once the sword moved. This did not bother the young man. The most important thing to him was that Ark was with him. He had nowhere to go in this country. At the time, our hero wondered if the young man was really 9 years old and if his mind was all right. That was enough for today. Luke thanked our hero and bid him farewell. It was night, the moon was full, and our hero headed towards his home, entering a barn where many dragoons were present. As he watched them, our hero reflected on the cramped living quarters of these dragoons and felt sorry for them. When he noticed the collars on them, he used magic to free the dragoons. Then he realized that they had been brainwashed by seeing the sudden transformation of the animals. Our hero then turned to face the dragoons in front of him and offered them the opportunity to take revenge on humanity. Those tasked with handling the boy arrived at Luke's house at that moment. They attempted to enter the boy's room, moving cautiously down the hallway. They spotted the room they wanted and were about to enter. They entered the room, quietly opening the doors. They saw the child, completely unaware of what awaited him, sleeping in his bed with the bird. According to one of the agents, the client asked them not to kill anyone they knew. They were going to kill the young man the next second, bringing the knife right above his head. However, they were the only ones who died. This came as a complete surprise to the assassins, who had expected an easy job. They were believed to be the target of a counterattack spell, and it usually helps in cases like this when one is under sudden attack. Luke was horrified when he opened his eyes and saw a dying man standing right above him waving a knife. A second assassin and his partner then entered and found the young man awake. They had to deal with the boy immediately. When Luke saw the assassin already running towards him, he grabbed his sword and started screaming for help. The sword informed him that it was now doing what the boy had asked and obeying orders. In the next instant, the sword dispatched the enemy, and the dragon appeared in its place. To make the young man sure that he was on his side, the dragon told him the next moment. The boy asked if he was on Hoshi's side after learning that the demon was on his side. Luke pointed to the bags in the corner and stated that he had completed all the tasks our hero had asked him to do and that his bags were packed. The next moment our hero saw the signal that had been given to him and noticed that a dragon had appeared in the night sky. After giving the signal, he ordered his dragoons to advance, to tear and slay them mercilessly, leaving them in despair. For anyone who deserved should receive a horrible and painful death at the hands of the monsters. Then his allies moved on the city. The knights guarding the city tried to understand what was happening after the explosion. However, they later discovered that the source of this explosion was the aristocratic zone. contacting the commanders and preparing to enter this zone was necessary immediately. The black dragon that our hero had created was rampaging in that zone at the time, and the knights couldn't believe it was him because they knew he wasn't supposed to be there. They noticed the dragoons approaching at this point and began to fight them one by one. The dragoons were present, but the knights had no idea why, let alone why they were attacking the men. The commanders then gave the order for the others to begin the attack. After all, they believed that there was only one enemy and that they would be victorious if they surrounded him. However, it was too late. The commander saw the black demons that our hero had created in front of him at that very moment, and was puzzled as to why they were in such a situation. I gave orders to all the knights to deal with those demons and destroy them. However, one of the demons later turned into a giant bear and started attacking and fighting the humans. This came as a complete surprise to the terrified soldiers. Some knights fled as the bear massacred them, but they didn't have to go far because the dragoons caught up with them the next second. After talking to the dragoons, the knights believed they could handle them. However, the knight tried to calm down one of the dragoons the next moment by promising him something in exchange for his coolness. In front of the others, that dragoon began to directly deal with the knight. 100 or more dragoons, freely transforming the abyss, an enraged abyss dragon in an aristocratic neighborhood. Our hero had everything he needed to go completely insane. As he watched, our hero found himself drawn into the fray, noticing the knights in front of him. All he needed to do now, he realized, was find Luke. As Luke watched the city descend into utter chaos and found himself all alone with Ark, he tried to figure out what was going on. One of the assassins who should have been dead was still alive at this point and tried to talk to Luke, who was terrified. When Luke tried to protect his bird, the enemy tried to kill him. But something happened and the enemy was defeated. When the frightened boy opened his eyes, he saw that the dragon had massacred him. "It is time for our child to go," the dragon told us. The dragon turned to Luke and studied the young man closely, assessing his actions. His heart rate stabilized when he was with the ice bird. Luke felt safe in familiar surroundings. The order was obeyed by the abyss. When the dragon turned away from the boy the next moment, the young boy realized he needed to climb on his back. At the dragon's words, the young boy thought correctly and waited for him to climb up. The boy realized that he could do this to Ark, and he would climb up on this dragon if it was for his friend. The young man was ready to ride the dragon the next moment. According to the dragon, they were to move on to Phase 2. Luke naturally wondered what Phase 2 meant when he heard that. The dragon distracted them by saying that they would head towards the Great Barrier. Everyone then saw that the dragon was in the air, and Luke was with him at that very moment. In a desperate attempt not to fall off the dragon, he clung to it. All the locals were horrified when they saw the bird that had just materialized in the sky and realized that it was a real dragon. After taking a close look at the dragon, our hero made a certain gesture and went straight down the icy stairs to observe the action from the outside. The hero called out to our abyss, wished for it to fly to him immediately, and then jumped on it. The abyss then flew up to the ice ladder the young man had made, and he immediately jumped from it onto the dragon. As he jumped onto the dragon, our hero greeted Luke and told him that the only thing left to do was to destroy the Great Barrier and flee north. When Luke saw our hero, he tried to figure out who was right in front of him because the young man landed in front of him with his back straight, making it impossible for the boy to see who was capable of riding the dragon. Luke threw the young man a scornful look. At that moment, our hero turned to Luke and reassured him, introducing himself as Hoshi. Luke recognized Hoshi-san when he heard that voice. Our hero told him that something was going to happen and he was right, so he congratulated them both on their successful escape. At this, the once happy young man grew a little gloomy. He then tried to figure out if it was really necessary to go that far. Our hero tried to reassure the young man after noticing that he had grown gloomy. After all, he had saved Luke completely by accident, and he had freely planned and executed it. The same thing would have happened if they had never met. At this moment, our hero and Luke were leaving the city, sitting on top of a huge dragon. Those who saw the dragon realized it was heading north. As they watched, the knights believed that the dragon would not be able to escape the city. It would be as if in the palm of his hand if he encountered a large barrier there. Our hero tried to determine if they could overcome the barrier by watching the night sky. He suggested he try using his powerful breath to break the barrier as he turned to face the abyss. Turning to face the abyss, the young man stated that Hoshi wanted to gauge its power. At that moment, our hero looked down and saw that the soldiers were close. These soldiers would surely try to kill them if they couldn't break the barrier. The dragon then tried to break the barrier by spewing flames. As our hero watched, he was amazed that the dragon's breath was unable to do so. Hoshi realized that he would then need to use his powers. Our hero broke the barrier and the next moment flew out of the city on the dragon. When the knights noticed the hole in the barrier, they were stunned at how easy it was for our hero to figure it out and take off. That was the last time Luke looked back at the city, and the young man looked at the damage he could do. Together they managed to escape the city, and after enough time in the air, our heroes landed near the cabin. Our hero asked the young man to remove his shoes as he entered after the dragon that was descending towards it placed the boys on the ground in front of the entrance. Our hero's invitation to the house was accepted by the child. Luke graciously accepted the young man's offer to make him something to eat. Our hero then reminded Luke that he had expressed his desire to live with Ark. Luke replied with assurance that he was also sure of that. Our hero then summarized their current situation and expressed his hope that Luke had no regrets. The boy proudly stated that he was happy and had no regrets. Our hero was about to share his plan with Luke, noticing his excitement. He asked Abyss to protect the area, and our hero explained that this incident would demonstrate their position. Hoshi let them believe they were more powerful, but they ended up falling into his trap. After Hoshi attacks them without completely destroying them, strong fighters will arrive. After explaining all of this, our hero fed the young man and discussed the need for strong fighters to stay in the area to repel the dragon. They would probably succeed next time. He didn't give them a chance to come back to him and attack without worrying about defense by luring them here. His secret was this. When our hero decided that it was time to discuss it, Luke replied interestedly that he would also be interested in learning more. Our hero then asked permission to get right to the point. Spirit is what Hoshi really is. Since our hero was the highest rank among the humanoid spirits, Luke then made the decision to ask if it was a humanoid spirit. He simply realized that it was a demon lord standing in front of him. The demon lord, which was Hoshi-sen, decided to support the boy by saying that he was a wonderful person and that he had quick thinking. They called him the Astral Demon Lord, and our hero called himself Miyaki Hoshi. One of their biggest problems was him. He was the one who had killed over 5,000 knights on the White and Silver WKRS. When Luke learned about the Astral Plane Demon Lord, he was extremely frightened. About 5,000 people had been killed by the Lord during the Battle of Raymond. Luke, however, remembered our hero reading a book in the park of the royal capital at that very moment. Although he wasn't detained, the young man said that it was unexpected. In order for Luke to realize that the people attacked him first, our hero then made the decision to inform him. The Ice Dragon King had been killed by the population. Shocked by this, Luke turned away from our hero and apologized, trying to avoid eye contact. Hoshi then asked him to refrain from apologizing as he intended to overthrow the kingdom of the Knights of Argyll. The child was horrified that our hero would destroy the entire nation upon hearing this. With the exception of the royal city of Marigriff, which might be impregnable due to its immense power, Hoshi reported that all cities were now ready to fall under his control. However, our hero had a plan. Hoshi then showed Luke his demon, which resembled a black ball, and told him that it was Abyss, the demon he controlled. This demon has chaotic powers and can transform into anything from a dragon to a dagger. After showing him the coin, our hero revealed that Abyss is currently masquerading as money in the city, masquerading as gold and silver coins. Because there is no strict control over money and it is well distributed, soon they will be everywhere in the city. The city will quickly fall in the absence of a truly formidable enemy such as the royal guards. According to our hero, he will soon have the ability to destroy cities whenever he pleases. Money is like a time bomb in the Abyss. Our hero has declared himself Lord of Magic and shared his plan. He controls it. He is not affected by the massive barrier surrounding the city. The city's magic system can even be destroyed by our hero. Now Luke wondered why our hero didn't just destroy them instead. According to our hero, he had no intention of killing anyone. Luke was stunned by the young man's words when he heard them. Because of their hilarious depiction of a demon lord, a creature with 7 horns and eyes, our hero was able to understand the boy's thoughts. They are the protectors of nature along with spirit beings. Long ago, a system of 8 spirit kings was created to control nature. Each of the 8 spirit kings has a unique quality that helps them protect their assets. In other words, a demon lord was part of the natural system because they were also a species of spirits. Their goal was to control the magical power of nature, but this would inevitably lead to conflict with humanity. After hearing our hero's story, Luke wondered why this was happening. Hoshi added that the Demon Lord was building dungeons to regulate magic. Mankind and the Demon Lord are always feuding because the demons that are created in dungeons attack living beings and steal their magical abilities. Luke summarized what it means for a Demon Lord to kill only a certain percentage of people with magic. According to our hero, this was true in theory because he made the decision to destroy the kingdom of the Knights of Argyll to achieve his goal of establishing balance. Conference room, Royal Castle, Marigriff Capital. This hall was filled with anxious people who sat right in front of the king, who was displeased. The king then ordered the First Order to prepare and march as quickly as possible to accomplish the task and reach the goal. Commander Sigilou said that the First Order had about 120 dragoons scattered all over the city. The source of the outbreak was either a faulty or modified magical device. They had to kill all of them because there was no other way to stop them. The locals who lived near their breeding grounds were extremely unhappy as a result. They had not yet found any evidence of sabotage from neighboring countries. However, they couldn't find any solid evidence that it was the Demon Lord's work. The commander ended his report at that, and the king smiled at him. The hall began to whisper that it probably wasn't the Demon Lord and that they should have been saved if it wasn't him. Just then a young man spoke up and asked for the floor. After informing the invited demonologist Rutten Heil that he was free to speak, the king then gave him the floor. The young man was completely unprepared for this and apologized to everyone as he began to look through the papers looking for what he needed. The young man reported that the dragoon had used the grimoire of slavery. The connection to the time of appearance, careful consideration of the timing, and motives shows everyone that the Demon Lord was the most likely cause of the dragoon's rebellion. The king realized everything because the dragon appeared and the dragons broke free. People looked at him, trying to figure out who he was and wondering if he could know anything about the Demon Lord. People sighed deeply and grabbed their foreheads, contemplating what a waste of time this was. This was a declaration of war against his nation. The king declared, shouting and rising from his seat. The enemy, the resurrected Demon Lord, had launched an offensive to capture the Demon Lord and his castle, and they would surely force him to change his ways. The king also recognized that the incident with the dragoon in the capital, the appearance of the dragon inside the barrier, and its final destruction had caused unrest in a number of places. A unique governing body should be established, assuming that the astral demon lord was in charge of everything. Everyone who opposed the attack on the Crystal Demon Palace had to raise their hands as the king shouted, "The leader will be decided later." Everyone was stunned by the king's statement at this moment and listened intently to what he had to say next. Speaking, the king stated that he saw no objections and that he would be present during the invasion. They were to begin by stating that he would have to go himself because the entire Fifth Order would be under his command. His subordinates then informed His Majesty that there were 5 commanders of orders in this country, and that it was not necessary for him to take the Fifth Order under his command. For example, when the king announced that the trained dragons were out of rage, other knights wanted to come forward in the First Order. The vigilance in his order was lowered. Not to mention the Second Order that specialized in internal security. They didn't have time to attack because they were sent to guard different places. He wanted the Third and Fourth Orders to focus on national defense. The Third Order would be responsible for helping the First Order with their magical skills, while the Fourth Order would use wyverns to defend the borders. The king knew that the other countries had already heard about the barrier breaking down. The king had to accompany them since there were only 5 orders left to attack. Naturally, they didn't need to leave immediately. They sent cartographers because they needed to scrutinize the mountain peaks before the battle. The subordinates told the king that the dungeon was huge and would take decades to complete. That was true, the king said with a smile, but then they would be using forces from another planet. He believed they could rely on their own abilities. The king turned to the Demon Lord and asked him to wait for a while. The sand in the clock was already starting to run out, and it had been a year since the mission on Raymond had failed. At this point, our hero told young Luke that he hated humans. His goal was to destroy the human heart of the kingdom of the Knights of Argyle. Luke was amazed that our hero intended to destroy him, but he couldn't help Hoshi in this situation, so he didn't understand why our hero saved him. Our hero claimed that since Luke and Ark were close friends, he just saved the young man because he liked him. The boy was shocked to hear this explanation, and our hero said that it was a very good one, as he wanted to see his plan through. He had to save Ark's life first, though he knew it would take some time. When Luke heard this, he didn't understand what our hero was talking about. Ark was in danger, Hoshi informed him. However, Luke could reach a full agreement with him as they did. Luke had heard of a full agreement, but the young man didn't understand what it had to do with Ark's life. Our hero asked the boy if he knew what a spiritualist contract was, and Luke explained that it is a magical contract between a spirit and a person. A human and a spirit can summon more powerful magic when they make a pact that shares their magical power. Although Ark is a demon and not a spirit, this technique activates more powerful magic. In our hero's opinion, this was wrong thinking. Demons are also a type of spirit. Although they are slightly different from normal perfume in some aspects, it is essentially the same type of fragrance. Demons are, after all, magical perfumes. All Luke has to do is give Hoshi's permission and the contract will be prepared. According to Hoshi, Ark was too dangerous and possessed too much magic for a forest bird. Luke didn't understand what our hero was talking about when he heard that, but Hoshi explained that it would be okay if the boy signed the contract and Ark became his familiar. Our hero thought that they were in a somewhat precarious position and that there was a possibility that magic was being overused. Luke couldn't believe what our hero said when he found out, but that's why he was offered the contract. Thanks to him, Luke would no longer have any problems and the amount of magic would be kept to a reasonable standard. The restrictions would also be removed, allowing Luke to use his ice attribute magic again. After listening to everything our hero said, Luke decided it was for Ark's sake and stated that he would sign the contract. Our hero checked and confirmed the contract, and then Luke and Ark experienced an extraordinary power. Luke had no idea what it was at this point. After all, he had never experienced anything like it before. Realizing the size of the force surrounding the bird, our hero quickly erected a barrier. Luke became alarmed and asked if he was sure it was safe. Hoshi tried to comfort him by telling him that he had erected the barrier to keep them both safe. It was magic that covered the entire room while she slept inside the Ark. The egg, which was completely made of ice, began to crack the next moment, so our hero called Luke to come and take a look. Luke walked over to our hero and carefully watched as the egg cracked. As he watched, our hero reflected on how incredible this was. Luke made an attempt to repel Ark's power at that very moment. The young man turned toward Ark to check if the bird was alright, because he couldn't see anything at all because of the smoke that had entered the room. The next instant, Ark appeared in a completely different form. When our hero saw him, he was also stunned and wondered if it was really Ark. Hoshi, who was watching him at the time, said he wouldn't call him an ice bird because it was already on a completely different level. Luke wondered why all of this was happening at that exact moment. According to Hoshi, the evolved crystal bird was a whole new kind of demon. Perhaps right in front of them was an ice phoenix. It's a death demon that rules over cold and ice. The boy was beyond excited to hear about the ice phoenix, and he congratulated his friend on his progress by hugging him. Our hero was beyond thrilled to see this reunion. Furthermore, it turned out that Ark's magic power level remained constant, and that he had successfully evolved. After Luke's magical abilities were restored, our hero felt that they had done a good job seeing the joyful boy. However, the boys looked like rising stars. Our hero congratulated Luke and Ark on their development. Luke needed to try to get his magic back. Luke decided to try the magic by examining his hands and found that it was effective. He could use ice magic again. After seeing Luke's magic, our hero stated that they would start practicing tomorrow and go on a mission as soon as they had results. The boys agreed with our hero when he said he would rely on them. The office of the king of the royal castle. Standing next to the king, the young man tried to ask if he really wished to see him. Since he had so convincingly demonstrated the demon lord's involvement, everyone asked the man to sit at the table. The king had appreciated his insight at their last meeting. Then, turning to the young man, Mr. Curly Ratton, the king's subordinate, informed him that His Majesty would like to know more about the demon lord's castle. With many papers in front of him, the king said that he had heard that the demon lord's castle was of unimaginable size. According to Ratton, it was true because the castle was much larger than it had been in the past. It had the incredible abilities of an astral demon lord. However, the king believed that there was a belief that it would be easier to analyze the labyrinth with the help of otherworldly beings. According to a subordinate of the king, it would take decades to create the map. They lead an organization in Linden known as the Freedom Guild. The effectiveness of their research will increase 1,000 times if they order it. There are geniuses in every industry. For example, they produced ingenious magic tools. It was unclear to the king's subordinate whether it could be done so easily. The king thought he was an expert in his field and would work as an assistant cartographer. Ratton was overjoyed when he heard this and complied with the king's order. The king then ordered his subordinate Michael to immediately proceed with Ratton, as time was running out. Ratton tried to see if Michael would accomplish the task by attempting to briefly stop the king and his subordinate, who had already made all the decisions. Mikhail obeyed the king. According to the king, they needed to end the demon lord's reign immediately, so they needed to destroy the labyrinth as soon as possible. They also needed to reduce the labyrinth's strength by at least 25%. They wanted to honor the fallen knights with this. A few months later, Hoshi and Luke were able to break through the barrier in Lindel, a fortified city that was closed to outsiders thanks to a crack that had formed in it. They watched the city for a while, and Hoshi reported that this time they had entered undetected. Now he just needed to find a place to stay. While our hero realized that he was still alive, a friend realized that it was almost 12 o'clock at night. Even though it was summer, nothing bad would happen if they slept outside. Naturally, our hero realized this as he turned to Luke. They landed in the city at that very moment. After our hero looked around carefully, Hoshi informed him that he didn't mind Ark's disguise. However, Luke was an aristocrat, so his appearance is strange. Don't make fun of him, Luke asked. At that time, they were both walking around the city. They were given one room the next time they went to the hotel and asked for one. He was given a room in exchange for a large amount of coins, which was also the abyss our hero used. They were allowed to sleep because they had to leave early the next day. The inn was filled with knights and other guests. Our hero sat at a table while a young man watched Luke eat carefully with Ark. Suddenly one of the men said he didn't know who built this dungeon. He was immediately informed that it was a demon lord. The men talked about how skillfully our hero had built the dungeon. Luke heard two people talking at this very moment and looked at our hero carefully before calmly continuing to eat. The young man gave Luke and Ark a little scare as he rose to his feet. They just needed to leave already, Hoshi informed them. Luke was a little startled and followed our hero. Hoshi was of course a little upset, but he didn't have time for such nonsense. Helping the commanders of the dungeon order create a map was the only way to lure them in. As a warrior and geographer, he had to join the Freedom Guild to accomplish this. He will help in the creation of this map and make everyone who underestimated the Demon Lord regret it. Completing the dungeon map is a requirement before deploying an army, and the Freedom Guild was necessary because the map will be changed once the army enters the dungeon. The Freedom Guild was a huge corporation that operated internationally, with branches in every country that had ratified international law. It was the leading organization for people with exceptional talent in any field. They were responsible for the rapid fulfillment of orders for the Argyle Knight Kingdom. One particularly intriguing large-scale order was one that explored the labyrinth of the Demon Lord of the Astral Plane. At this moment, our hero entered the Freedom Guild and scrutinized the orders that were displayed on the wall. He thought it was very modern when he saw that he was being offered a ticket at this very moment. There was also a large variety of otherworldly beings there. People from another world were actually known as otherworlders. For example, one of them was a man who at one point became famous as a knight of the Kingdom of Argyle. At that point, our hero was given number 15 and instructed to go to window number 2. The girl asked how she could help our heroes, and Hoshi then asked him to register at window number 2. After our hero gave the form, he was instructed to fill it out. After filling out this form, the young man handed it to the girl. She was to register them and ask a few questions, leaving one copy for our heroes. As the girl studied our hero's documents, she discovered that Mr. Luke Sama, Nafa Hoshi's apprentice, was not from another world, but he was a swordsman with a unique talent for detecting magic. In this world, Mr. Luke explained, he had met Hoshi. The girl thanked him for his answer. She then showed them the units to which our heroes could be assigned. The girl handed them documents, which they scrutinized carefully. Our hero's document, which informed them of his acceptance into the warrior units and the otherworldly forces unit, lay in front of him. Luke Sama is a member of both the martial and magic units because he used ice magic. Our hero then stated that he had to register in both. In the martial unit, only Luke. The girl wanted to give them tickets for guild members by recording their details. The girl then informed our heroes that the cards could be used as IDs, so they needed to be extremely careful not to lose them. We congratulated our heroes on their new guild membership. The girl also mentioned that they would have to participate in a training battle as part of a warrior squad. This was completely unexpected for our hero. According to the girl, the training battle to determine rank would take place at 4 in the afternoon. Also, the otherworldly department has an open-ended true-false test. She asked why men shouldn't have to go through it. Our hero realized that they needed to do it to get full membership in the guild. The girl confirmed what he said. Our hero then asked Luke to wait here. Luke stayed and wished our hero good luck before heading to the otherworldly department. The guild members in the building noticed our hero and realized they had never seen him before. They thought he was a new person. Max, his examiner, was standing in front of our hero when we introduced ourselves. Hoshi was our hero's first name. The next moment, the young man addressed him without titles. He asked if the man understood the language he was speaking as he lifted our hero up, and Max replied in English. Our hero was shocked to learn that the man could speak English. The examiner was wary and assumed that English was the hero's native language. However, our hero stated that this was not a mistake and that Japanese was his first language. However, when he tried to answer Max in English, he found that he could not do anything and that his knowledge of the language was insufficient. According to the examiner, who turned to his friends who were also seeing our hero for the first time, the man was both Japanese and from Earth. The girl of the team was beyond excited to hear this and turned to our hero, approaching him. She said that the young man was really nice. Our hero thanked the girl and tried to determine what was wrong with these guys. After seeing our hero in action, the girl asked him to spend the evening with her. Our hero was stunned by the offer. The girl, who had just been hit on the head by her partner, looked at him pitifully. The man had no idea what Melio was talking about. The girl turned to Randy and rubbed the bump on her forehead. Randy was puzzled as to why she would do that to someone who was shy. According to the girl, Yuta claimed that the Japanese admired her outfit, and that some even had their own tastes. Max was shocked to learn that the young man was from the same planet as him, and his partners were stunned when they found out. They later discovered that Melio and Randy were not native to the area. The guys informed our hero, somewhat offended, that people from other worlds were not only Earthlings. When our hero learned this, he was shocked and asked about Max's origins. Did he come from America or another country? Max told our hero that he was originally from Texas. He was a cowboy and even knew how to ride a horse. Our hero was shocked to hear this, or Max thought the young man reacted strangely, and our hero immediately apologized. Max reported that he had experienced the same reaction as Yuta, and that it happened often. Our hero asked about the man after learning about Yuta, and Max replied that he was a charming man from his homeland. When our hero learned of Yuta's rank, he was again taken aback. When he asked, Max was puzzled if the young man actually knew about the ranking system. The higher the number, the stronger he is. It's a power ranking. Rumor has it that rank 15 is at the top. The higher you go, the less people there are. They stated that their team was around rank 5. The Knight Commander and the Knight of the Royal Guard are monsters with ranks higher than rank 10. Then our hero decided to find out the ranks of the Demon Lord and the Dragon King. Max pondered for a while before reporting that, in general, there were individual differences, but roughly speaking, the Dragon King was rank 11 and the Demon Lord was probably rank 3. Our hero was shocked to learn that the Demon Lord was rank 3, not understanding why it was so low. After thanking Max, our hero hurriedly went to the test. When they received the results, the guys cheered our hero up and asked him to tell them his rank. Our hero thought he had kept Luke waiting because he was too eager to meet these people. Luke sat and read a book, obediently waiting for our hero. When our hero saw Hoshi, he brightened up, and our hero thanked the boy for waiting. It was time for the exam, and our hero wondered if the child could handle it. Naturally, he claimed that he could handle anything. Our hero advised him not to take high positions and not to move too fast. Luke agreed with him. They arrived at the exam the next moment. Our hero apologized and said he wanted to take the test, noticing the girl sitting at the entrance. Luke, who also wanted to take the test, stood next to him. Seeing our heroes, the girl nodded. After talking to Luke-san and Hoshi-san, she explained that the purpose of this test was to evaluate the rank of the guild. She then sent our heroes to training room number 1, where she asked them to take the test. The examiner greeted the men as they made their way to this room. Observing everyone present, the examiner reported that the examinees were again very young. However, he claimed that it would not be that difficult. He would determine his rank based on the outcome of the conflict with them. In this case, he was replacing the 2 rank 8 fighters Sarah and Mira. They will be fought by all the guys. They won't seriously harm you, but they can hurt you. The older sister, Sarah, is a spearman who uses magic to control the qualities of earth and trees, then kills him with her spear. Our hero looked around at the younger sister and the older sister who were right in front of him. The earth and tree attribute is also possessed by the younger sister, Mira, a swordswoman. However, she only uses magic as a supplement and is more focused on martial arts than her sister. They would now witness the activity of the rank. These girls felt comfortable using magic, but he didn't know about martial arts. Now he had a chance to know the true extent of the Demon Lord's power. Intending to start with Luke and Mira, everyone began the exam. According to the examiner, no one needed to worry about it because he would use his magic to heal them if they were injured. Watching Luke, our hero at the time wished him luck. The examiners began by asking if the men were ready. Keeping his eyes on his friend, our hero tried to mentally reassure Luke as he watched the young man. Both were ready, so it could begin. Noticing how cute the boy was, the younger sister informed him that all was well. Knock out an opponent's weapon or knock them down, the examiner repeated. It was said to be a victory at this point. Like his opponent, Luke grabbed his sword. The examiner then ordered them to start fighting. And now all that was left was to find out who exactly would prove to be stronger in this duel. Luke used his power and the girl attacked him with wood and earth magic. Then they began to fight. Then Luke realized that the tree magic was all around him and that the wooden branches were all around him. The younger sister used tree magic to attack Luke. When the girl realized that her magic was stopped, she was shocked to see that the young man had managed to stop her. Our hero immediately noticed that Luke was using this tactic and the older sister failed to recognize it. According to our hero, it was Luke's stealth that only this boy was capable of. The girl behind our hero just looked at him silently before they both started watching the fight. Luke began to attack his opponent with her own wood after using his magic. When the girl saw the attack coming towards her, she tried to dodge, believing that it was against the rules. According to Luke, the girl was wrong. Everything was in accordance with the rules, and even though she knew she couldn't get any closer, she never thought to use her next attack. The girl asked Luke if he wanted to witness her next attack as she took a stand. She summoned a giant golem using the gift of earth, and it was so big that Luke was scared and confused, not knowing how to fight this creature. Looking at Luke, our hero realized that this was not good. The girl in front of him was going to attack the young man with a wooden golem in the next moment. Luke realized that he wouldn't be able to stop it. However, a moment later, the girl stopped and claimed that she had defeated him. When the examiner yelled that Mira had won, the girl smirked at Luke. The boy, who knew from the beginning that he was going to lose, collapsed to the ground in shock. Mira, a rank 8 girl, offered her help to Luke and asked him not to get upset because the boy made her sweat. The examiner, who was approaching the boy, also agreed with the girl because he told him that he would eventually surpass rank 8, and that a bright future awaited him. Luke smirked and thanked her for her support. Mira tried to hug the young man when she saw him smile because she was so fascinated by him. Seeing this, our hero turned to his sister and stated that it was now his turn to compete and demonstrate his capabilities. As soon as Luke saw Ark, he hugged him and told him that he was sorry and that he had lost. Already keeping her eyes on the young man, his sister tried to find out what had happened. She wanted this boy to join them because he was too cute, but she wasn't sure how to proceed. Thinking that maybe she was a genius if they could get the young man on their side, she realized that if they defeated Hoshi, his teacher, they would be of the world and become his teachers, which would be fantastic. Our hero pondered what had happened to the girl, watching her at that very moment and studying her face. The young man thought that he might have insulted the girl because of the way she looked. Our hero then realized that they were extremely dangerous after learning that she was also a rank 8. He knew this from the last conflict. Watching Luke and his subsequent battle with Mira, it was clear that he was a formidable opponent. However, there was a third rank demon lord. I assessed his chances against this girl. His opponent was a spearman. They are skilled in both plant magic and martial arts. At this point, our hero decided to use telepathy and watch the recordings of every battle he and the Abyss took part in. The young man researched the conflict between the Knight Commander class and the enemy, eliminating redundant information, predicting moves from 1 to 50, and utilizing a foundation built on all the experience since reincarnation. At this moment, our hero was conducting these tests with the help of his apprentice Luke, who shouted good luck to the master. Behind his back, Mira supported Sira in this moment and told her that she should have won. Thanks to the computational modeling, our hero was able to monitor the situation and plan his moves. Sira couldn't help but notice the position our hero had taken at this moment. After all, she was rank 8 and was hard to defeat, and his posture didn't seem professional. The examiner saw that they were ready for this moment and ordered the battle to begin. As our hero reached for his weapon and began to watch the girl, Sira wanted to make sure that Luke would undoubtedly join their team. Then the order was given and our heroes began to fight. Each of them was extremely determined and sought to be the first to do damage to their opponent. When our hero saw that Sira was using her magic to attack Hoshi, he took action. Since the first move was behind her in her earth bullets, he was aware of it. As our hero easily repelled them, the girl watched in disbelief that she didn't hit him. Ultimately, she hoped that the young man would avoid them. Then our hero launched an attack, and she was amazed at how strong he was because his blows stunned the experienced warrior, who was not used to giving up in difficult moments. Our hero and Sira got into a fight, and she could feel his swordsmanship. When the girl saw that the young man fought almost as well as one of the members of the order, she wondered what it was and was simply amazed by it. Because of the battles he had fought over the previous 6 months, our hero at the time had mimicked Sigil's fighting style. The young man then began to attack Sira again. Sira had to dodge the young man's blows, and she couldn't believe that he was pushing her away. She knew she had to retreat when the next moment she saw another attack. Our hero wanted to make a ranged attack after noticing the girl was moving away. In the next instant, Sira used her tree power to attack our hero. She believed she had won, but our hero stopped her attack, which the girl found unbelievable. Her attack was easily destroyed by Hoshi, who said it wasn't that bad. Sira knew what it was like to require magic that involved substances that magic couldn't create. Hoshi realized that she wanted to use the magic that was dispelled with her. Our hero then used sealing, Sira found that her magic didn't work when she tried to stop it. Using all of his power, our hero now realized that he needed to use all of his acquired melee experience, as this was the perfect moment for such a strike. Our hero was confident as they stood opposite each other, and Sira desperately defended herself against his attacks, but she couldn't hold back such a serious onslaught. Hoshi was declared the winner of the duel when the young man managed to overpower her in the next instant. Finally, our hero aimed his weapon at Shira, who was lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. The teacher's victory made Luke very happy, while Sira's sister was stunned. Mira watched in shock as her sister was defeated. At that time, our hero was contemplating the potential rank of Demon Lord in the Freedom Guild. Hoshi emerged victorious from the battle. Sira looked at our hero in shock at this point, unable to believe her defeat in battle. And although the examiner recognized the young man's strength, he didn't understand how this man managed to defeat Shira. The examiner obviously wanted to see the young man's magic, but in the end, it was just a beating, no matter how much magic he was able to block. And his final fighting style was quite unusual. Now our hero helped Sira to stand up. Our hero was too strong, the girl said, thanking him embarrassedly. She then angrily asked Hoshi where he had been and why he was only now joining them. When our hero saw her pressure, he was not at all sure how to answer, so he told her it was a secret. The girl looked away in embarrassment upon hearing this. Luke rushed to our hero at that very moment and said, Hoshi-san was great. Hoshi had gradually improved his skills, and according to Turning, it was all to get back at his student. Our hero reasoned that it was worth studying the foreign intelligence data because the number of Abyss minions was increasing. They were then told that they wanted to share the results of their observations and apologized for interrupting their pleasantries. First of all, the examiner reported as far as Luke was concerned. He gave the young man a rank of 5 because, although his powerful magic was impressive, his use of it seemed a bit crude and unreliable in unexpected circumstances. The examiner then gave a report on Hoshi-kun. He chose rank 9 because he really wanted to demonstrate his magical skills, in addition to his excellent swordsmanship and magical defense. Our hero realized that he was still far from being a rank 9 knight commander. The results of the test were then presented to them. Their ranks would be added to their membership card once Hoshi and Daniel Luke handed them over to the administrator. It had been a month since our hero had registered with this organization. The examiner praised both the young men at this point and said that they had done a good job. Our heroes also thanked the guys, and the girls, Mira and Sira, thanked the guys for sparring with them. The task of mapping his own great labyrinth made him a freedom fighter, even though he had only been in the labyrinth twice. Hoshi went there to draw a map, and the rest of the days he studied and worked at home. Sometimes he and Luke worked separately, and then Luke would tutor the girls. These sisters took care of the boy, and under their guidance his strength increased considerably. Hoshi himself studied books and now understood all the basics. Magical academies are schools where techniques of mechanical activation of magic are studied, and it is much higher than a normal wizarding school. Mastering only the basics can hide the fact that he only uses void magic. Besides, everyone thinks he's a swordsman, and it's much more convenient. The magic circle had unlimited possibilities, learning a new science that is a fundamental part of the development of tools and new magic. And thus a person could use the ice magic circle with the attribute of fire. Then the protagonist decided to try to use the gravity control magic circle to see if he could do it at the right moment. This magnificent gravity control magic circle could help, but now it didn't look right, and was just the most ordinary levitation. Most likely there was a mistake in the formula, and also the expenditure of magical energy is very high. All this will not be easy, decided the guy, and now he must release the attribute of the law before the battle. Soon Luke returned and the boy greeted him. Luke told him that he had gone to the great labyrinth of Spirit Peaks with his sister today and had gotten a lot of emotions. Luke noticed the boy drawing with his left hand and then told him that he had a request for a hike for tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. This news surprised Hoshi and he hesitated. Then he went to the guild and asked a beautiful and polite girl about the request to go to the labyrinth. The girl advised to go to the office of the head of the guild's branch and find out the details there. And one should go to the second room on the 6th floor, and the guy also gave a map of the big labyrinth. The girl was delighted with what she saw and promised a special reward. But for this it will have to wait until tomorrow. Then the guy went to the right floor and found himself at the door of the chapter. After a little thinking, the guy carefully took the handle of the door and began to open it, apologizing for the disturbance and also thinking about how to show himself. Once inside the room, the guy saw people sitting at the table and the head of the branch, who immediately said that now everyone was gathered in one place. The head suggested to start with introductions and introduced himself as Brenda Kroll. He was followed by a young guy named Lucas who was 24 years old and wielded a bow. The second guy was Yuta Ayama, who was a fire and explosion wielder, a member of the Otherworld Fighters Club, and a rank 10 magic wielder. Haruki's girlfriend was an elf and she wore a hood so she wouldn't stand out too much, and she had a contract with a flame spirit. Elves were the longest lived creatures and they were known to be able to capture and enslave spirits. Hoshi decided to be careful with the girl. Hoshi then also introduced himself and told her about his abilities and skills. Then the branch head explained that this is a special order to destroy the enemy, and the whole team would complement each other perfectly due to their abilities. And so it will be necessary to start by finding a target that has the ice attribute. Also need to know that the enemy was destroyed by the order last year, but not long ago was discovered something else important. So everyone should understand the complexity of this task because their opponent is a very strong king of ice dragons. The head of the branch explained that the main target of the whole mission is of course the ice dragon, as the organization is primarily interested in materials from it. And the research department had confirmed its presence last week, so they wanted the team to find the dragon and destroy it. Yuta asked why they should be the ones to do it and if they can even handle the dragon. The branch head explained that the king had just been reborn and his strength and size had not yet reached their maximum values. The branch head said that Lucas could detect the monster and Hoshi would help with that. And during the battle, Yuta and Haki would destroy it with magic. The entire team unanimously agreed with the guild branch Nofa's decision. But Hoshi of course was not happy about this situation and decided to give orders to the Abyss. And thanks to that, he should find the king of the ice dragons. The branch head then announced the end of the briefing and wished everyone good luck. Yula asked Hoshi if he was really Japanese, to which the guy asked a similar question to his mission partner, and it made Yuta smile. Lucas and Haki also kindly began to talk to Hoshi, although they reminded him that they were not together for a long time, but only for the mission. Yula then suggested a test of strength while they had time, and Hoshi supported the idea of sparring. Haki suggested going to the training room. The first fight was to be Hoshi and Yula sparring, and Lucas chose to be the referee for this fight. The boys then got ready and picked up their blades. After the duel started, Yuta attacked his opponent with fire magic and Hoshi felt a strong heat from the wall of fire. Yuta then attacked our hero again, praising the young man for his excellent swordsmanship after seeing how he repelled his attacks. Naturally, our hero was happy. When Yuta jumped back at him, he told him that he couldn't stop him from doing so. The guy was completely confident in his abilities and was eager to win. Since he wouldn't be lucky this time, our hero wanted to argue with him while he performed in front of the audience. Yuta said he wanted to see how our hero would handle it while he laughed and threw his sword away. He then used his fire magic to attack him. Since Hoshi put out all the fireballs with a swing of his sword, our hero was able to dodge all of his blows and withstand, which Yuta couldn't believe. According to our hero, everything has limits, but he is only skilled with his sword. Yuta declared that he was surrendering at that moment and everyone proclaimed Hoshi as the winner. Everyone wondered if our hero really had rank 9. But he obviously couldn't answer since he had only been registered a month ago. Yuta was trying to determine the type of technique our hero used that made his magic disappear. Our hero was asked to share this information with everyone because they were all very interested in it. It was a matter of life or death for the magician. The members of the team searching for the creeping ice dragon were practicing and preparing for the test, because our hero reported that this technique destroys magic and prevents it from activating. The task was to be completed in 2 months and there was still a lot of time left. In the meantime, our hero was patrolling the snowy mountain and trying to determine how far they were from the Ice Dragon King's location. Our hero asked as they trudged through the snow toward the Black Abyss. About half an hour, Abyss estimated. In secret, our hero began searching for the whereabouts of the Ice Dragon King. At this point, Abyss reported that the knights were 15 minutes west of here, that they had found a wyvern, and that it was most likely the Fourth Order. Our hero was puzzled by the presence of the Fourth Order, and Abyss recognized their activities. She told the young man that they would next be searching for the Ice Dragon's ship. According to our hero, the agreements were exclusive to the Freedom Guild. Naturally, they could search for important information. The search party is apparently led by a member of the Fifth Order. One of the knights of the order was sitting on a wyvern at this time, carefully observing the surroundings. There was a member of the Fifth Order, but this person had to start a search and destroy operation. Thus, for the moment, our hero decided to observe first. The Ice Dragon King had to be found. The Ice Dragon King needed to be alerted immediately. After that, our hero would be able to evaluate its combat abilities and gather forces to destroy them. Abyss told the Lord that they would soon be within sight of the Ice Dragon King. Our hero believed that this magic power was still quite pure. The dragon then cast a curious glance at the black dragon directly in front of him. It claimed to be the demon lord of this generation, and portrayed itself as a kind astral because our hero saw it as a friend. In front of him was a dragon who pretended to be Crystal, the king of the ice dragons. Our hero was stunned to discover that he had the same name as his predecessor. He claimed that while memory is not inherited, knowledge is. He did not know of the dragon kings of the past. Our hero explained that he had his own labyrinth in the northern mountain. The dragon was extremely grateful to our hero for allowing him to call it home. Our hero then felt obligated to warn the dragon that he might be captured by humans and to leave the area as soon as possible. The dragon was stunned to learn this information. He reported that he was mining the dragon vein that flowed from the spirit peak, and apparently it was time to pay the price. The young man realized that if the dragon had been flying all this time, people probably hadn't found it because of that. The previous generation seemed to have only gone halfway, hiding at the height of spirit and leaving other areas that needed fixing. The Ice Dragon King, his predecessor, had locked himself away at the peak of spirit. He was on the defensive and escaping the human storm, occasionally correcting the dragon veins, but not being able to fully control everything. As he asked if he could temporarily escape to Spirit Peak, our hero said that there was a squad of knights nearby, and that the dragon might die. Naturally, the dragon was interested in protecting his veins. Our hero asked him to hide because he claimed that he would have to destroy this nation to control the dragon vein. Naturally, the dragon still understood all of our hero's words. The young man was ecstatic at the time and said it felt good. However, the dragon told the demon lord that he wasn't that strong and asked how the young man intended to destroy the kingdom. Our hero had no problem with that. According to the young man, the country would be destroyed in one day if everything went according to plan, although the preparations were already finished. Hearing this, the dragon believed our hero and understood everything. He snapped and flew to the place the young man had mentioned earlier. The demon lord thought that he had nothing to worry about as he watched him go. Then, as a precaution, he asked Abyss to go with the dragon. Our hero was going to take down the remaining knights himself after realizing they were still there. First, they would learn more about the 4 men pursuing them. By nightfall, he would need 3 more minions and they would prepare a surprise attack. Abyss has informed our hero that she wants to make sure they are completely gone by the next morning and will try not to let her master down. Camp Order 4. The soldier on duty was asked if he had anything to report when he was told it was time for his shift. After reporting that everything was in order, he changed his clothes and a soldier reminded the guard to take care of Tyburn before going to bed. At that moment, I believed that I would have to face the Ice Dragon King in the near future. They needed to believe in their own strength. The knight then approached the dragoon and inquired about his well-being. Throwing a quick glance at the knight, the dragoon bit his head off as he started to turn away. Standing behind the dragoon, our hero told him that he had killed the knight instantly, stating that it had been very quiet. Such an attack pleased the dragon lord for it was effective. He then released the dragon and gave him a round of applause, stating that he was free with the first one. In the end, everyone was freed from the bonds of slavery by our hero. The dragoon received a signal when the fire went out, informing him that he could escape if he so desired. Our hero was leaving the dragoon at this very moment. Our hero then turned to the Abyss from behind a tree and asked if the deployment was complete. All was well, the Abyss told him. Our hero asked if the Dragon Slayer had been taken from the man the Abyss had sent with the 5th order, but he couldn't get it because it was in his tool bag. However, our hero realized that there was nothing that could be done and that it was necessary to start the plan. As soon as he gave the order, Abyss turned into a huge dragon again and attacked the knights' camp. The knights were not prepared for this after seeing the huge dragon. It then began to roast their camp with its flames and everyone screamed that the camp was completely destroyed. All the dragons were able to fly away, freeing themselves from their chains in the next instant. When the 11 knights saw his animals take off, they tried to stop him, but to no avail. Watching, our hero realized that the operation was over. In the next instant, he covered the entire area with a barrier. Since it was too dark to see anything, one of the knights watching the next moment tried to determine what it was. At this point, our hero turned to the Abyss and reported that the barrier was preventing them from moving forward. That this was true was confirmed by the Abyss. In the next second, our hero was floating in the air. All the knights realized that there was nothing to see. At this point, Hoshi easily coped with 2 opponents who did not even have time to react to the danger. Our hero decided to start, but realized that the Dragon King's sword was too sharp while fighting them, and it was best to start with ordinary warriors. The knights were talking about something in the camp at this time, stating that they didn't have the necessary equipment for new battles. Since this was the 5th one he could handle, our hero interrupted them before he could finish the discussion and dealt with each one individually. The knights then pounced on our hero, trying to take him down, but our hero defeated each one in turn as he continued his countdown. In this way, he managed to kill 11 people. The knights wanted to deal with him at this point, but our hero calmly massacred each of them once again. Now he had killed 23 people. Our hero realized that only 13 of the 36 were left. The next time he saw the knights right in front of him, he was told to turn on the lights and calm down. According to the commander-in-chief, there were not many enemies, then giving the order to stand in the circle of the lampposts. Avoid leaving blind spots in darkness. Our hero, watching from the sidelines, realized that the 5th Order was facing them in their orichalcum armor, and that not even dragon teeth could pierce it. He noticed 3 small groups standing in a circle. Groups of 5 are only found in the 5th Order's camp. Everyone else is in groups of 4. We had to move on to phase 3 because our hero was able to get rid of most of the change. Our hero ordered her to inspect the armor and weapons of each defeated knight, because they would have to fight a more formidable opponent. Right now, I was watching the comma. He would start executing his plan in the next instant. He startled the knights by moving behind the bushes, and one of them noticed something moving there, pointing in the direction our hero had just gone. The partners couldn't see anything, of course, but they had to stay alert and focused. Looking at his knights, the commander-in-chief realized that they were afraid and that if they did nothing they would be captured. He then gave the order to split up and start moving on their own. Split up and look for the bandits. Each team serves as a decoy, but the only way to stop them is to know where to attack and be able to counterattack. The knights noticed that in the next instant they had separated from the Mysterio Marquis. One of the knights was at fault, but he was trying to figure out what they should do because he actually saw something. The next moment a fight broke out between them and one of the knights told them to stop fighting because if they didn't, the enemy would discover their location. The knights realized that there was something there when the next moment they heard a sound. The soldiers were scared and didn't understand how they should act in this situation. Our hero was once again able to deal with everyone. He found his opponents ugly and weak, but at least they weren't useless, and he was shocked that they were paying attention to him. After careful deliberation, our hero decided to be more careful next time. Although it was a quick kill, he almost gave himself away. Hoshi used the magic tree circle attribute to take out a few more soldiers with a single blow. He knew there were only 5 opponents left, but he had to try because he was here. The Abyss Sword appeared in front of him in the next instant. The Abyss Ball would capture and destroy the enemy by manipulating the magic circle of the tree roots. In the next instant, the magic of the tree entangled every soldier who tried to identify it. They looked at Lord Marquis to determine what they should do. Marquis realized that it was tree magic and that their capture was the goal. He was trying to determine what was in front of him when he looked up into the air the next moment when he noticed a huge sword. Our hero seemed to have done all the calculations right now, because he turned to the Sword of the Abyss and used it to attack the opponents below. The knights saw this and warned Sir Marquis that the sword was falling right on top of them. It was a critical situation and everyone realized it watching the inevitable. The Marquis then shouted to his knights to cut down the roots and run. The knights followed his instructions and tried to chop the roots, but they couldn't move because they were clutching them tightly. Then the sword dealt with them. After dealing with everyone, our hero tried to draw attention to what was going on there. Looking down from above, he saw that it looked like he had only survived at the end. However, the one who had orichalcum is a true royal guard. Marquis looked at him, trying to determine who our hero would be. After Hoshi had destroyed all of his underlings, the young man heard his question and asked his opponent if he needed to introduce himself first. The Marquis shouted that he would not give his name. When our hero heard this, he said he didn't need to either. Our hero decided to face the abyss to see who was standing in front of him. It was Marquis Swordy from the 3rd chapter of the 5th Order. He has more powers than the commander of the 2nd Order. They knew that his magic attribute was a curse, and that the Dragon Killer sword based on the Chaos attribute suited him well. When our hero realized that he was something more, he wondered if the Dragon King could use the Dragon Killer sword to fight. He turned to his master after Abyss told him that he was no match for him. Our hero recommended to continue the fight without using his fangs to attack the Dragon King. The Marquis, who was watching our hero at the time, attacked him, asking if he was ready to fight. Our hero was stunned by the Marquis' quick movements and dodged his blows. Marquis was clearly unprepared for Hoshi's attack, but the young man was unable to do so, dodging the blows. The next second he was flying away from our hero, and then you drew your sword and began to attack him. Seeing that this man was a fool, our hero threw the Dragon Killer sword, trying to dodge it. Then, suddenly, he realized that something was wrong, and the sword flew towards Marquis. Returning the sword, Marquis declared that our hero was nothing more than a pathetic coward. In response, Hoshi realized the true nature of the Fifth Order and thought that the man in front of him was no better. Our hero, facing his opponent, questioned which hand was dominant as he turned to face the abyss. After all, he had used his right hand to swing his sword during training. However, the young man saw that his right hand was now injured. Our hero was going to attack primarily from the left, and Abyss was going to tell him everything he knew. The young man guessed by looking at his opponent that it was necessary to attack at this time because it took a long time before the dragon killer sword returned after being thrown. After shouting to our hero that he had to finish, Marquis launched his attack. He lunged at our hero, trying to hit him with his sword. Hoshi was able to dodge it. The enemy then realized this and launched another attack. Leaving him behind, Hoshi realized that he could now launch an attack. The Marquis grabbed his sword and tried to attack our hero, but Hoshi realized that the enemy had a plan. Looking at his enemy's sword, the young man realized that it was a brilliant combination of attack and sword defense tactics, and that he would have a hard time if he lost his sword. Our hero assumed that both the armor and the bowstring were made of orichalcum. Since the young man was able to avoid his attacks twice, the Marquis realized that he was more than just an assassin and assumed that it would take them longer to defeat him. Since he was the only person left alive after their attack on the mountaintop, our hero reported that this was in fact the case at this very moment. He introduced himself to Marquis as Astral Hoshi, the demon lord, believing that now it was already necessary to declare his real status in this world. The guy couldn't believe he was seeing a real demon lord. Turning to the abyss, our hero stated that a fight was required to bind him. He had to get away because the Marquis would counterattack. While he is defending himself, our hero will spot a gap and shoot him. The young man was then attacked by an abyss spewing fire. He tried to repel it with his poisonous scythe and sword. The blow was expected to be fatal. When there was an explosion a moment later, Marquis thought it probably worked. After all, even a demon lord could be killed by this attack. However, he couldn't see anything because of the cursed fog formed after the impact. Prolonged exposure could lead to bleeding, dizziness, pain, and nausea, and an inability to heal. It could even be argued that no living being could survive. Marquis thought it was impossible that the young man was still standing when he saw the figure of our hero through the fog that had begun to dissipate. The young man was attacked by Marquis, who threw his weapon at him again and shouted that it was simply impossible. Trying to figure out what was going on, he watched as the weapon went through Hoshi in the next instant. He realized that this was the exact demon that was going to change the outcome of the conflict. The young man then visualized the abyss. Suddenly he was captured and he recognized the black dragon, but did not know its origin. According to our hero, he is the cause of everything. The Marquis couldn't believe that our hero sincerely hoped he would drop the sword, so he waited for him to do so. Eventually, he realized that the damn fog was the best distraction and the only way to counterattack. All he had to do was wait for the attack. Asking to appear with the abyss, our hero attacked the young man. Our hero felt that Marquis was too innocent after interacting with him. He then realized that it was neither orichalcum nor mithril, even with his sword. He was curious to see what was engraved on the Dragon Slayer's sword. After carefully examining the sword, our hero concluded that analysis was required to determine if any unusual material was present. The analysis of the abyss began. Pointing his hand at the sword, our hero decided to examine its contents. He then realized that the form consisted of 4 elements: void, space-time, holy, and spell. However, the location of the chaos attribute was unclear. The formula included the anti-curse attribute of holiness. To counteract the mental effects of the attribute of emptiness, a one-way spatial barrier, a curse attribute was required. The space-time attribute gives the sword the appearance of enclosed space, and the holiness and curse attributes are used to create sealing techniques. Our hero studied the sword, trying to figure out what it is. It seems that this seal is a curse attribute because it has both curse protection and curse neutralization. Does enclosed space also work with the void attribute? In other words, they include control. Abyss turned to our hero as he examined the sword, assuming the dragon-killing blade had a sealing effect. Hoshi was taken aback upon discovering the sealing sword. Inside is a sealed essence that summons Temiasma, a spirit and a great demon with the attribute of chaos, to put it simply. Hoshi realized that the sword in front of him was a sealing sword, and something within it was causing miasmas. Our hero believed that he could keep this sword because even he could use it. Abyss explained that the space-time attribute was the primary seal, so she didn't believe it could be verified. Hoshi tried to determine what was actually sealed in this sword. When our hero asked about the possibility of dispelling this technique, Abyss answered the Lord in a way that made it impossible. It appeared that they would have to destroy it if they could not disable it. Study the formula, they could stop it if they wanted to. Hoshi had expected to talk to the reincarnation of the Ice Dragon King, but he got so much more. Abyss spoke to him now, informing him that they had finished assembling the knights. Our hero asked to take care of it, figuring it was just in time. Abyss then asked if our hero would destroy the sword, and he replied that that was exactly what had happened. Then, instructing the others to examine the orb and the Dragon Slayer, he asked to activate Abyss Dragon Fang mode. In order to prevent the release of miasma, it must be activated. He immediately began the analysis and it was finished in a few minutes. Subsequently, the young man shouted that the sword needed to be destroyed and decided to attack it. The young man was shocked at what came out of the sword after he swung at it, and it split open. The orb then suddenly released a huge amount of energy and our hero tried to determine what was going on. Realizing that there were many magical elements present, he even had to defend himself while trying to determine what type of monster was trapped in that sword. Our hero then asked Abyss to prepare for battle as the fog began to clear and perhaps they would face an unknown opponent. Then a young man came up and said that this fog was really bothering him. All this came as a complete surprise to the protagonist. He saw our hero and tried to find out who it was. The young man stood in front of our hero and bowed to him, saying that he was very grateful that the seal had been broken and that he was talking to the demon lord. Noticing the stranger, our hero tried to identify him and wondered if a genie was present. The young man later expressed regret, stating that Spelvia was a high-ranking demon of arrogance. Our hero looked at him carefully, recognizing the powerful demon of arrogance. According to Spelvia, that was the case. He could ask him what he was interested in. Hoshi thought. Upon learning this, the man stated that Hoshi shouldn't have been so nice to him because he was just a high-ranking demon. The demon bowed to our hero and asked to be addressed as inferior. After all, he was his servant. Our hero was a bit puzzled by the young man's sudden transformation. He then made the decision to find out why Spelvia was imprisoned in this sword. He was informed that only the great demons had been imprisoned, the rest had been destroyed. According to our hero, Spelvia stated that he was unsure how it was inherited by future generations. However, the seal and the swords made the higher demons weaker. The total number of supreme demons was 7. After hearing this story, our hero wondered what was happening to the middle and lower demons. Unless you include their king, the great demon, all the demons are sealed in the remaining 7 swords. The man went on to say that their people invented themselves. They serve as messengers of the god of destruction in this world, but they are merely their minions and the minions of 8 demons, including their king. Hoshi next gave another thought to what had surprised Mr. Spelvia. Our hero then approached him and asked if he could lend him a hand. He provided an update on the collaboration. Spelvia saw what he would gain from it. The release of other demons, including the Great Biman, would be the reward, according to our hero. Spelvia certainly thought that sounded tempting. According to Spelvia, he wasn't too greedy and thought it was a reward well worth it. Spelvia made the decision to find out exactly what our hero wanted from him. Then Hoshi simply asked for help in destroying this nation for him. Spelvia asked if the young man was serious as she looked at our hero in awe. Our hero replied that he was. Spelvia made the decision to inform him that the Lord's main goal was to destroy humanity, which was very profitable for him. According to our hero, this was surprisingly sound thinking for a demon. He is a demon of vanity, not greed as Spelvia had previously stated. Hearing those words again, our hero wondered about the identity of the man Spelvia had in mind, the 7-eyed man in fact. The young man then made the decision to give the directive. Hoshi wanted the city destroyed by Spelvia. Spelvia bowed to his lord and asked which city our hero was referring to. He applied telepathy as Hoshi materialized in front of him, choosing the city that would be the target for the most damage, location and industrial features that would prevent foreign invasion. Hoshi pondered which city, with the exception of Lindel, had to be the best. Then everyone could see what was said about Nazca, an industrial city. Nazca, an industrial city with a significant military force, is their target. It would take a lot of resources to attack this city. Spelvia said that he had never heard of this city before, indicating that things had changed. He pondered for a while. In fact, besides him, every spirit king was imprisoned and every demon was sealed. Dragon kings were also treated like things. After realizing all this, Spelvia came to the conclusion that these people had forgotten their place. He had made such a mistake in front of the demon lord that he later begged for forgiveness. Hoshi made the decision to assure everyone that everything was fine. They had a plan and they were to discuss it next time. Hoshi wanted Spelvia to start testing his skills right now. The power of the spell dropped because it was sealed, our hero said, remembering the sword he was imprisoned in. However, Spelvia said that his abilities had certainly deteriorated, just as the demon lord had predicted. He must wait to regain some of his power. He then stated that it would take our hero a month to reach his peak. Our protagonist was confident that his new subordinate would do his best. Spelvia confirmed that he would, and asked if our hero had any other requests for him. The young man tried to determine what else he needed after thinking for a bit. However, he didn't want anyone to find out. Hoshi told his new subordinate that he could handle everything in a month, but he would also need to hide and test his skills. Hoshi added that if they were found, a strike team would be formed, which could lead to dismissal. Currently, Spelvia could pass for an Ahuman, but not in his true form. Spelvia stated that his boss was right, and the next scene showed our hero's real uniform. It was a form with horns and pointed ears, as well as wings and a tail that grew behind his back. Since Hoshi could get a weapon if needed, our hero asked if Spelvia waved it around. According to Spelvia, it was not necessary, although he could fight without it. He primarily used magic because he was skilled in both magical and non-magical abilities. Hearing this, our hero assumed that it was alright because he was a strong demon and also a jack of all trades. Hoshi then thought that they have a month to devise a plan to attack Nasku. He will destroy the great city's defenses, and Abyss can help them do that. It's an industrial city and there might be some special metals or something else unexpected there. Abyss reported that they even wanted to destroy the Dragon King because Hoshi made him escape from Spirit Peak, so he thought they were losing. Deciding that protecting the Ice Dragon King would come first, our hero told his new subordinate that he would contact him in a month. But first he wanted to show him some of the Demon King's power, so he asked the demon to follow him. The demon followed our hero as he flew up into the sky, and later he showed him how he tackled the knight's camp. The demon saw that they were the descendants of the people who sealed him, and he had to destroy the evidence. Our hero asked Abyss to mutate into a dragon. The next moment, Abyss appeared in front of the demon, and when he saw it, he was stunned at such a stunning sight of dark energy. Several more dragons appeared, and our hero used the dragon's breath, demonstrating the full power of his abilities as a demon lord. Upon seeing this demon, he was shocked by this power, reporting that it was simply unbelievable, considering that our hero was indeed a demon lord and proved it. Hoshi reported that this was not the end, and at that moment it even made the demon laugh. The next moment, our hero commanded Abyss to sweep them all away. Abyss, obeying our hero's command, attacked the camp, using its flames and sweeping away everything in its path. The flames headed towards the tent city where the knights had been until recently and burned everything down. The demon watched carefully what our hero was doing, as the next moment an explosion of colossal power and energy formed. Hoshi looked at it and reported that they had no more evidence. The demon confirmed this, being in complete awe of the strength and power of the demon lord. Our hero then, jumping to the abyss, informed that it was time for him to return and invited his new subordinate to continue working on himself. He agreed to his superior's order, saying he would do his best to live up to his expectations. Our hero, who had rushed away on the abyss, was at this moment bidding farewell to his subordinate. The latter, watching his new master, thought about what a fine demon lord he was. The next moment, the abyss descended near the house of our hero, and the young man entered the house to see a defenseless Luke sleeping with his friend Ark. This made our hero smile, and the next moment he fell on his bed and fell into a sweet sleep. The next day, the sun was shining and Luke was playing with his friend Ark as usual. Hearing this laughter, our hero woke up. The next moment he heard Mira and Sira, who were already on the doorstep, coming to get Luke. Seeing them, Luke was shocked. Our hero opened his eyes and tried to wake up, realizing that Sira and Mira were nearby. Those who saw the sleepy young man greeted him, and then Sira noticed that our hero had a scar on his cheek, offering to look at it. She was so close that our hero was confused. The young man reported that he was just running through the forest and ran into a branch. The girl, of course, did not believe what our hero said, so she stared at him intently. The young man tried to turn away from her, telling her that it didn't matter. He was going to be out of town for a few weeks, so he asked if he could ask the girls to watch Luke. Upon hearing the request, the girls agreed, and Luke, looking at our hero, didn't realize if the young man would really leave him for those two. He informed that he just had a special assignment. When Sira and Mira heard about the special assignment, they hissed. They tried to figure out what our hero was taking on, what the assignment was, interrogating the young man to see if they were standing over his soul. Our hero, as always, usually replied that it was a secret. But in the next moment I thought to myself that they would certainly agree. Hoshi explained that he would be gone for a week or so, and in the meantime they needed to keep an eye on the hatch. Hearing this, the girls agreed, and at this point Luke was very upset about what Hoshi had ordered. Turning to Luke, our hero apologized to him, saying that he would be back as soon as he was done. Cheering up again, Luke wished his master good luck. He smiled back at him and set off on his new journey, saying goodbye to the girls and his friend. Arriving at the guild, our hero met his new friends, and when they saw him, they were glad the young man had come. They informed Hoshi that he was late, for which he had to apologize generously. Once they gathered together, the head informed them that since everyone was here, their task was to defeat the king of the ice dragons. But the most important condition was to defeat the ice dragon king faster than the knights. Everyone was enthusiastic about this task and happy, and our hero thought that his plan had finally worked. The next moment, they all headed towards the ice mountain. After climbing up the mountain, they tried to climb up, and after climbing it they realized that this was where the ice dragon king had been reborn. Though they saw that there was no trace of him here, Yuta reported that he was still having quite a hard time, and everyone else was tempting him, but Hoshi-san was still with them. They had walked so much though, and he didn't look tired at all. The next moment, they were all trying to find out if our hero was alright, asking him to rest for a while, when suddenly the young man started coughing. Picking him up, Yuta carried our hero, and the next moment when they came to the place, they were trying to find out what had happened. Our hero was carefully watching the hole from the explosion, and the knights who were standing beside him and inspecting the scene. But the knights ran past them, telling them to get out of the way. Yuta, angry at this knight, reported that they had a man sick. Hoshi asked Yuta to be calm because everything was fine. At that moment, they saw a girl turning to the guys because she didn't care. They needed to find the Dragon Slayer's sword, a national treasure. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The knight who ran past our heroes reported that this was exactly what he was talking about. If they wanted to rest properly, there was another place nearby. Yuta was of course annoyed that the knight was so arrogant. Lucas also found such an attitude unbearable. The girl who accompanied them then asked if they wanted her to burn them, after which she was free to do so. They all told Haki that they would support her in this situation and offered their support. At this point, our hero realized that they were looking for that sword and they needed to wait a little longer. The young man asked to go home and not do this. Upon their return to the city, they informed the guild that the knights had arrived. Our heroes claimed to have met them there after the leader stated that it was impossible after hearing this. The guild leader was trying to determine if defeating the Ice Dragon King was worth the effort. After thinking for a bit, he said that they should have considered the matter more carefully. He also said that he had withdrawn that request, and that everyone was now free to go. This was to our hero's advantage. He told Crystal about all of this when he got back to the castle. It wasn't a big deal, he said, but from the way the young man was resting and lying down, it looked like the Demon King had done a fantastic job. He claimed it was normal as he felt a little kinder than before after seeing the dragon. The dragon just stared into space without answering him. Although our hero realized it was too late, devastating the country was a grim task. There were many things to consider after victory, including political dynamics, meddling in other countries' internal affairs, and damage calculations. After listening to our hero's thoughts, the Dragon King stated that he understood what the young man was doing. When our hero heard this, he replied, of course he did. According to the Demon King, the young man could have stayed in the Demon Lord's Crystal Palace if he changed his mind. Our hero stated that this was his goal after hearing the dragon's suggestion. Mankind had become too vain. When the dragon heard this, he said that our hero didn't have to worry about it if that was the case. The Dragon King was always available and willing to give anything if he needed power. After our hero thanked Crystal for his help, he smirked and offered to help him. This castle was impossible to capture, bring the king back to life, create new content, and bring the kingdom back to order after it was destroyed. Enemies and allies intervened to create kingdoms of national order. Our hero thought for a while after hearing about the allies, and then he told the dragon he had an idea. Thanks to the crystal once again, Hoshi realized that some people sell their souls to the devil to fulfill their desires. The capital city was the Margrave Kingdom. Since everyone had gathered and knew that everyone was alarmed, this had to be solved first. They want a prescription for a special medicine in addition to the madness about 40% help. Did they forget themselves by telling the administrator to kneel? The king reported that it was too much. Talking to King Peralk, the administrator stated that all is not as it seems. It's a fair price, and there is an obvious reason for it because they are not a friendly state, he said. To which the king replied that to betray his state was to betray himself. Our king informed his new guest that they needed fair intentions and a fair price. He slowly lit a cigarette. According to the king, potions are proof of intentions and money is the price. Freedom fighters should also take part in the conflict. Upon arrival, it was revealed that the freedom fighters' participation in the war was voluntary, not at their request. He was eager to hear the king's answer, but had to put the matter aside for now. He was very unhappy looking at the people leaving. After the king left, Nese returned to the Mulliglyph Plaza Hotel, smoking again. He wondered if the king's optimism was unexpected and if getting the necessary medication was still so difficult. He exhaled, thinking that he should try to influence the nobles in addition to directly negotiating with him. In light of the difficulties this kingdom was facing, he was grateful to the demon lord for his continued destructive behavior. Our hero then materialized beside him and stated that he didn't know that this man had such an opinion of him and it was a pleasure. Nese was shocked to see the demon king beside him, or rather a voice he had never heard before. Nese jumped up from his seat and started screaming, asking who the young man in front of him was, when he noticed our hero standing terrified behind him. Naturally, our hero could tell what he was thinking at the moment, but he told him not to worry about it. He had just heard it from him and he wasn't going to share it with anyone. Besides, Hoshi wasn't going to write anything down. Hoshi's only goal was to bargain with Nese. Naturally, Nese was afraid of our hero because he hid his face behind an intimidating mask. However, he decided to listen to the young man when he began to speak. Nese did not know what kind of negotiation the young man meant when he said he wanted to participate in it. He then asked if our hero really wanted to inform him that he was the messenger of an important person. Since Hoshi was a messenger representing himself and was negotiating on his own behalf, he informed him that his guess was wrong. When the concerned Nese heard this, they were stunned and turned to look at our hero. Hoshi asked permission to introduce himself. Our hero then declared himself the lord of the astral demons while standing in the moonlight. The very same demon lord that humans had been at odds with for a long time. He was beloved here, from what Hoshi had heard. Nese, looking at our hero incredulously, didn't raise his voice at all at this point. Seeing the look on his face, Hoshi realized that he could show him if he didn't believe him, hinting that if you tried to use magic on him, he would just nullify it. Nese looked at our hero carefully and saw that he was very serious. He then decided to use the power of water on our guest hero by taking his glass and sipping from it. Nese assumed it was some kind of joke. However, he found that he failed when he tried to attack him with water the next time. At that moment, our hero was standing next to him. Nese simply spit the water out of his mouth after using it to attack our hero. Our hero then turned to face his opponent and asked if he was satisfied with what he had just seen. Nese was unable to determine what it was. He pondered whether dispelling magic existed, and concluded that it was undoubtedly the demon lord's void magic. I asked myself these questions while looking at our hero. Hoshi made an attempt, but he doubted the plan to suddenly reveal who he really was unsuccessful. As our hero approached Nese, he asked if the man wanted to see something else, use void magic, or hear his words. Then, backing away slightly, Nese stated that he believed in our hero, and that no further proof was required. Hoshi offered to negotiate because he believed he had won. In the end, Nese negotiated with the state and the union to see if they could get their support. Nese was so shocked to find out that our hero knew about this. Since it was top secret, he couldn't understand how the demon lord could know. According to Hoshi, there was nothing to hide from him. Now he was remembering the very moment when his raven was watching Luke's family. He could also keep an eye on everyone. In addition, Vladka claimed that Hoshi had always followed Nis. The nation's secret potion is its trump card, but our hero turned his back on Nis to inform him that people need the technology to produce the medicine. So I asked if Nese could offer something of value in return. Looking at our hero, Nese realized that this man has an intimidating amount of intelligence gathering skills. Nese told us that he would like to hire our hero. The young man lost control when he heard this and started talking nonsense about how you can't be vain. The Lord, infuriated by his remarks, stated that Nese was just a disgrace on this planet. Nese was horrified at the young man's rage, and our hero revealed that the only reason he was still alive was because he was useful to him. Our hero was furious and told Nese that he needed to prove his worth in order to survive. He also asked if Nese was willing to sell him his soul. Nese cast a startled look at the young man at this point, and after learning about the soul, he made the decision to find out our hero's meaning. Nese only needed to follow our hero's instructions, Hoshi assured him, and it was very simple. He would benefit from it, in addition to naturally obtaining the potion technology Nese desired. Nese was shocked to learn that our hero could give him the potion. According to Vladka, this was so because he had previously assured him that he would be useful to him and that he could get what he wanted if he followed instructions. Nyes was shocked to hear about all of this, and our hero explained that it had to do with something more than the cure. The next moment, our hero revealed that he would be able to take control of the entire country. Nyes was stunned to hear this. Hoshi asked if he knew the number of cities in this country. Nyes informed him that there were 18 cities each, and they all had excellent security. Nyes could not believe the demon lord when he told his new ward that his demons had actually infiltrated all of them. Hoshi then made the decision to question him about what had happened in the capital, then stating that his goons were responsible for it. Nyes couldn't believe it after hearing this. Nyes had to know who used void magic, as it was the demon lord himself, the young man claimed, adding that such destruction was the strongest magic. According to our hero, their defenses are not standing in his way. At that moment, our hero tossed the coin in his hand towards Nyes. Nyes caught it and watched our hero, who stated that bringing demons into the city was perfectly acceptable. Asked Nyes if he realized what he was saying. He later claimed that the industrial city of Nazca was about to fall, and that the entire kingdom, the royal family, and the ruling aristocracy of the country would be killed in an instant. Nyes then asked what our hero wanted from him. Hoshi didn't realize at the time if Nyes was so dumb that he didn't know what to do with all that knowledge. He knew what the young man was talking about. He then promised to give him a country that Nyes could use as he saw fit. It would be a paradise on earth for him if the neighboring countries did not interfere after the devastation. Our hero looked at Nyes carefully, and now Nyes understood everything. After all, he can't afford to antagonize other countries. Hoshi said that he would face difficulties if he sold this information to other countries, but he wondered what was better compared to the profit he could offer him. Nyes asked himself if he would be willing to sell his soul to a demon lord at this very moment, and then wondered if that was what our hero had in mind. It was then that Hoshi realized that Nyes was hooked. Hoshi then told him that he didn't want to hear his answer and that he needed to demonstrate that to him with his behavior. The demon lord said goodbye to his new ward and left through the window, promising to stay in touch. Nyes was thrilled to hear about the fall of Naski and all that he had been told. He was curious about the demon lord's next move. The industrial city of Nazca a week later. Finally, our hero had arrived. Since Spelvia was with our hero, he saw no problem in approaching her. According to Spelvia, there was actually no problem at all. However, Hoshi then gave the order to destroy them. Since our hero's will was law to him, Spelvia obeyed him. Spelvia then summoned Thunder Demon, Enigma, Flash, Demon Wolf, and Forday through the Devil's Gate. At Spelvia's command, the maddened monsters rode beside him and moved towards the city. The city was under attack. Our hero found that there was nothing stopping the demons from attacking after he destroyed his barrier. People were trying to figure out what was going on when the next moment a factory exploded. Everyone asked to leave after realizing how dangerous it was. They later recognized it as the Demon Lord. Trying to find the knights, everyone started running in different directions. At this point, Spelvia and the Demon Lord, our heroes, kept a close eye on the city, which was descending into anarchy. Speaking to the Lord, Spelvia said that everything had gone smoothly. Hoshi would leave as soon as the knights started moving. According to Spelvia, it would take a little longer. Our hero found the place more peaceful than he expected. A magical sphere was easily removed by them. Spelvia thought that the people were truly horrible. However, some of them didn't seem to be too horrible and offered to look in the direction he was pointing. At that moment, our hero noticed two men trying to fight a giant demon, standing against it with swords. The men were trying to determine the type of monster that was in front of them. The girl standing next to the guy and addressing him as Rawl reported that if she remembered correctly, this demon was a mid-level enigma. Since she had read about it in a book, it exuded a white light of destruction. The young man then shouted that he didn't believe that they were all destroyed if it was a demon. When his partner told him this, he was stunned. He turned to Miria and asked why it had to be dealt with. His defense was weak because, according to the girl, it was an attacking demon. It could be approached and destroyed because of its weakness, which was the large eye on its back. Miria stated that she wouldn't use her magic attacks to cover Roll. Roll thought his girlfriend was crazy since he couldn't get close to this horrible demon. The guy had to run at the monster after realizing that he hadn't even warmed up before the fight. But it was too late to change his mind because the demon had already started attacking. The young man was on the verge of being attacked by the enemy when it began to do so. Naturally scared, the young man prayed that his opponent would pass away sooner, since the young man was about to be attacked by the light coming from the monster's mouth. He asked Miria to take care of it even faster. Miria shouted that she was having trouble focusing and asked Roll to be quiet. She then launched an ice spear attack. shouting to Roll to start aiming for the eye, and then started attacking his opponent. Roll then hit the monster, aiming straight for his eye, and a moment later there was nothing left of Rollon. Miria stared at her opponent, unable to understand what was happening, until she noticed that a second monster had materialized in front of her. As our hero watched this battle, he believed that these people were almost ready to face these monsters. Spelvia thought they had no chance at all after hearing the comments, tentatively offered them hope before exploring their despair. When our hero heard his comments, he found them to be extremely demonic. According to Spelvia, he is a demon after all. Our hero thought it was a tactic, not cowardice. They couldn't risk it right now, but they would win the battle anyway if they had more time. Our hero pondered as he watched the two defeated humans trying to fight the monsters. Now Spelvia was trying to convince the demon lord to consider the circumstances. Eventually, the humans fled from the gate. Hoshi shouted that their destruction was imperative. He would not let any of them get away. Hoshi told Spelvia that he needed to be in charge of the gate. He attacked, obeying his master. For each of the 8 gates and 16 enigmas, Hoshi said, a fort had to be called for. Place 2 at each gate. The next moment, the city was in turmoil, fires raging everywhere. Everyone was trying to escape, hurrying towards the gates. The children of the women should have been allowed to leave first. One of them was running away with her child at the time, but she crashed into someone's back, trying to figure out what was going on because she needed to keep going. When the next minute the girl crashed into her back trying to move forward, she told everyone in front of her to hurry up because she had a baby. However, as the demons took over the gate, the frightened people right in front of her looked straight ahead. The demons that were right in front of them started dealing with everyone the next moment. When the villagers noticed the demons, they tried to find the knights and called for help since no one else would be able to help them in this situation. According to Spelvia, they had taken over every gate our hero could see. After thanking Spelvia for her hard work, our hero noticed that the knights had finally appeared. However, I realized that it was too late. Hoshi yelled that he was leaving everything to Spelvia when it was his turn. Spelvia said that she hoped his master was having a nice time. Our hero jumped up from his chair and headed towards the knights. Now it was necessary to deal with them. He wondered where they were hiding the magic core. In the next instant, he asked Abyss to find the magic core using telepathy. However, it was in the basement of a building that was right in front of our hero. When they got down in front of the knights, they tried to find out who was there and if he realized the nature of the situation. Our hero took care of them in 1 second. Naturally, our hero knew where he was and headed towards the building of interest, interacting with everyone along the way. Eventually, he found the magical core that was in front of him the next moment. This is where the new dungeon would begin to form. Our hero began to absorb, pointing his hand at the core the next moment he felt and utilized the connection to the dragon vein, increasing his supply of magic by absorbing the magic core. Our hero ordered all the other magic cores to be gathered to address the abyss. After that, all they could do was wait and watch. A moment later, an earthquake occurred. The people were terrified of the demons outside, but they felt and understood that they needed to leave. However, they would be dead if the house collapsed. The people noticed that a monster began to appear from the recently ordinary coins behind them at this very moment. They realized that this seemed to be the end when they turned around and saw a giant dragon. The dragon-shaped abyss was able to deal with the inhabitants of the house that had just appeared in front of them, focusing its huge flames on all nearby living things and destroying them all. When the humans realized that they were dragons and needed to arm themselves to fight demons, they tried to run away from her. Despite their best efforts, the knights were unable to keep the population safe. Evil spirits attacked the knights, and they did their best to hold them back and strike from the left. Though all these attempts were of course very pathetic, they then tried to confront the demons and avoid their attacks by running out of the way. To avoid being heard, our hero also went on the defensive and quietly landed behind the knights. At that moment, the knights ordered them to use their support magic and prepare to attack. As Hoshi looked at these knights, he realized their true nature. He thought they were intelligent. At that moment, one of the knights dispatched the demon. Our hero silently watched their next move. Due to the approaching demons and the presence of dragons overhead, the knights made an effort to remain vigilant. The next moment, a knight was fighting another demon. According to our hero, it wasn't bad, but at least they persevered. At this time, our hero was thinking about Spelvia. Because Spelvia seemed like a typical nobleman, the knights couldn't recognize the person in front of him. However, since he was unfamiliar to the knights, they stopped abruptly in front of him, trying to figure out his character. One of the knights got off his horse and tried to find out where the young man was, as he needed to get away because it was too dangerous for the nobleman here. Then, with a wave of his hand, Spelvia defeated him and called for the others to attack him in their true demon form. Watching, the knights tried to identify the man speaking to their commander in front of them. It was too late as the knight tried to warn his comrades to run as fast as possible. On the other hand, Spelvia thought that the knight should have consulted him before speaking. After all, he could introduce himself. He killed the knight first because he thought the knight was in charge of the group. Thus, he had introduced himself as Spelvia, the supreme demon of pride, due to his performance. Now he needed to finish off the knights in front of him. Given the numerical advantage, the knights were obviously confident that the demon couldn't win. They then tried to attack the demon with magic, but it was ineffective because the demon could take them one at a time. The demon scrutinized the remaining knights after dealing with another one. Since it could understand it even through the armor, the knights felt that it was useless against this creature. The only solution they could think of was to keep their distance, but that wasn't feasible. Spelvia was already beside the other knights, saying that they simply couldn't escape because his orders were to destroy everyone. Since it had been a long time since he had done that, he suggested continuing here. Watching Spelvia, our hero marveled at how easily he could handle the knights. At that moment, Abyss interrupted his joy to inform the Lord that they had discovered all the magical cores. An Abyss dragon was sent to each of the 5 remaining magic cores. The super dense magic crystals made up the magic cores. They had to be allowed to use their breath because they were invulnerable to normal attacks. At this moment, our hero was pondering if it was possible to blow them up. The city had actually been destroyed, and there was a marker on it to track its location. She could use her breath, Hoshi said, agreeing with her suggestion. Then our hero told them they needed to use the dragon's breath, and the Abyss obeyed. The Abyss obeyed our hero the next instant. Each of them used their own power, and there was simply no one to counter such power. Spelvia experienced this power at that very moment, and he thought, "What a beautiful sight right in front of me." The demon reasoned that they should have hurried and prepared for the feast, taking care of the upcoming knights and leaving him alone. There were still magical cores after the explosion, and numerous dragons circled in its place, watching the hole that formed there in the subsequent landing of our hero. Now he was watching the fall of Nazca, and this was it. The demon lord had realized one of his main desires and was now determined not to stop. At this point, rumors quickly reached the royal palace. The king was completely unable to forgive our hero after seeing the picture that showed his new dungeon. Besides being a terrible man, he was also a terrible demon. Everyone in the crowd stared intently at the king, waiting to see what choice he would make. The king announced that he and the Fifth Order would fight the demon lord, as there was no more time. Everyone who heard this said that the king was not allowed to do so because their defenses were inadequate. According to the king, it was an order, not a request. Speaking of demons, the king was completely insane. They would crush him, use their army to destroy everything, and make him regret messing with them. He looked at everyone and said that they had 3 days, that they would use supplies, and that they were now spending money to attack the dungeon. His subordinates decided to ask what the king meant when he mentioned the entire army. However, the king explained that all the knights were going to Nazca, except for the 2 orders in charge of security. The king also ordered everyone to gather as many healers as possible and to take 4 dragon-killing swords. Everyone listened carefully to what the king had to say. At that moment, the king acknowledged the concern, but insisted that the entire army should participate in the campaign this time. The king turned to the director of the Freedom Guild, Nys Flanders, and asked him to justify his actions. He stated that the decision to rent the guild to the army was the reason he was summoned to the king. They have been negotiating for some time now. Before we made the decision to empower them, it was time. The assumption that the guild wouldn't interfere in the running of the country made negotiations difficult, but everyone was seriously affected by the collapse of Nazca, so they agreed to work together. Everyone was happy to hear that they were with them. Even the king's counselor was stunned. Naturally, Nys thought it was excellent at the time, but after careful inspection, the counselor wondered if they could trust him, given his actions that day. He thought that the Demon King was now too dangerous to humanity. Nys explained that they were the Freedom Guild and that their goal was to defeat the demons. They had to have access to border security. The king reiterated his statement that they would do their best to defeat the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's home, Nazca, seemed to have already turned into a dungeon. Every commander must gather his knights near Nazca. He ordered all but 2 knights to gather at Nazca within a week in the name of Perloika Argyle, the 28th king of the Kingdom of Argyle Knights. Armed with dragon slayers, the Fifth Order is to accompany him into the hinterlands of Nazca. Security will be beefed up by the Second Order. For the next few days, border security was to be provided by Nys. The king cried out that justice would surely be served. He informed all the heads of the orders sitting before him, and swore this to the knights and the fallen citizens of Nazca. He told them that this time they had to defeat the Demon Lord. Knights believed that everything was going exactly as the master had planned, and all that was left was to wait. Nazca a week later. Arriving in Nazca, the knights tried to determine if this city was really him, because the appearance has changed beyond recognition. The former industrial city was now a desert. Herloika Argyle reported that the chief of staff was immediately summoned, and the latest information and plans were explained to the Kingdom of Argyle Knight. When the Directorate Chief of Staff was summoned, Mar Reed appeared before the king and stated that he needed to be authorized to explain the final plan of attack. This operation is basically a single attack by His Majesty, the King of the Fifth Order. In the center of the city, His Majesty will mount his griffin, the Fifth Order of Low Beasts, and unleash a lightning strike from the sky on the Demon Lord's tower. This short conflict unites the most powerful elite of this country. In light of the annual expenditure, the Freedom Guild will help them in defense, leaving them no choice but to fight. Fortunately, the Demon Lord cannot directly attack him because he is on the top floor of the tower. They will attack here and victory won't be long in coming. One of the people wanted to ask Chief Reed a question. Upon hearing the question, Reed wanted to pay close attention to Master Calvin, who was standing right in front of him. He stated that the young man claimed that the Demon Lord was at the top of the tower. However, I made the decision to ask him for proof of this. In front of him was Flood Kelvin, the commander of the 5th Squad. Reed then offered to show Flood Kelvin the letter he had presented. He said that after reading that letter, he saw that it contained an image taken an hour earlier. It showed Spelvia, the Demon Lord's accomplice. Knight said that the man on the left was surprisingly young, and Reed explained that he was an astral Demon Lord. However, Sigil was aware of this and stated that the man was the one. He had previously met Sigil, the 1st Squadron commander. He finally remembered him, and they recognized him as their new ally when they looked at Spelvia, who was walking beside the Lord. According to Reed, the other units would begin the siege while the elite attacked. In response to the First Order, he will ask them to destroy the demons that surround the tower. The Demon Lord can fight from the air and commands a dragon-shaped creature. Flying ships will be used by the Third Order and wyverns will be used by the Fourth Order. They had to take to the skies, and the commanders of the Third and Fourth Orders were Enokirkes and the Real Romans, embracing, respectively. Reed wished everyone good luck, and that was the only instruction. All that remained was to do his duty and return calm and safety to the people. Our hero thought at that moment that the Argelian army had arrived as planned. Speaking to his master, Spelvia confirmed this, stating that their scouts had estimated the size of the army at around 50,000 men. Naturally, our hero stated that he didn't care about the numbers. They had it all planned out. The young man believed that not even 1,000 of them would come near him. Our hero was right, but they had a problem, according to Spelvia, and the problem was the elite. The entire royal guard was considered elite by the Order of the Abyss 5. 10 of them remained even after they had killed one. The king and the leaders of the 1st, 4th, and 5th orders should have been spared. Asked Spelvia what she thought of the 2nd and 3rd orders in the 1st. Hoshi realized that the 2nd order was not involved. Although the 3rd order was skilled in magic, it was unaffected by it. True to his master's word, Spelvia reported that it was. Hoshi then stated that the Dragon Slayer's sword was the last problem. Spelvia immediately replied that the young man needed to be himself and deal with the situation because he most likely had a plan. After listening to his partner, our hero reported that this was the case. He actually had a clear plan in his head. Hoshi stated that his plan had certainly been prepared. Since their swords wouldn't hurt anyone, he did something else and asked Spelvia if he had seen the basement and the top of the tower. Spelvia said he had never seen it after hearing that. Our hero confirmed what he said, but asked him to wait and be on the lookout, saying he would let him know when they got closer. Spelvia decided to fulfill his master's wish by bowing to him. At this point, our hero decided to explore their little game, discussing all the knights who had visited his castle. The 1st squad under Sigil's leadership was ready to march at this time. Sigil felt that every dragoon was out of control. This time, he was pondering about the Demon Lord while sitting on his horse. As Sigil surveyed his army, he shouted that they should kill the Demon Lord and that the entire army should follow him. In any case, I reasoned, nothing would benefit the Lord. The commander of the 4th squad ordered his men to stand up. They were heading towards our hero just at that moment. The girl from the 3rd squad thought that a Demon Lord with the ability to dispel magic was not the best opponent, and she wanted to deal with him. As a result, she gave the 3rd squad orders, telling them to be ready in the air. According to the girl, she wanted any demons or black dragons to be destroyed immediately if they appeared. Everyone followed her instructions and moved forward. The king, who also attacked, said he hadn't engaged the guys in a long time. The king had been warned by his partner to be cautious as a formidable enemy was closing in on them. The king was undoubtedly aware of this. According to Spelvia, they were moving. As he watched them from his throne, our hero said they were many and would arrive in 2 hours. Spelvia asked our hero if he was sure of this, having heard such an accurate time setting. Even though each demon used was weak, our hero argued that it didn't matter. The demon's magic would return to the dragon's vein after they died, requiring another sacrifice. Our hero would simply turn on a device that would release the void dragons as their airships approached. Spelvia asked if he also needed to call his aides upon hearing this. According to our hero, he did. Spelvia summoned the gargoyles of the infernal prisons and gave them orders to kill anyone they wished. They did not need to coordinate their actions. The Fourth Order was attacked by the gargoyles. Everyone was ordered to move to the front line after they realized that the Fourth Order of these demons were of medium rank. The dragoons then launched an attack on the demons, although the leader of the Fourth Order thought that they were extremely weak, but their sheer numbers were astonishing. In light of everything they had to endure, he reported that although they might have been many, they were still unimportant. Although they agreed with him, the knights demonstrated to the commander that the black dragons had materialized there. When Sigil saw the opponents, he too entered the fray and massacred each one in turn. A bloody battle broke out after the knights were killed in battle. As Sigil looked at it, he recalled the horrible events of the previous battle in which they had to face the demon lord. Other demons then materialized, and Sigil began to fight them, adamant that he would not give up. Sigil stepped forward, engaging in battle with another demon, promising never to give up or retreat, for he only needed victory. The dragoons and demons of the fourth squad also engaged in a bloody battle in the air. The commander also made an effort to deal with each of them as much as possible by fighting them. The next moment, the knight pointed at the black dragon behind them and asked him to look in the right direction. The commander turned around, ordered everyone to get ready to fire, and then gave the order to fire at the dragon. After all, time was very short and action had to be taken. The commander carefully watched the aftermath of the explosion. However, he also realized that this dragon was unaffected by the explosion, and he didn't know its strength. He knew that they wouldn't be able to withstand it, and in the next instant, he mentally gave up. However, the commander only had to react to the dragon's attack and try to fend it off by pointing his sword at it because he didn't want to die so easily. Upon closer inspection, he saw that 2 more dragons were coming right at him with their attack, and he had no choice but to dodge them. He saw the ship and Lady Rena after someone abruptly stepped in to help him. She was here to help them, the girl shouted. She turned to the Lord and asked that their third squad be given a black dragon. Our hero turned to Spelvia, who was standing next to him, and asked if he wanted to watch the trick, realizing that the airships were finally approaching. Naturally, Spelvia didn't want to miss it. Our hero ordered them to connect to the network, using telepathy activation. Sasuke's magical core had to be under the control of the Abyss. Our hero used telepathy. Everyone felt its power the next time they turned to the core and expanded its capabilities. Our hero used activation and destruction techniques, wanting to win this battle as quickly as possible. In the next instant, the ground they weren't looking at glowed, and all the squad leaders were trying to determine what it was. All the knights were trying to look at the ground when the third squad leader realized it was a magic circle. It ended up with a pattern of light floating on it. In the next second, they were all stunned and began to fall. As the third squad began to be dragged to the ground, the commander realized that it was a magic circle of attraction. All of the dragoons began to die as soon as they touched the ground, along with those who couldn't organize themselves in time. Once on the ground, Sigil realized how heavy his body was and noticed that a huge airship was descending directly on him. The knights that were on the airship and nearby died when it fell and horribly exploded, releasing a huge ball of fire. Subsequently, other airships began to descend as well. Watching, the first and fourth squads tried to determine if this was really happening. Looking at the airships in front of him, Sigil couldn't believe it because Lady Rihanna was one of the Third Order. Sigil was stunned by the dead knights and cursed the demon lord responsible for all this destruction and annihilation. It was then that a dragon in the shape of an abyss materialized in front of him. Sigil realized that now was the time to fight him. He tried to tackle the dragon, dodging its blows as it attacked. When he saw the other one, he assumed he had handled the first one and didn't know its strength. He realized he was running out of time. Lady Rihanna then intervened in his defense, stating that only a mage could help him at that distance, saving Sigil, who was struck by the force right in front of him. When Sigil saw Lady Rihanna, he was glad she was safe, and the girl said she was glad Sigil was okay too. She went on to say that the Third Order had been effectively destroyed. Her survival alone was a miracle. She was seriously injured, but they quickly came to her aid and gave her potions to help her regain her magical abilities. Sigil believed that they were nothing more than demons, but they had to move forward. Speaking to Ryana, Sigil told them that they needed to hurry to reach the top of the tower. Watching the dead dragoons, the king realized something was wrong and wondered what was going on. It was difficult for the griffins to fly away now that the sudden gravity had increased several times. The king stated that the demon lord was destroying everyone's lives at this very moment, and that he would not allow him to continue. The king then approached the dragon that was right in front of him and ordered him to prepare himself and request that dragon-killing swords be made for him. After he handled one, he realized that many others were flying at him. Everyone who had dragon slayers decided to attack those who were approaching them in the next instant. Watching, the knights were thrilled to see how strong the orders were and believed that perhaps not all was yet lost in this terrible battle. They heard the voice of the king, declaring that they would never submit to the evil demon lord. "They will not be defeated," the king exclaimed. On the sword he held, he swore to give the demons the strongest rebuke and to take just revenge on Nazca. Every knight saluted his king and cheered him on. In his tower, our hero heard shouts in the distance. He laughed, for he found it truly intriguing. Spelvia, who was standing beside him at the time, was annoyed that these people, despite hunting dragons and capturing spirits themselves, dared to call the demon lord a traitor. Our hero believed that the demon lord would only end up being a threat to humanity if he fulfilled his duties. Hence, it was easy to understand why this king wanted to get rid of him. Hoshi felt that it was time to demonstrate the wonders of nature to humanity while he sat on his throne. Hoshi realized that no one would help these people now. Today their night kingdom would fall. Spelvia was thrilled to see our hero's level of confidence. Despite their valiant march through the labyrinth, our hero thought they would die, unaware that their kingdom had fallen. Thus, our hero turned to Spelvia and gave him an order. Spelvia was overjoyed to learn that he could help his master, and declared that he was at his disposal. At this point, Hoshi offered to kill all the nobles in order to transport him to the royal city of Margraf using a magical transfer circle. Hoshi instructed him to deal with Ois Zelek, the second commander of the knights, and promised to come to him directly if he made a mess of things. Hoshi gave him full autonomy, warning him that Spelvia would bring them unimaginable disasters. Spelvia was touched and delighted to hear our hero's instruction to act with full autonomy. Our hero promised to let him know when the time was right and gave him 2 hours. The next moment Spelvia disappeared and reappeared near the royal capital of Margraf, realizing his master's devious plan. Spelvia tried to decide what to do as he watched the city from above. He knew that he had been ordered to kill all the nobles, so he decided to make a big ruckus first. In the next instant, he used his power. A huge whirlpool materialized in front of Spelvia, which had tremendous power. When the people felt it, they grabbed at poles and other objects because the vortex was so strong that it sucked them in. In response, Spelvia said that there were pathetic insects that danced and talked to the people and urged them to spare their miserable existence. As he watched Spelvia cross the abyss, our hero reflected on how he had given the order and how flawlessly Spelvia had carried it out. Life in the city was boiling at the time, and no one had any idea what would happen next. He gave her orders to attack the coins that our hero had poisoned with the abyss while she was hiding in each city. Collect the magical cores from each city and transport them to Nazca. Then explosions shook the city, people were buried under buildings, and the elite tried to run faster because they thought it would be safer behind the walls. Many were puzzled as to why the knights were not present to save them at that particular moment. Watching all this horror, Spelvia pondered how beautiful the scene before him was, before realizing that he had to make a decision about the destruction. Spelvia felt that fire would be the ideal option. Therefore, the demon wanted a rain of fire to fall upon this city, so he summoned fire magic of immense power. He launched his attack, which he called Armageddon. The city was hit by a deluge of fire that destroyed everything in its path. People tried to identify the type of smoke, and then they simply perished in it before they had time to think about their options for escaping this hell. Spelvia found it fascinating to watch people express their pain, and after watching everyone who went through it, the demon was fascinated. He then realized he had a lot of work ahead of him as he looked around the city. Spelvia made the decision to call his friends. He then offered to release a swarm of parasitic demons that descended directly on the humans when he opened the gates of the prison, who had not yet witnessed what was happening or experienced the parasites that began to descend on them. The people were infested with the parasites in the next moment. They started attacking and killing each other after infecting others. People were losing their minds and became true predators to destroy each other. Spelvia noticed that the weak were being destroyed by these parasites that preyed on humans, and the humans were powerless against such an insidious attack and were completely doomed. Then the Second Order materialized. The demon remembered that he was given a certain mission that involved these brave knights, and it was to destroy the captain of the Second Order. Spelvia also thanked him for avoiding the need to search for him. Then Spelvia materialized right in front of him, and it was a complete surprise for the commander of the squad of knights. He claimed that our demon resembled one of those powerful demons from the myths because of its black wings and tail. Is it true that this demon has forgotten here? The captain of the Second Order asked. Spelvia replied that it had come to kill him. Our chapter starts with Orius Zerek telling Spelivius that he is the leader of the Second Order, and since he came here he will fight to the last. The man looked at the guy silently. The guy started to slowly and carefully draw his sword. He furiously asked the demonic weapon to respond. Spelivia, with eyes like a wild animal's when it sees prey, looked at the guy. He playfully licked his long tongue. The sword that belonged to Orius Zerek emitted an inconceivable energy that spread through the air. Seeing such a magic sword with divine power, the man said that it was quite interesting. He turned into a toothy beast with long horns in 1 second, and shouted to the guy that it looked like he hadn't met a strong enemy in a long time, and eagerly told him to come closer. The flow of power in the sword seemed to have increased several times that it was already hard to hold it back. The charge in the sword had built up to its maximum. All that was left was to strike. Orius Zerek shouted to the man that he was in for a rough ride now, and took a strong swing to attack with sword in hand. Spelivia stood before the guy without fear, showing his calmness and excitement. He smiled his wide, sly smile up to his ears. In his hand, with his long animal claws, he formed a small ball of black flame. And with such a small ball, he attacked with a powerful attack that was dozens of times bigger than what he had in his hand. The black flame collided with the guy's power. It looked like the separation of two oceans. Neither of them were superior, they had the same power. The size of the battle was colossal. It was visible even being several kilometers away from the battle site. Therefore, the knights of the city saw this fusion of guy power and flame in the sky, and immediately realized that Master Orius was fighting there. Suddenly, fire hit the shoulder of one of them. The flames quickly spread on the knight's armor. He panicked. Spelivia saw the knights of the city and laughed at them. They called for help and asked for water as soon as possible to put out their comrade. The man said menacingly that if he needed water he could give it to him, and placing his hand on his chest he summoned black rain. Immediately the city was overshadowed by dark clouds, and a torrential rain of black drops poured down. At first the knights were surprised by the sudden rain, and within seconds they felt an incredible burning pain all over their bodies. Every place the drop hit their skin was eaten away. The knights died without a chance of survival, and were left lying somewhere on the streets of the city. Spelivia looked indignantly at the pathetic-looking guys in armor. They had come too easily to him, and the man was ashamed that he had even taken them seriously. Folding his hands behind his back, he turned away from the knights placatingly, and said that he was too ashamed to face the demon lord if he found out about this. Spelivia pronounced with confidence that he would order absolutely everyone to be killed. Orius Zerek continued to attack the angry man, his sword still wielding unthinkable power. Orius wanted to thrust his sharp, power-filled sword into Spelivius's stomach, but he dodged very quickly, getting behind the guy's back, and with a smile he tensed his powerful tail. And with this long, black and strong tail, he pushed, almost sealed Orius Zerek into the ground. The guy managed to land correctly, without getting broken, but he was filled with rage. He was ready to tear Spelivius. The man furrowed his eyebrows and said he wasn't laughing at all anymore, and it was time for the lad to accept his death. Orius raised his head, and stunned, the man made a huge meteor above him. With confidence in his voice, Spelivia said that he was sick of this battle, and so now he would finally kill him. Orius Zerek fell into a stupor. For a second he lost hope. Drops of salty sweat dripped from his face, and the city knights couldn't believe it, but this was all happening for real. The meteor grew bigger and bigger, covering the whole city. All the inhabitants were in danger. Everyone was in shock, not knowing what to do. Orius watched the meteor, trying to think of a tactic by which he would fix everything. The knights, with panic in their voices, shouted to the commander to run away, that they can only save themselves by running away. But he did not listen to them, and only mysteriously raised his gaze at the meteor. And gathering all his strength and courage, he rushed forward to the meteor. The knights were furious, because they could not stop the commander. They were sure that nothing would help them and they would lose him. Aureus Zerek just shouted to them that now was the time to continue the battle and ordered his demonic sword to change its appearance. All the power of the sword flowed into his hands and he gathered himself and made a powerful attack. He hit the meteor with so much power that it started to crack, so his power penetrated inwards, crushing it from the inside. It wasn't easy to do that. The guy was giving his all to achieve the desired result. Even though Aureus Zerek was as big as one small piece of meteor, his powerful force penetrated the entire meteor, destroying it with every new second. With a terrifyingly furious face, the guy shouted to Spilivius that he would right now show all his skills. Everything he had learned over the years, the beams of his power became its more powerful and thicker. Compared to his beams of power, the meteor became a speck. The knights were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. The guys were worried about their commander and wanted to believe that he would stop the meteor. Spilivia looked at the situation and tensed up. He was not prepared for the fact that Aureus Zerek was so strong. Aureus made one last violent thrust. He screamed through the pain that he would tear Spilivia to shreds. The meteor had come to an end. Its indestructible power enveloped the meteor, causing it to fall apart, but it was not the end. In an instant he was reduced to dust. He was able to crumble the seemingly terrifying meteor. With his skill, he simply wiped it out. Aureus Zerek landed on the ground, sweat pouring from his face like a bucket. He had put all of himself out to destroy such a huge meteor. The knights were in amazement that he was able to shatter it, that he had just destroyed it. They were overwhelmed with pride that he was their commander. The guys in armor started cheering for the commander, shouting at him to keep it up. Aureus Zerek was pleased to hear this, and he even smiled a little, but it didn't last long. 4. Spilivia slowly and grudgingly clapped his hands together and said that the boy had managed to impress him well. Spilivia admitted that he was very surprised at what he had been able to do. Now he knew what the commander of the Second Order of Aureus Zerek was really like, knew his true power. But abruptly he strained a nasty smile and asked him if he could handle the second meteor. The guy shuddered and opened his mouth in surprise. At that moment the second meteor was already ready, and was hovering right above them. Our chapter began with the continuation of the brutal battle between Spilivia and Aureus Zerek. The man ascended into the sky, and smugly, mockingly told the boy that it was time to move on to the second meteor. Aureus Zerek was already very tired, for he had given a lot of effort to the first meteor without expecting the second. He was breathing very fast, trying to inhale more and more air. Rivers of salty sweat ran down his back. Spilivia furrowed his black eyebrows and said that his magic power was running low, but he could still handle the second meteor, he added with a sly smile. The man slowly raised his hand with sharp claws, and with a nasty and sneaky smile, he said that he was finished, but to be honest, he was having a lot of fun. The guy squirmed with all his might, hoping for a second feat. The guy screamed at the top of his voice from the pain he had to endure for the sake of accomplishing his goal. He raised his heavy magical sword and a stream of energy the size of 1,000 lightning bolts spurted from it. Aureus Zerek bled his own blood, giving all of himself, and shouted that he was the captain of the Second Order. He had a mission given by the king, and he would fulfill it by all means. His stream of power arrow flew into the huge stone meteor, and his strength was again enough to penetrate the crevices of the meteor. It began to slowly fall apart again. Spilivia, seeing this, was in astonishment. He couldn't believe that this guy was still alive, and still able to fight back so well. So he tensed up, but immediately smiled, because this situation heated up the excitement in him. He shouted like a psychopath in a rage to the guy that if he still decided not to give up, then let him try to stay alive now. Aureus Zerek was still holding on. His strength inside the meteor was swarming, but it still wasn't enough to finish. Bleeding, the boy shouted to Spilivius that he could definitely stop him. But suddenly he felt his blood begin to spurt from his body, for in exchange for his life force he had increased the power of his sword. The guy realized that it wasn't long before his body would reach its limit. Suddenly, Aureus Zerek felt a little relief. It turned out that it was the knights who came to his aid. They shouted to him that they also wanted to give their life force. The guy did not expect such a turn of events. He was sure that he would be alone until the end. First he mumbled in a confused voice, "Guys," and then, without losing spirit, said that they will definitely together with their own hands to kill the demon. The knights supported Aureus Zerek, hoping for a better outcome, but Spilivia threateningly said that they should not have tried so hard at all. After all, this fight is only between him and the guy, so they are only in the way. The man readied his powerful tail for the attack. In an instant, he killed 2 of them at once, the bloody knights falling to the ground. Almost without looking at them, he said that it was time for him and Aureus Zerek to continue the fight. Seeing that he had destroyed the two guys, Aureus screamed exhaustedly that he was the worst person he had ever met. It seemed that the scream made his blood run even more. The meteor plummeted to the ground with a terrible rumble, destroying more than one apartment building that people were probably vacationing in. It destroyed most of the city. A meteor the size of a 10-story house lay amongst the untouched houses, spreading warm air into the distance. Even above the meteor was Spalivia. He was madly pleased with his actions. The man said that he was absolutely right, that this was the end for Aureus Zerek. And he recognized the fact that Aureus Zerek was the strongest person he had seen in a long time. The man looked at all the destruction and blood that was on the pavement and said that it had been quite fun. The priority of the outcome of this battle was to restore the magical core rather than destroy it. A large black and terrifying dragon flew over the city. It was mercilessly destroying all the buildings of the city, built by ordinary innocent people. Suddenly, his eye noticed something unusual. Looking closely, he saw the very same magic core. It was lying completely defenseless among the ruins of the city. With his huge clawed paw, he picked it up and flew on. He circled over the city for a while longer, trying to see if he had left anything intact in the city. One ordinary citizen who had miraculously survived saw everything that was happening with his own eyes. The kingdom was in a terrible state. Only ruins were left. Even the ground was burning. The smoke made it impossible to see the nature that once adorned such a beautiful city. In a tower nearby was a lord in a robe. The young man closed his eyes to feel the magic core, and it came true. He realized that Spalivia was able to find it and restore it. The core in his hands turned into a small hot flame. A satisfied smile appeared on the young man's face, and he said that everything was going great. All that was left was to destroy the kingdom's army, and they would be victorious. He asked himself if he was right that it had been almost 2 hours, which meant it was time to call Spalivius back. The young man took off over the ruined kingdom, and seeing the whole picture he was horrified. He was surprised to see craters all over the city, and everywhere burning flames from the breath. Noticing the meteor, he was stunned and asked, not expecting an answer, where this huge rock in the middle of the kingdom came from. It turned out that Spalivia had flown to his back. And when he asked this question about the meteor, the man replied that everything he saw in front of him was due to him and bowed. Spalivia glowed with happiness and smugly said that the mission was successfully completed. He explained to the Lord that the Second Order was buried under this stone, and detailed that absolutely all the nobles had been killed by his special creatures that looked like large worms, and that the entire civilian population seemed to have been able to be slaughtered by his powerful dragons. The Lord replied to him that he was great. It was enough that they had gotten rid of all the nobles and the Second Order, so now they should return to Nasku immediately. Spalivia did not resist, and said he would do as the Lord wished. There was some sort of loud rumbling in the kingdom, which the man heard immediately. He looked down at the kingdom and saw something that amused him. It turned out that there were some of his terrible creatures left there, which the knights fought with on the ground. The young man remarked that he actually expected much less. He didn't believe that they were that strong. The kingdom army really isn't bad. The spatial time demon sword, the dragon slayer sword, and the royal flame demon sword. All these swords are wielded by the fighters of the kingdom's army. The overlord said that they must have killed many of his entities. Spalivia frowned his eyebrows and angrily said that most likely the dependents he summoned were also almost exterminated by now. It disappointed him greatly that they were so useless. Hearing this, in his mind, the young man thought that as befits a demon-headed arrogance, he was incredibly harsh to his subordinates. To calm the man down, he said that he shouldn't be so angry, and with confidence in his voice, he said that he would deal with everything himself. The Lord looked at the ground and saw a steady stream of creatures coming towards the tower. He said that at this rate there would be quite a few insects of all sorts coming to the magic tower. He would like to reduce their numbers. He turned to Spalivia and asked how much magic power he had left. Embarrassed and with guilt in his voice, the man replied that he had already used his magic twice, even great magic, so he had almost none left. Turning away from Spalivius, the Lord said that since he had no strength left, he simply had no choice. He would have to act. A cold wind was developing his robe. He said that he would have to do it. The young man poured all his strength into his hand, and by force of thought did what he wanted. And at that moment, a powerful shockwave came from the magic tower, blowing away everything in its path. Perloika Argel and Fred Kerbin, who were nearby fighting the creatures, felt the ground shake. They thought that an earthquake had started. Suddenly, this wave froze and huge sharp stones sprouted from the ground, which encircled Perloika Argel and Fred Kerbin and their companions in a ring. They immediately shouted that they were surrounded. The boys were encompassed in an instant by huge stone cliffs as tall as a 10-story building. The sigil of Hador was furious with the rock formations engulfing them. Julia Alcoglius tried to figure out what they were up to. It turned out that the Overlord was using the magic circle element, and after the mighty rock formations grew near the boys, he decided to use the earth tree art, clenching his hand into a fist. The roots along the rocks came up. Perloika Argel, seeing this, shouted fearfully that the tree roots were somehow moving, and Julia Alcoglius, who was in a rage, shouted questioningly that after the magic circle of gravity, the next magic circle was made of trees. The roots encompassed the rocks from bottom to top. The Overlord put even more effort into the tree roots, compressing the rocks with unthinkable force, causing the huge and strong rocks to shatter into smaller ones and fly in all directions. Perloika Argyle and Fred Kerbin, seeing everything that was happening, realized that in this way they wanted to be crushed by these rocks that were already flying from the sky. Fred Kerbin shouted to the others that the most important thing for them was to protect the king. Everyone surrounded Perloik Argyle. The boys were ready to take any blow on themselves. The stones were hurting against their bodies, but they endured. Julia Alcoglius wondered if it was all because of gravitational magic. It was just an ordinary piece of rock. Stones like lasers passed through the knights, not giving them a chance to survive. They immediately fell to the ground in blood. The amount of stones falling to the ground became even greater. Every stone that fell to the ground raised a cloud of dust higher and higher. Because of this, it became hard to breathe. The king was very tense. His rage was getting bigger and bigger with each passing second. When Perloika Argel saw the mutilated knights, he was horrified. He no longer had the patience to hold back all the emotions inside him, and he screamed frantically. After the Lord had created all this chaos, Spilivia admired him, and the young man wondered to the boys if, with a little ingenuity, they would be able to get out of this terrible trap. Spilivia was very proud to be his lord, and said that everything had happened as expected of a lord. He could defeat such a large number of men. Tilting his head slightly, the lord said in a calm voice that he wanted to reduce the number of people there. Spilivia looked at the young man with a gambling smile, support for his idea evident in his eyes. Smiling, the lord inwardly decided that next he would use a combo of sharp rocks and heavily skewed terrain, then went straight into action. He knew very well that any battle on terrain favorable to him of course was the basis for waging war. He was sure that they were underestimating the demon lord, so he wanted to do his best to make them pay for it. Argel's army had already managed to approach as close as the foot of the crystal tower of demons, and the number of their warriors ready for the harsh battle had been reduced to 1,000. This was a colossal loss for the army. When he reached the foot of the demon crystal tower, Perloika Argyle was slightly relieved that they had finally made it this far, but his face showed all the heaviness and pain. The king looked at his aide in glasses, who knew well the analytics of the army, and asked how serious the losses of their troops were. The guy was embarrassed to tell all the details, but still, he had to tell everything. As it turned out, there were about 50,000 men involved in the operation, of which half of them were killed and most of them were wounded. The airship was also badly damaged, and the number of able-bodied troops that reached the tower was less than 1,000. A tear appeared in his eyes and he began to apologize to the king. Perloika Argel said in a serious voice that it would be quite difficult to recover after defeating the demon lord. Suddenly, Fred Kerbin's heavy hand fell on the boy's shoulder, and Fred said, "Yes, your majesty." Anxiety was visible in Lord Reed's face. His tears rolled down his cheeks. He realized that former Headmaster Lior's analysis was correct. He recalled how Director Lior had once talked about how as his predecessor, he had advised him to heed his own advice, but Reed hadn't really wanted to listen to him. That day, in a mysterious voice, Director Lior told him that this particular demon lord was quite unusual, and it wasn't clear what to expect from him. But what could be said for sure was that he was different from other demon lords. He is like the newest concept of demon design. After all, he fights as if he contains all the wisdom of mankind, and if they try to fight him, they will definitely lose, so they should look for a way to coexist. Then, at all these words about the mighty power of the demon lord, Lord Reed snorted at the principal, and turned around and said that he would not listen to the foolishness of a loser. It was only after a while, after this brutal battle and after these colossal losses, that he realized that all this time, the fool was only him, and the headmaster was right. Perloika Argel asked Fred Kerbin, how many of them will be able to return unharmed with the medicine? At first he did not even know what to say, because the situation is critical. After all, based on the amount of medicine left, he said that it would take about 5,000 and that's the maximum. Then he added that he never thought they would suffer such heavy losses. Embarrassed, he said that the extensive gravity traps were no small inconvenience. He felt guilty for not being able to adequately confront such a strong opponent. Fred Kerbin scratched the back of his head with guilt in his voice and said that honestly, it was hard for a knight in armor to stand up to such gravity. The king touched his chin thoughtfully and said that making the armor lighter was almost pointless. He paused for a moment and said that he had made his final decision, that they did not need so many men to take the tower, for too many soldiers would only be a hindrance in the battle. Suddenly he shouted to all his comrades to deal with the others, they must not lose this battle. He was interrupted by Fred Kerbin, who said that there was one small point, that this staircase on the tower could not be climbed on horseback, to which the king shouted in rage that he did not need any horse, for the main path must be traversed step by step with his feet. King Argyll of Perloik excitedly shouted to his subordinates that at the top of this tall tower was the demon lord himself, and only the elite would be able to conquer this tower, and those who could would be true heroes. He clenched his fist hard and said that the moment had come, the time had finally come when they would be able to kill him with their own hands, and with him the evil he was doing. Fred Kerbin supported the king and said that they would of course do whatever he wished, but suggested that all the other knights of the kingdom keep watch over them and monitor the situation outside. Perloika Argyll thought his idea was the right one, so he agreed with him. Raising his sword, he exclaimed with inspiration for the captains of the knights and the entire king's guard to follow him. They must crush the terrible demon lord. They all entered the building in unison. Perloika Argyll, as the most important, went farther into the depths than the others and said that they were now in the inner part of the demon lord's crystal tower. He added that the demon lord himself was on the top floor of the crystal tower. Everyone raised their heads and saw the walls going far up. The top was insanely high. They confidently moved up the uncomfortable steps. It was hard for them to walk, and Julia Alcoglius realized that the demon lord had installed a weighted magic circle in such a place. But if they could endure all the torment he had prepared, they would finally be able to defeat this vicious demon lord. Memories of the humiliation in the Battle of the Peak and her incompetent brother who went missing during the attack on the capital immediately surfaced in her mind. The girl said that after they destroyed the demon lord, all the grief would finally be over. Sigil Hador frowned his bushy eyebrows. He thought with bitter resentment inside him that Errol was truly the best of his men, his second in command, and it would be tonight that he would avenge him. By all means, Sigil Hador looked up at the sky and hoped that Errol would see what he was willing to do for him. The man was confident in his abilities. Perloika Argyll was gearing up for battle. His eyes were like a predator on the hunt. He was happy that he had finally trapped the demon lord. He would brutally destroy him, for he had dared to destroy his kingdom. With a sly smile, the king thought that after they defeated him, he would certainly become the most respected king in existence. A wide smile appeared on the king's face. He was confident that today his name would go down in history for many decades to come. The lord felt that they had made their way into their crystal tower. Spalivia also thought that they were already inside and walking right below them. Magically, he realized without looking at them that 13 people were coming up to them. Spalivia said that it was a small enough contingent that they were in no danger. The lord replied to him that they need not worry about them at all, for it would only take an instant to win. The same Spalivia began to admire the young man. He began to say that as expected of a demon lord, everything would go well, and added that he would very much like to see how he could clear them out in a flash. The lord was pleased to hear that. The young man grinned and told Spalivius that since he wanted everything to go perfectly, he should just wait and it would be just as he said. The lord sat on his majestic throne and leaned on the armrest. Spalivius stood beside him waiting for the miracle. After a couple of minutes, the young man said it was time, for he saw in the distance the light that came from the sword of Perloik Argyll. The king and his aides walked confidently and without obstacles to the far floor where the demon lord himself was seated on the throne. Perloika Argyll was madly angry, his body filled with anger for the destroyed kingdom, for the dead warriors. He put his burning sword in front of him and angrily asked if he was the evil demon lord himself. The young man, with a smile and without fear, replied that it was true, he was the demon lord. And suddenly a mad face appeared on his face. He raised his hand and said in a commanding voice that he was the demon lord and his name was Astral and he was the one who had destroyed his kingdom. He added that they gave him the name Astral, but he liked it insanely much, so he started using it himself, and thanked them for giving him the name. Perloika Argyll smiled and said thoughtfully that there was a certain amount of wisdom in his words, but the king mumbled that he would likely tone it down after seeing the kingdom's elite in action. The young man paid no heed to his words. Perloika Argel shouted in rage that he was finished. He would destroy him in all the cruelest ways to avenge all he had done to his kingdom. He added that this young man was just a pathetic and worthless demon lord, but dared to bring so much harm to his country. The lord was not interested in listening to the king's whining at all. The king clenched his fist and shouted at the young man again that he would never, ever forgive him in his life. The young man interrupted Perloik Argyle, asking him to stop, for he too had something to say. The king's body burned with anger towards him. Astral began to slowly get up from his throne and in passing spoke of seeing familiar faces here. He added that he remembered in particular the Fifth Order, Julia Alcoglius, Angeli Grier, and Henry Moratorio, whom he had met before. As it turned out, the Overlord also had something to avenge. He remembered bitterly how they had brutally murdered the Ice Demon King. Frowning her eyebrows, Julia Alcoglius chuckled and said she owed him a debt of gratitude for killing her own brother. Astral asked if she was talking about Luke. The girl was horrified that he could be so cruel to his kin. Suddenly at that moment, the sigil of Hador went off the chain. He ran up to the Lord and screamed at him to shut his mouth, and what he owed him for his subordinates. He revealed that Alaire was the youngest and most talented deputy, as well as many other people he had. Suddenly the young man remembered Sigil Hador and the killing of Alaire, and realized that Sigil was from the First Order. He immediately remembered moments from that battle. The Lord indignantly said that he had already killed so many of his demons after all, so he thought they were even. His words infuriated Sigil Hador and he shouted in rage that it was all nonsense. Sigil thrust his sword forward to make the Lord uncomfortable and shouted that he would never let him equate his best men with any demons. Everyone else began to draw their swords in a flash. Fred Kerbin and the others were also ready to fight, ready their weapons, some looking like hungry dogs from anger. At this moment, King Perloik Argel said that he had waited for this moment for a very long time. The king abruptly and very intimidatingly raised his sword above him, and standing in a fighting stance, shouted to the Lord that he would surely pay for all the crimes in his land. The sigil of Hador set up for battle and shouted that he would avenge his men today. Angeli Grier was also enraged, for Astral had also killed her men, so he must atone for his sins. Armin Necken joined in, for his men too had been killed by the demon lord, and Fred Kerbin shouted that he was just an unholy murderer. After listening to their whining, Spalivia clapped his hands as if he had been to a concert, and said that they were insanely like typical characters from children's fairy tales. The king was deeply hurt by these words. Spalivia continued and said that all these words were spoken with the expectation of humanity, and asked if he understood correctly that they all considered the demon lord to be evil. Without waiting for an answer, he said that it was because people like them declared those who harmed them evil and killed them without question. He thoughtfully raised his hand and asked what was evil and what was good, because it depended a lot on how they measured different things. With an angry face, Spalivia said with aggression that from the world's point of view, it was humanity spending dragon veins that was evil. To his words, Perloika Argel replied that he was talking utter nonsense. The Lord walked over to Spalivius and put his hand on his shoulder, and asked if they even knew that once they came here, everything had already been decided for them. Together with his aide, he looked at the kingdom squad with a smile. The Lord told Perloik Argyle that he wasn't going to fight them and apologized for it, saying that he definitely wouldn't put up any kind of fight in that position, and calmly added that even so, they had already lost anyway, since he had them all backed into a corner. The king was furious, his eyes turning red from the tension he was feeling, and grinned at the Overlord, saying that the weaker the dog, the louder it tries to bark. Perloik Argel took a swing of his sword and said he would make him shut his mouth. The others who had come to the Crystal Tower with the king also readied their swords to finally take revenge on the Overlord. Astral didn't move. His eyes didn't run with fear. He only ordered the illusion to be removed in a quiet, calm and confident voice. And in that instant the floor disappeared beneath their feet, and they found themselves above a deep pit, while the Lord and Spalivia remained standing on the same floor where they had been standing. The king felt the emptiness under his feet and fell into a daze. He had not at all expected such a despicable act from the Overlord. He was lost and tried to find a way to deal with this obstacle. Astral was very proud of himself and thought himself very strong because of his meanness. Fred Kerbin immediately made the decision that he needed to use wind magic immediately. He was in flight shouting to Julia Alcoglius to use this magic. She tried to activate it, but for some reason she failed to do so. She went into a severe panic and screamed to everyone that she couldn't use her magic. Something was blocking all attempts to do something, so she couldn't save them with wind magic. Sigil Hador asked in fear what was even going on. Angeli Grier went into a stupor. One suggestion came to her mind that maybe this whole dungeon is under the influence of a magic circle. The whole crew of the kingdom was flying down. It seemed that there was no chance for life. Some desperately threw their swords. Some just screamed. The king only shouted something about the demon lord. Astral heard his shout and only scratched his head thoughtfully. Spalivia jumped up and shouted at the top of his voice that this was the kind of powerful attack he expected from the demon lord. The young man's cheeks flushed. He was pleased to hear it. The lord walked over to the cliff in the tower and just looked down. The kingdom team had flown so low that their screams could no longer be heard. Spalivia made a deep bow to the lord and said that it was insanely cool to wipe out the entire elite in one fell swoop and without even a desperate counterattack. Astral said that absolutely everyone was equal before gravity, especially since he had created traps of sharp stone peaks down there at the bottom of the tower. There would be no survivors. And he added that they were the dumbest of dumbasses, and he would never ever go one-on-one with those guys with their useless dragon swords and stuff. The young man said majestically that the entire maze was his most powerful weapon anyway, for he had mastered it perfectly long ago. Astral concluded his thought by saying that there were still knights waiting for them from below, and ordered Spalivius to get busy destroying them. The man exclaimed with excitement that he would gladly do so, and immediately rushed downstairs. The lord was left standing upstairs all alone. He said in a calm and quiet voice that the kingdom of the Knights of Argel was now completely destroyed. He returned to his throne to rest. The knights standing below saw someone come flying down and violently bumped into those spades. The person began to bleed. He was stabbed through in several places. They ran and saw that it was the king, and now he was dead. After a couple of moments, the Fifth Order also died, and then the commander of Sigil Hador himself. All died bleeding to death. All the knights who saw this just paid their tongue. They couldn't believe that they were all dead. It was very difficult for them to even communicate this to the rest of the knights. One of the knights looked up and saw that the overlord's underlings were approaching them. The rest of them shouted that they should run away immediately, because they couldn't handle them. Spalivia was already close to them, his large wings creating a large shadow in front of the knights. He shouted that he would not let them escape his death. The young man could not hear what was happening below. He was calm. This peace he had been waiting for a long time and was glad that this day had finally come. Astral exhaled peacefully and thought about the fact that now he could get some rest, something he had wanted for a long time. Spalivia returned to him. He called out to the demon lord and informed him that he had completed the sweep. All the knights had been killed. The man was proud of himself. But it turned out that Astral had fallen asleep on his throne from exhaustion, so Spalivia decided not to wake him and quietly said that they had done a good job together. About a month had passed since the brutal annihilation of Argel's entire army. The investigation that was conducted by the Free Guild confirmed that all the royalty such as nobles and other privileged people had died, and the kingdom of the Argel Knights had collapsed. After such a collapse, absolutely all control was taken over by Nace. The man anxiously grabbed his head about something he heard and shouted, asking who was there. Astral, sitting on the windowsill wearing a mask, said they hadn't seen each other in a while, and asked what state his health was in. The man wrinkled his nose and mumbled something vague. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something big. Turning around, he saw a big guy munching on chips coming towards him. It turned out it was one of the demons of the Astral. His name was Ira. He is a demon of rage, and this team was Gula. She is a demon of gluttony. Together with them was always Luxuria, the supreme demon of lust. She was always in revealing clothes, and the last demon in this team was the supreme demon of laziness. Her name is Acedia. The Lord said it was time to get back to business and told them that they had done their part, and so he wondered if he had any complaints. Nace shook his head sharply, showing that he had no complaints and everything was fine with him. After that, the Lord added that he also forbade him from catching dragons. Nace bowed before the demon lord and said that he would not arrange for the capture of dragons. Astral said that he had removed the labyrinth feature from the destroyed Nazca city and instead they were free to explore the Crystal Palace. The man bowed deeply again and thanked the demon lord for this opportunity. Astral then asked him if he had founded a new structure in the guild. Nace anxiously answered him that he had, for he had been informed of the country's demise beforehand, so they had set up a system of governance in the guild on behalf of the knights. The Lord smiled and said that was great. After that, he added that he would stay away from that territory for a few years, so he wanted to ask him to do the rebuilding, and after a certain point, he would intervene and create a new country. Nace didn't understand what new country he was talking about. The masked youth said that due to the large amount of life energy flowing from the dragon veins in the spiritual peaks of the north, the country was home to highly effective medicinal plants. The The young man continued by saying that they were going to create a country with highly developed medicine to become a monopoly. Naze replied that it was a great idea. The young man explained that the reason they could obtain so many medicinal herbs was because the dragon species regulated the dragon veins. Therefore, hunting dragons was strictly forbidden. The Lord added that from now on, they would respect nature. They were going to create a country where the coexistence of dragons and humans would be the main thing. Naze was surprised. Naze wondered what the Lord was thinking. He thought that dragon vein management was a good idea if the dragon species would be in slavery. Naze realized that if he said that now, the young man would kill him. The young man addressed him as Naze Flanders. The Lord said that all of his minions were resurrected demons of high rank. He warned that if Naze blabbed about him or his minions to the entire world. The young man paused in his speech. He added that in that case he would be eliminated. Naze tensed up. The young man also said that the same thing would happen if Naze broke the treaty. He told Naze not to forget that he was always being watched. A frightened Naze replied that he understood perfectly. He thought about those demons. Naze wondered if these demons were really of high rank. He remembered that according to the literature, one high-ranked demon was equivalent to an entire army. But that was a long time ago, so Naze couldn't compare them to modern armies. What he did realize was that it was definitely clear that high-ranking demons were very strong. And here there were 5 of them. Naze wanted to ask a question, but he didn't have time. He was interrupted by the young man, saying that was all for now and Naze could go home. The young man ordered Spelvia to escort him to the exit. Spelvia was about to follow orders, but Naze thanked him and said he didn't want to bother them. He added that he could make his own way home. Naze hurriedly removed himself from there. He realized that their opponent was a demon lord who had destroyed an entire country. Naze remembered that of the greatest freedom fighters of all time, some were still alive. He hoped that Lord Eisen could help him. Suddenly, Naze laughed. He said that this young man seemed too funny. Luxuria, a high-ranking lust demon, asked that the rumor was that didn't he try to pretend to be a big man and mimic negotiations. The young man answered her that Naze was still the guild leader after all. The girl explained that the young man had found the perfect person for such a partnership. Luxuria was sure that they would be able to use him for a long time to come. She said that unfortunately he didn't seem to be very eager for a night of love. The girl wondered if she could rekindle the passion in Naze. The bewildered young man said he probably could. Luxuria said she didn't think people had changed much. She added that in that case, she would have no trouble seducing them. Their conversation was interrupted by Spelvia. He said that he hadn't meant to interrupt them. Spelvia explained that there were 7 Demon Slayer swords left. One of those swords was expected to be in the Eastern Empire. They knew nothing about the second one. The young man said that they needed to set aside the other swords. They needed to free the great demon first. The Lord asked Spelvia. Spelvia said that if he combined the information the Dragon Lord had gathered and what he had, he already had an idea of where the great demon might have been sealed. Spelvia explained that 500 years ago a certain hero had sealed a great demon. They had no idea where in the world the hero might have sealed the demon. He continued that, however, through the knowledge of all the demons, they had gotten a clue. He said that the supposed information was on a piece of paper. Spelvia added that they had gotten a clue. The demon said he would now give out the information and explain it. He turned to Ira and Acedia saying that they needed to listen to him carefully. Ira, the supreme wrath demon, angrily said she knew that. She turned to Spelvia with words of not falling over her. Gula, the supreme demon of gluttony, replied that she would listen to him if he did not object to his gluttony. Acedia, the supreme demon of laziness, added that Spelvia should hurry up. Spelvia became angry. He handed out sheets that had information on them. On the paper was a picture of the neutral city of Arian. The young man said that this place was once the capital of a state called the Kingdom of Orenica. It is now a divided kingdom, commonly known as the Three Duchies. The Lord explained that since the prince of the kingdom died without a son, each of the great dukes with royal blood claimed the throne, and the kingdom became independent, consisting of 3 separate states. The former capital, however, and now a neutral city, Arian became a place free from the interference of the 3 parties. It turned out that this was caused by the Kamiko clan that ruled the city. The young man continued that this clan was descended from a priestess who traveled with the hero. This clan was the only one that could wield the divine sword kept in the Temple of Arian. He continued his explanation. The divine sword was a weapon that was said to be capable of destroying an entire army with a single swing. The Kamiko clan could use the divine sword in such a way that even the 3 great lords couldn't touch it. The lord's monologue was intercepted by Spelvia. He said that this was where the fun part began. He asked what the divine sword that was said to be in the neutral city of Arian was really like. The divine sword was superior in power to the dragon slayer sword that the high-ranking demons were sealed with. Spelvia speculated that it could have been the same sword used to seal the king, the great demon Marisha. The young man said that was exactly what it was. The Lord added that the literature on the divine sword was well studied in this country. He explained that there was a precedent where the sword of a dragon slayer had sealed a high-ranking demon. The young man speculated that the divine sword could seal great demons. He took out a knife and said that was why their next target would be the 3 duchies in the south. The young man stabbed this knife into the piece of paper Spelvia had given him. He added that their next target in particular would be the neutral city of Arian. He added that if he turned out to be right, but he didn't finish his thought. The young man said that if he was right, he would take the divine sword and resurrect the great demon Mauritius. All those gathered cheered up. They reached the neutral city of Arian. The young man held out his ID card to the checker. The checker checked the document. A team of demons roamed the city. The young man said that this city was old-fashioned, but incredibly colorful. Gula couldn't believe his luck. He asked what could he really eat so much food. Acedia said he liked being able to spend as much money as he wanted. The young man handed them a bag of money. He said they could spend it all. The young man left the demons and wanted to walk around the city. He saw that the people of the city were cheerful. It seemed to him that the tourists were enjoying themselves. He thought that Arian was developing as a tourist center. The Lord realized that it wasn't scary to spend a lot of money here. The young man stopped and realized that was to his advantage. He muttered about how if a 9th rank warrior stayed at a reasonably upscale inn, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Acedia and Gula rejoiced. Acedia asked if he could loiter in such a luxurious inn. Gula, on the other hand, asked if he could eat as much of this luxurious food as he would like. The young man gave them a bag of gold and said that they could spend at least all of it. The demons were very happy about this. The young man wanted to use the gold coins of the abyss to gather information first. He realized that it was easy to infiltrate places by imitating the appearance of easily handling gold coins. Therefore, he took 2 demons with him to work with him in the city. The young man realized that in human form, the demons could accomplish a lot. Besides, they were more cooperative this time, especially since they had participated in the release of the great demon Marisha. He thought that it would be unwise to cause unnecessary trouble in a tourist town. The Overlord felt that the evil era and colorful luxuria should have been avoided in this case. In his opinion, Spelvia was too multifaceted, so he could be useful elsewhere. By method of elimination, he settled on laziness and gluttony. Those 2 demons were surprisingly useful in this mission. Gula was a known eater, so he would naturally spend a lot of money. Acedia, on the other hand, was a lover of pampering himself. He could also spend a lot of abyss coins. They were sitting in a large and luxurious hall. The young man was in a stupor. He thought that this place was too luxurious to relax. Gula was devouring everything on the table. The young man addressed the demons saying that he was going to go elsewhere to gather information. He warned that if they ran out of money, they were to let him know. Gula replied that he understood and asked him to be careful. The Lord realized that he had to work in a loose association to gather information for a while. He was looking for a cozy and optimal place to stay. This was how he reached the branch of the Free Association. The young man went in and took a coupon. After taking the ticket, he got in line. When the line reached him, he went up to the receptionist and held out the ticket. The young man identified himself as a union member. He said he would like to stay here for a while, and he also wanted to know where he could get a job. The young lady asked if he had a preference for the type of work he would like to do. Lord replied that there were no particular preferences, as long as it fit into his schedule. Then he was willing to do anything. The receptionist asked to wait a minute. The young man realized that there were few strong demons here. That meant there weren't many jobs for freedom fighters. In his opinion, because of that, jobs were hard to find here. Suddenly, the girl said that she had found a suitable one. The young man couldn't believe that it could have been so fast. The receptionist started to speak, but paused. The flustered girl still said she didn't think this was a case she would recommend. The young man was surprised. He asked what kind of request it was, and added that he could handle most risks. The girl was nervous. She replied that it didn't seem to be a question of crisis response skills or anything like that. The young man was even more perplexed. He said he just wanted to understand what the request was. The girl nodded and began to tell him about the job. The client turned out to be Aria Aristia, a deity representative of Arian. She continued. The request was for a duel against the guards of House Aristia. It was an imperial duel. The girl also said that the opponent was a member of the Francesca family, a family that had been practicing martial arts for generations. The opponent had an 8th rank, and the current head of the family, Buzz, was rumored to have rank 10. After finishing her speech, the girl said that she didn't think she would recommend this request. The young man replied that he was sure he would be fine if it was about dueling. The girl said they couldn't guarantee his life, because this duel was a fight for life in the name of the match. She explained that Lady Aria was very capricious and sometimes wanted to have a real match not for life, but for death. Usually the Francescas fought each other, but on rare occasions the loose alliance needed warriors. The young man was angry. He thought it was in bad taste because the privileged class, who had too much free time on their hands, sacrificed freedom fighters in search of incentive. The girl hastily added that they had already asked for it. A warrior with a rank 9 like him accepted the request. A few days later, they returned that warrior's head to the alliance. The young man became even more angry. The girl tried to explain, saying that the guild should protest, but she paused in her speech. The administrator said that the Aristia were a sacred dynasty capable of wielding a divine sword. Their very existence was extraterritorial. She warned that if Arya was ordered to die, he had to die. She added that even if he was killed, it would be perfectly legal. The young man was indignant. He asked what were the conditions for fulfilling the request. The girl replied that if Francesco was killed, the request would fail. Killing the enemy was not the purpose of the request. She explained that the Francescos had served the Kamiko family for a long time. For that reason, if either of them were to be killed, Lady Aria would not be silent. Aria could even order an execution on the spot. The young man said that was foolishness. The girl spoke in raised tones. She said that was why she didn't recommend the case. The administrator explained that what was needed was an overwhelming force that could neutralize Francesco's family without taking their lives. Such a power was not granted to everyone. She added that without that power, failure was guaranteed in the form of taking a life. The young man thought that if he used the abyss for martial arts, he had a chance. He had the magic of the magic circle as his trump card. The young man also didn't rule out that it was possible to incapacitate the opponent without taking his life. The girl added that the application was submitted over a month ago. She said that with that being the case, the highest ranked warrior in the Free Guild would be self-selected. The administrator added that the highest ranked warrior in Arian at the moment was him. She addressed him as Mr. Sei. She asked that this conversation be kept between them, and added that if he wanted to escape, now was the time to do so. The young man didn't understand what it all meant. The girl had said she didn't recommend this request, but she was also trying to provoke him. He wondered if it could have been a real scare. The young man replied that he was prepared. The young woman was surprised. She thanked him loudly. Sei explained that he was going to be in town for a while, and he would have been a target anyway. He asked what reward awaited him. The girl replied that the reward wasn't specified, but they guaranteed it. The young man said it was understood. She handed over the papers and said that if he took the papers to the temple, they were to let him through. The young man thanked and left the place. The girl mentally apologized to him. She needed money urgently. She took a piece of paper on which was written about the emergency declaration form. On the back of this paper it was written that if a member of the union lost his life, the parties involved were responsible. Neither the family nor the union was responsible, and if they provided an opponent who was willing to accept these conditions, 50 gold coins would be charged for the note. Sei reached the great temple located in the neutral city of Arian. Above the entrance doors hung a structure resembling wings. The front of the temple was adorned with 4 columns that also acted as supports. The temple was decorated with stained glass mosaics. Particles of this mosaic were folded into a sword pattern. From the inside, the temple was even more enormous. The stained glass ornaments were visible from inside as well. An endless staircase led upwards. Inside this temple, an ancient weapon called the Divine Sword was kept inside. He marveled at the view of the temple. The young man thought that from the perspective of the world he was from. He paused for a second. Sei thought that this building, from the perspective of the world he was from, was like the Sagrada Familia or the Taj Mahal. He remembered the words of the receptionist who said that he had to show the application form to the temple. The young man thought that perhaps he could get help at the checkout counter. He headed towards the cashier's office. Above the cashier's office hung a coat of arms with a sword in the center. As he reached the cash register, he saw a line. Sei thought they were charging an entrance fee to get in. He remembered that he had the abyss coins anyway. The young man got in line. He said it was boring standing in line. Finally, the line reached him. The cashier invited the next one in. Behind the cash register sat 2 twin sisters. One of them greeted the young man and said that admission for an adult cost 1 silver coin. The other added that an adult was considered someone over the age of 15. Sei handed them a piece of paper and said it was a document from the Guild of Liberty. He added that he didn't know who they needed to present it to. The girls took it and read the document. One of them said that they had identified his request. She introduced her sister as the guide for him. The other introduced herself as Leela. Leela said she would be the guide to the Kamiko clan's living quarters. She invited the young man forward. He thanked her and they began their journey. They entered the temple. From the inside, the temple was decorated with the works of various masters. Under the ceiling was a statue of a beautiful angel girl who was holding out her hand. The statue of a demon, on the other hand, was on her knees, with her face down, and holding a huge stone slab above her. On the wall was an ornament of a divine sword, which was surrounded by angels. Sei marveled at the decoration of the temple. Leela said that this temple was the masterpiece of the master craftsmen of the Owen family. The girl said that she was from the Mephai's family who were servants. The Mephai's family directly served the Kamiko clan. She continued by saying that the Owens on the other hand supported them with their craftsmanship. The Owens created the places they lived, the clothes they wore, the food they ate. The young man asked if there were other families. He hastily explained that this was his first time in Arian. Leela said that there were others. The girl explained that the most colorful ones were Francesco's military house, the Mephai's family of servants, and the Owen family of artisans. The coat of arms of the Francesco family bore a crossed saber and revolver. The Mephais had a broom and a bucket on their coat of arms, and on the coat of arms of the Owen family were crossed hammer and screwdriver. Sei said that was wonderful, and asked again about the other families. Leela replied with a wry smile that he was right. She said that there were some that were kept secret. The girl added that it was an urban legend that was actually the truth. The slightly flustered young man asked if she could tell about it. Leela replied that the existence itself was not a secret. The young man asked what exactly he had to do. The girl replied that Master Rifa was the person they had set him against. She continued by saying that Rifa Francesco was second only to Master Baz in bravery. The girl also mentioned the rumor that her spear was capable of piercing through the enemy in the blink of an eye. The young man clarified that, in other words, this girl had unrivaled experience in battle. Leela explained that Master Rifa was so strong that other than Master Baz, there was no one else to fight her. The only way to gain experience in actual combat was to invite someone from the outside. She continued by saying that was why they were going to have the duel. Aria sat on a throne with representatives of the two families standing to her right and left. Rifa said she understood this one. She thought it looked like Aria liked to watch battles herself. Leela said that Lady Aria would not miss the opportunity to invite people from other places to duel. The young man replied that she had rather unusual tastes. Sei added that he was often on the verge of death. He also said that he didn't think fighting could give him pleasure. He recalled his past life. The girl replied that perhaps it was indeed an unusual hobby. An embarrassed Leela said that she had enjoyed it in Area too. She covered her face with her hands to hide her embarrassment. The young man clearly hadn't expected those words. The girl continued her story about Lady Area. She was interrupted by the young man. He suggested that the front of the house was the residence of the Kamiko clan, and the surrounding houses were the homes of the families who served them. Leela replied that that was exactly what it was. She explained that to the east was her family's home and to the west was Francesco's family home. The coats of arms of the families hung majestically in front of the houses. The girl continued by saying that Francesco had a large open practice area where the games were probably to be played. Leela asked if he wanted to take a look at the training ground. She added that the young man was supposed to be staying at Francesco's villa. The girl explained that Lady Aria was the customer, but the actual caretakers were either Francesco or Mephais. Leela ended her speech by saying that, in fact, that was all there was to it. The young man asked if she could show him around the house. The girl agreed and invited him forward. They entered Francesco's house. The young man was amazed at the decoration of the house. They reached the special training area of Francesco's family. The young man asked someone was fighting. Baz and Rifa were fighting. From Baz's blow, Rifa found herself on the other end of the training ground. She did not lose her composure and clutched her spear tightly in her hands. Baz had a saber in one hand and held a shield in the other. The opponents looked at each other with an angry look. In the blink of an eye, Rifa was on the other end of the field where Baz was. She struck at Baz with her spear, but the man protected himself with his shield. Baz raised his hand that had a saber in it to attack Rifa, but the girl predicted this move. She raised her foot. With one kick of her foot on Baz's arm, Rifa prevented his strike. She channeled all her magical energy into the tip of the spear and was ready for the next strike. Baz managed to dodge her daughter's blow and ducked backwards. Leela exclaimed that it was Master Baz and his eldest daughter Rifa. The young man thought that this training was crazy. Sparks were flying, lats were clinking, and deadly weapons were being used during the duel. The young man thought it was just like a real fight. Leela invited him to the court and told him that if Master Baz and Master Rifa were here, so much the better. The young man said he understood. Leela called out to Master Baz. The man asked that she was Leela from the House of Mephis. The girl nodded and said that she was here because of a request. She added that they had accepted her. Baz was surprised. He asked that it was a boy who had come with her. The young boy took the initiative. He introduced himself as Sei, a 9th rank freedom fighter. Baz asked if he was really sure he was 9th rank. The man hastily explained that he saw no sign of martial arts. The young man explained that he just knew how to switch between the two. Baz replied that he would then watch the young man fight Rifa. The young man asked that it was normal for them to do that. Rifa was clearly annoyed. Rifa was angry. She called out to her father and said irritably that everything was already visible. The girl asked what was the point of putting up this show. Rifa spoke up about the young man's gait and aura. She added, pointing her finger at him, that he was just a minor character. Baz was angry with his daughter. He warned her to watch her speech. Baz apologized to the young man. The young man felt uncomfortable. He didn't understand what the remarks were about. Leela asked the young man not to worry about it. The young man agreed with her. The young man asked Baz what the rules were. He also asked that no weapons or magic. Baz replied that although it was a duel, he would have preferred it to be more like a real fight. The man added that once the match started, then they could have used anything. He said there could have been weapons, or magic, or traps. Anything they would want. Baz had implied that the match would end when one of them surrendered, or when he himself deemed the duel to be over. The man turned to his daughter with words that made sense to her. Rifa replied with a sinister smile that she understood everything. The young man said that he understood everything as well. Baz replied that it was very good. The opponents took their seats across from each other. The young man took his sword in his hand. Baz asked if they were ready. Leela was impatient. Baz raised his hand, indicating that the duel was about to begin. The young man raised his sword and looked at it. Rifa, on the other hand, smirked. Baz shouted that the duel had begun. The opponents looked at each other with a menacing stare. The young man was the first to attack. He threw a punch, but Rifa dodged it skillfully. The young man did not expect this. Rifa called her opponent a minnow to herself and wondered how he was like that. She remembered that it was her natural state. The girl was about to attack. Rifa was about to attack, but the young man was no slouch. He managed to dodge too, much to the girl's surprise. He not only dodged the attack, but also made a counterattack. Because of this counterattack, Rifa found herself on the other end of the court. The girl stood up. She had used magic. Rifa was angrier than ever. The young man thought she used fire magic to improve her physical abilities. She started to call the young man an already insolent biped. Rifa grabbed her spear with both hands and pointed it at the young man. She was going to attack with flames, but the young man didn't even flinch. With one swing of his sword, the young man destroyed all of her attacks. The girl became even angrier. Rifa couldn't believe that she hadn't hit him. She thought it was strange. The girl wanted to bombard him with fire and explosives. Rifa prepared herself for another attack. Rifa used a new spell. The young man's face changed. He prepared to repel the blow. The girl created a fireball. Suddenly, the young man headed towards her to attack. Rifa thought they were going to collide. She was going to turn on the energy and shoot an arrow at him. The girl wished him dead. The young man realized that the arithmetic value of the abyss was the magic at the tip of the sword. The tip of the young man's sword touched the tip of Rifa's spear. He thought that it had worked as intended. This attack dispersed all the magic that was accumulated on the tip of the spear. Rifa was confused. The young man prepared for his next attack. He understood that Rifa had gaps in her defenses everywhere. Sei wanted to convert magic into physical damage. He channeled all the energy into his free hand. The young man punched the girl's stomach. The energy from the magic strike began to dissipate. The impact threw the girl backwards. She couldn't believe what was happening. The girl didn't understand what happened because she couldn't control the magic properly. The young man didn't waste any time. He attacked once more. Rifa was beyond angry. She called the young man a rotten bastard. Sei replied to her that she should have been quieter or she might have been blown away by her own words. The girl told him to shut up. Rifa was able to take control of the magic and cast a new spell. The young man was able to dispel the spell, but he himself crashed into the wall behind him. He was able to hold on and slumped to the floor. The young man thought it was strange because he shouldn't have been blasted by that thing. He assumed the weapon was a magic spear. Rifa wasn't going to give up. She wasn't wasting any time. The girl wanted to attack one last time and end the fight, but the young man managed to dodge. He managed to dodge and catch Rifa off guard. She was nervous. The girl thought he should have returned to his seat. The young man moved in front of the girl. He punched her. Rifa tried to defend herself with her spear, but she failed because that blow was followed by another. The girl could not keep her balance and fell. Sei brought his sword to her head. He thought that was the end of it and said checkmate. Rifa and Sei got into a shootout of glances. Sei hides his face in the darkness of his hood and says that he thinks this is the end. He draws his sharp sword. Rifa aims a glare at his opponent and says the little brat has let his guard down. Sei is wary and scrutinizes the girl's actions. Rifa threw a punch at the guy, making a sound to reinforce the blow. Sei flew back from the damage done. After a short flight, Sei deftly landed on the ground in a certain pose. He let out a groan from the unpleasant feeling. His hands and feet braked his body, sparks emanating from it due to the friction force. He thought apprehensively that if he didn't have a barrier, he would die. He told Rifa that he had won, after all. Why had she attacked then? She called Sei a silly little brat and informed him that his father hadn't said the duel was over yet. With a happy smile, she concluded that the fight was still on. She believes that Sei is just a little brat who let his guard down. Sei admits aloud that he thinks the girl's words are utter nonsense. He looks at Rifa's father, who really was as silent as Layla. Is this normal? Sei questioned aloud. The guy was serious about a fight in which he would be the winner. He thought that then he would beat her. He took the sword in his hand and with his other magical hand he cast a spell for sword power. The boy clenched his hand into a fist and swung the sword, signaling to Rifa to continue the fight. She looks at him thoughtfully and then smiles a murderous smile. There is smoke coming out of her mouth. They lunged at each other, both eager for victory. Rifa yelled for the biped to die, drool flying from her mouth. Sei yelled back for her idiot to die. Rifa held up a weapon that had magical energy emanating from it. Sei swung his weapon and slammed it on the ground, holding it tightly with both hands. Sei was surrounded by icy spears of cold ice. Rifa stunned, the strong ice magic in front of her eyes. Sei showed her his response with a smug smile. The ice enveloped Rifa, who felt very cold at the touch of Sei's magic. She groaned at the feeling of stiffness. Sei warned the victim that if she didn't surrender right now, she would get frostbite. The girl ordered the guy to shut up, cold drops of sweat running down her face. Sei closed his eyes, rock particles flying behind his back. Sei turned the ice into stakes that pierced the girl's body. The blood from her body sprayed in the air and bloody tears came from her eyes. Meat holes formed in her body. She screamed loudly from the pain that this cruel guy's magic had brought her. He emotionlessly asked her about her still not giving up. Rifa stubbornly said that she is not going to give in to the pathetic brat. Tired of her stubbornness, the guy only looks at her with a dull stare. He shouts to the referee that she's about to run out of steam and asks if they can stop the battle. But the man watches Rifa observantly and remains silent. He firmly answered no, and added that if he couldn't fight to the end, he didn't deserve to face them. Rifa wrinkles her nose in pain. She was bleeding. Sei said she would be traumatized and asked if the old man was sure. He replied that it's her weakness issues, that's all. His traumatized, scarred eye filled with emptiness. The guy shouted from the fact that he was her father, implying that he should be kinder to her. Her father replied that he was also her mentor. He believes that family ties should not interfere with training. The man said that it is Francesco's duty to protect the members of the Kamiko clan. Sei said that if he doesn't stop the battle, she will die. The guy doesn't care about her death. But if he doesn't stop their battle, it won't make any sense. Seiya has no choice. He'll have to hypnotize her with a spell and an illusion. A magical pattern appeared in the sky. Rifa's moaning distracted Sei from the hypnosis process. The girl reincarnated with a scream. Her eyes turned white and blood scattered around. Sei is shocked at what he sees. He doesn't realize what it is. Rifa is in front of him, but in a different guise. The magic activated several times. Rifa's father finally waited for it. He knows it's a blood skill revival. Stars of admiration appeared in the little girl's eyes. The girl got to her feet, holding onto her weapon. All the wounds from her body were gone, but she had become more irritated, which would make her stronger in battle. She quickly dashed towards her opponent to strike back at him. She clattered her weapon on the ground and Sei flew off. She wished loudly for the lowlife to die. A gust of strong magic swirled around her. Sei was confused as to why the hell she had gotten stronger. Overlord. This is the ancestral skill of the Francesco family, Rebirth. It activates on the verge of death and forcibly draws life energy from the dragon's veins. Hasty absorption results in excessive regeneration, and the excess is used to strengthen the body. Sei speculates on a skill that makes you stronger when you die. The young man's gaze lowered. He wondered if the match was designed to induce her. Rifa ran at Sei with a scream, with a spearhead in her hands. Sei was sweating from not knowing what to do. The girl shouted that she will kill him. Sei has a problem. His weapon is broken. The sword cracked. The young man thought, what power? Angry Rifa said he should be thankful he had a good weapon. If he didn't have one, he would be dead by now. She would show him now. The energy of the magic the guy formed is swirling in the sky. Sei is angry because the sword is cracked and he is unable to withstand it, but he can't use the barrier. Rifa said that he is finished. The guy threw away his weapon and prepared his fist to fight, because the sword is broken. He doesn't need a sword he can't use, his body is a great weapon. Rifa laughed and asked only not to tell her that he was going to fight her with his fists. She asked if the loser had run out of tricks. Sei continued to stand with his fists prepared. Rifa used her weapon and ordered the guy to bite out. A dust fog has risen. The fog is looming over Sei. A broad attack, thought the confused lad. Layla said that Rifa herself is amazing. So that's what Rifa's skill looks like, her father realized. Very sharp fangs peek out from the girl's smile. He can trust his daughter with the title of head of the family. He is proud of Rifa's strength. Everything exploded in that place. Rifa stands with a winning smile. She's glad he's finally dead. But it was because of him that she was able to activate her rebirth. It also healed her wounds. Rifa feels bad. She's burning all over. She's having a hard time with the energy she's spent. Suddenly, Sei, whom the girl buried, appears. She doesn't realize what's happening, and before she knows it, the last thing she sees is a fist flying at her face. She defended herself with the power of magic. She doesn't understand how he did it and why he is still alive. Sei replied with a sly smile that he doesn't even know. He was able to survive because he decided to use the barrier after all. In the fog lies Sei's cloak. Rifa pulls out her sword with a groan and begrudgingly asks him not to piss her off. Rifa's hand emanates magic, which she wants to use to strike Sei, but she misses because he dodged it cleverly. Sei grabbed Rifa's hand and said it was time to finish. She, not realizing what he was trying to do, asked what. A wrinkle formed on the bridge of her nose. The young man stamped her into the ground. Rifa squinted in pain. The girl moaned loudly. Sei's fist flew at the girl for another punch. Her father decided they would end it there. Sei's fist stopped at his opponent's nose. He turned a stern look aside. The girl's father announced that Mr. Sei had won. Sei smirked at the fact that it was a little late for him to say that. Rifa, unhappy with the fight, started to rise to her feet. Sei grabbed his sword and asked Mr. Baz if there was a place nearby where he could get his sword repaired. Baz replied that Owen would take care of it. Owen is a master blacksmith, thought Sei. Baz said he would have to take it to Leela. Leela agreed with Master Baz. She held out her hands to take the sword Baz held out to her. The man admitted that Sei was stronger than he expected. Baz can now leave his post and turn things over to Rifa. Sei looks at Master Baz. Rifa, sitting on the couch, said with a smile that they are inviting the Kamiko clan to a performance the day after tomorrow. He will be there too. Sei realizes that's why he's here. Mr. Baz told him to remember that this is a one-way ticket. The same goes for Riff. Sei asks, even if she is his daughter. Riff stands sad and looks down in resentment. Of course, Baz said, that's the test of being the heir to the Francesco family. He added seriously, Rifa is the only one besides him who is developing her ancestral skills. Baz asked to let Sei know that severity justifies action. Rifa recalled the moment. She says she will crush him and sacrifice his soul to Master Arya. She will make him a babbler. Sei thought about it and asked Master Baz what he should do now. Baz said that he could rest for the moment, he would be looked after. Leela added that they would provide him with whatever he wanted. She listed all the services for the guests' convenience: food, bath, housekeeping, laundry. The girl said they could do anything else he wanted, except for putting him to bed. But she felt like he could do it himself. Sei skewed his eyes upward, mocking the girl. It was dark outside. A tired Sei lies down on the bed. He's finally alone. He thinks he should have a word with the abyss. Sei opened the portal. Black, shimmering orbs flew around the room. The guy said they would start at 10. Sei said pretend to be small animals or whatever to find out. The main thing is to find out where the divine sword is, and then they will investigate the mysterious fourth house. Next is to contact the demons. Sei thought and cast the spell, appear. The orbs that were flying in the air exploded. The young man swiped his hand across the portal. This is magical displacement. The boy's eyes in the darkness that the hood created. Mavrigriff, the former capital of the Night Kingdom of Argyle. A magical glow emanates from the windows of the house. The fellow vampire is impressed. Sei steps closer to the vampires. He continued, Lord, how much time has passed? Spelvia said he was glad to see the Overlord. Sei said it was mutual. The vampire boy concluded that the Lord had arrived to tell them the news. Sei said that was so. The vampires were ready to get to work to effectively disperse the gold of the abyss. He has already sent Gullah the Devourer and Acedia to hide in the Aryan. They need the help of the vampires. Spelvius said he'd be happy to. First of all, Spelvius. Sei says he will be working as a civil servant in the Duchy of Gloria. He wants Spelvius to take a position close to the Grand Duke Beric of Gloria. The Lord said that Spelvius will quickly make a name for himself with his skill. Spelvius wondered. It turns out he should take over the duchy. He said that would be done. Say turned to Raph. He wants her to work as a soldier in the Duchy of Fibble. There is a war going on there with a neighboring empire to the east, so soldiers are in high demand. Say warned that she might get a bit of a kick out of it. It would be great if she could reach the rank of general. Raph grinned and said if there was a need to rampage, it would be easy. Finally, it was Luxoria's turn. Her target, the Dronchian Duchy in the upper left corner. Duke Zenon of Dronchus is said to be a lustful demon with a harem. The half-naked vampire girl said that sounded like fun. Say said they would have a reward of abyss coins. He added that they could distribute them however they wanted. Vampires would go to great lengths for such a reward. They replied in unison that they would do as the Lord commanded. The bloodthirsty ones spread their wings and flew to fulfill their orders. Say watched them through the window. Well, Say thought it was time for him to go back. He has more helpers and it will be easier to start the operation than before. The house emanates a glow from the window. The guy is back where he belongs. The day of the fight. The neutral city of Arian. The duel will be held in a multi-story stadium. Horses in armor with knights on them ready for the duel. Sirius, Baz and Rifa stand waiting. Say thought he would be in the duel. The boy thought about the participants who would also fight in the duel. It was Baz, Rifa, and a few guys he didn't know. The rest of the demons are in cages. In the cage stands a huge, dangerous demon. It's an ogre. There's also a minotaur in cages, and a cursed gnome hiding in the darkness of a cloak. Good thing he read the demon catalog. Demons are surprisingly docile. They must have been trained somehow. The demon dog with the horns is sitting quietly. At first glance, it doesn't look like any kind of subjugation tool is being used. It's not pleasant to watch. The mustachioed grandfather announced at the top of his voice that Aria herself, Parisia herself, and Roxas herself had arrived, so let everyone throw themselves on the ground and greet them. Several strong masked soldiers carry the carriage carrying the long-awaited participants. Say stares intently in the direction of the carriage. The mustachioed man still repeats the announcement of the arrival of the participants. Master Baz and everyone else bowed before the arrivals, but not Say. Aria was the first to step out of the carriage. That girl has a smug look, but she looks cute, which can only be noticed at first glance. Parisia was the second one to get out. She looks pretty slick. Aria notices Say, who is not kneeling in front of her. She said he was nothing and pointed her finger at him. The girl ordered him to quickly kneel down. Say didn't expect her to address him. The mustachioed man heard the girl's order and told the guy to kneel down immediately. Say also pointed his finger at himself and asked why he too had to kneel. Why would an outsider do that? Aria ordered to kill him. The guy in black follows the girl's orders. A crowd of masked ninjas with knives swung at the majestic girl's assailant. Say quickly counts the attackers. There are 16 of them. The mysterious four-eyed family. The Maga's family of dark agencies. Another ninja flying at the guy. The guy casts a Thought Link spell and copies of him appear and help him fight the attackers. The old man is outraged and the girl is delighted. The ninja said it was just funny, he dodged. A blob of magic glowed from the sharp part of the knife. Say guessed they had poison in the knife. They rushed at him in a bunch. The guy decided to use a stealth technique.